He never saw it coming. He was 2 days out of St. Peterport, Guernsey, en route to Gibraltar, where they would pick up a crew. Normally, his wife, the actress Emily Harris, would have flown ahead to meet him there, but with such perfect weather, she decided to join Will and Ethan on board BJ2 instead. BJ2 was Will's pride and joy. One of his few regrets was not spending enough time aboard her. 60 feet long and outfitted with every luxury, she featured advanced computer controls, power winches, and an auto helm. Remarkably, she could even be sailed single-handed, a rare feat for a vessel of her size. Will could have flown to Gibraltar with Emily and let the crew take care of everything, but for him, this was the best part of the holiday. Just him, his boat, and the open sea. Ethan, the rebellious son of the boatyard owner who maintained BJ2, was his only full-time crew member. Once they reached Gibraltar, Ethan would take over as skipper. That morning, after breakfast and with the boat cruising at 15 knots on a moderate tailwind, Will saw Emily step out onto the deck, sitting with her back to the mast. He tried to convince her to wear a life jacket, but she refused, claiming it would ruin her suntan. Besides, she teased, "You wouldn't enjoy looking at me half as much if I was all covered up." Will checked the compass, GPS, and charts before returning to the wheel. As he did, he caught sight of Emily pulling a book from her bag. When she noticed him looking, she waved with a smile. But in an instant, her smile vanished, replaced by horror as she raised a hand to her mouth. Before Will could react, something hit him violently on the right side of his head. The world went black as he staggered, unable to stay upright, and collapsed to the deck, losing consciousness. He slowly started to come to, hearing Emily's frantic screams. Someone was dragging him across the deck and then easing him over the side of the boat. His legs were lifted, and he was dropped into the water. Consciousness slipped away again. Pain throbbed in his head, but it barely registered as he tried to process what was happening. He realized he was floating in the water. Struggling to focus, he saw BJ2 in the distance, her sails sticking up from the water as the boat sailed away, still under full sail. He tried to shout, but could only manage a coughing fit. Blood from his head was staining the water around him. Meanwhile, I watched Graham as he stood at the helm, his muscles rippling with each movement. His physique was impressive, but my thoughts strayed. For all the effort men like him put into looking attractive, they rarely took the time to learn how to truly please a woman. "Everything okay, babe?" he asked, a grin spreading across his face as the sun made his chest and abs glisten. "Yeah, I'm fine," I replied, looking up from my laptop. "Just getting some work done." "Work?" He chuckled. "I thought this was supposed to be a holiday. Bet your boss isn't working. He's sailing his boat to Gibraltar, and so far, he's ahead of you," I teased. "Well, he had a half-day start, and I've been distracted." His gaze lingered on me. "The more I look at you in that bikini, the more distracted I get." I closed my laptop and stood up. "I'm going to grab a cold drink." "Want a beer? Is the Pope Catholic?" he replied, and I leaned in to kiss him lightly on the lips. I came back out of the cabin, handed Graham his bottle of beer, took my fruit juice back to my chair and sat down. No sooner had I picked up the laptop than an alarm sounded and the screen changed. I studied the screen trying to make sense of what I was seeing. There were 2 dots on the screen, one red and flashing the other blue. The blue was moving away from the red one. Each dot had coordinates printed alongside. It took a moment for me to figure out what I was looking at. Oh my God. I got up and took the laptop over to Graham. "Graham, how long would it take you to get to this position?" He checked the GPS, picked up his chart and marked our position on it. Then he looked at the computer and marked the position of the red on the chart. He measured the distance between them, did a quick calculation. 1.5 to 2 hours. "Why? That's too long." "He's in the water." "Who is in the water?" "What are you talking about?" "That red dot, that's Will Easton, my boss. The blue dot is BJ2, his boat, and they're sailing away from him. They can't know he's gone overboard. How long can he last in the water?" "Your boss is Will Easton, the great white shark of the city of London? If he's in the water, there are a lot of people would tell me to leave him there." "Well, they don't know him." "Come on, Graham, this is a man in trouble. It's your duty to help." "Well, I suppose it is on the way, and we've got the fuel to spare." "He's not an Aussie, is he?" "No, I don't think so." "Why?" "I wouldn't be able to show my face back in Auckland if they knew I'd rescued an Aussie." He laughed, and he eased the throttles forward. The 2 big diesel engine rumbled, and the bow rose. I staggered a bit as the boat tipped. In no time the speed indicator showed a speed of 20 knots, and we were bouncing across the waves. I pulled myself back up to Graham's side. "So how long now?" "About an hour, maybe less." I reached across and pushed the throttles as far forward as they would go. The boat leapt forward again and I fell across Graham's lap. Black smoke came from the exhausts. What are you doing, you silly cow? Those screws come out of the water at full throttle, and we won't be going anywhere. Then make sure they don't come out of the water. This is a man's life we're talking about. That's a bit more important than your bloody engines. Whoa, I can see Easton's not the only shark in these waters. Look, sit down and let me get the best speed I can out of this baby. I can probably get to him in 40 minutes, but even that might be too late. Emily couldn't believe what she was seeing. Ethan had taken an oar from BJ's tender and was swinging it, with all the force he could muster, towards Will's head. Will was smiling and waving at her, unaware of what was happening. She wanted to call out, but instead, she just gasped as the oar struck Will just above his right ear. His head went sideways, and he appeared to stagger before he slumped to the deck. She let out a piercing scream, which stopped Ethan in his tracks. She tried to get to her feet, but just fell back to the deck in a faint. By the time she was able to look up, Ethan was dragging Will to the side of the boat. She eased herself off the top of the cabin and started to make her way back towards the yacht's cockpit. Ethan was trying to push Will over the side as she stepped down into the cockpit. She screamed again as Will's body slipped into the water. Stop it. You're killing him. She screamed as she staggered across the cockpit towards Ethan. She screamed out for Will and started beating her fists on Ethan's back. Stop the boat. He'll drown. Stop the boat. Go back and pick him up. Ethan turned and grabbed her wrists to stop her beating him further. Believe me, Emmy, it's better this way. It was an accident. He was hit by the boom and knocked into the water. Neither of us noticed until it was too late. It wasn't an accident. You hit him, I saw you. Now turn the boat around and go back for him. She looked over Ethan's shoulder and saw Will, in his orange life jacket, bobbing up and down on the waves. Will, she cried out. Don't worry, darling, we're coming back for you. Ethan turned to look. Bloody self-inflating life jacket. Nothing but the best for Will Easton, he thought to himself. He returned his attention to Emily. Don't you see what this means? You don't need him anymore, you'll be the rich widow. We were going to run away together. Now we don't have to. We can have it all. Just stick to the story. I don't want it all. Not like this. Please, Ethan, turn the boat around and go back for him. It's too late for that. I'm not spending the rest of my life behind bars, and anyway, he was probably already dead before he went in the water. Emily knelt on the bench and looked out across the stern. Through her tears, she could see Will's orange life jacket rise and fall on the waves. As BJ sailed further away, the glimpses got shorter and fewer until he stopped appearing at all. She turned back to Ethan and knelt on the deck in front of him. Please, Ethan, please turn around. Go back for him, please. I think you'd better go below and calm down. Slowly, she pulled herself up off the deck and made her way down to the cabin she'd shared with Will. It was true she had told Ethan those things. It was pillow talk. It's what you say to a man like Ethan. You make him feel good about himself by telling him you love him and you want to be with him. You don't destroy him by telling him the truth, that he is just a distraction while your husband is away on business. Now, Will was out there in the water, dead or dying, and it felt like it was all her fault. Now she was on the boat alone with Ethan, a man that, she now realized, she didn't know at all. She locked the cabin door and collapsed on the bed. Will was still disorientated. He had no idea how long it had been since he last saw BJ's sails. Now all he could see was water. The swell lifted him up, but still, all he could see was ocean. He tried to make sense of things but couldn't. He was in the water. They'd left him, and they weren't on any shipping lane, so the chance of rescue seemed remote. Mustn't give up hope, he told himself. He tried to work out how he'd got to be in the water, but couldn't remember anything since breakfast. He looked around and still saw nothing but water. Something showed in his peripheral vision. He turned to look and his heart sank. No more than 50 feet away was the unmistakable dorsal fin of a shark. He tried to remember what sharks frequented these waters. He knew that most presented no danger. However, there were all those unconfirmed reports of great whites off the coast of Cornwall. If they came up to Cornwall, they could easily be here. The tip of the shark's tail broke the surface. He guessed the distance from fin to tail is about 20 feet. This was a hell of a big shark. Turning away from the shark, he saw her. Standing 5 foot 6 inches tall with an hourglass figure and clad only in a bikini, she walked across the water towards him. Her dark hair was pulled back into a ponytail, which swung as she walked. He knew she couldn't be real, but at the same time, there was something familiar about her. She reached down and took his hand. He heard a man's voice. Hang on, mate, I'll come in and give you a hand. With his free hand, Will pointed to the shark. There was a splash beside him, and he was aware of someone in the water beside him. He looked up at the woman and saw that she wasn't walking on the water, but hanging over the side of a large white boat. There was a metal ladder hanging over the stern, and the man in the water was dragging him towards it. As we bounced across the waves, I looked from Graham to the laptop and back to Graham. He seemed to be enjoying himself, constantly adjusting the throttles to give us the maximum speed he thought was safe and monitoring the GPS. From time to time, he would glance back at me. "Are they still sailing away?" he asked. I nodded. I knew something was definitely wrong. If this was an accident, they should have noticed by now. Maybe it's not him. Maybe it's just his life jacket gone overboard. Graham was trying to make me feel better. I nodded again, but we both knew that couldn't be the case. An empty life jacket would be caught by the wind and moving much faster than the red on my screen. I looked at the screen as I desperately tried to keep hold of the computer. Then I did something I hadn't done since I was a girl. I prayed. Please God, let him be okay. He's not really a bad man. He can be better. I can make him better. Please just give me that chance. Let him be alive. The throb of the engines quietened and the boat leveled out on the water. I gave Graham a questioning look. "Nearly there," he said. "Instruments can only take us so far. From here on we'll have to rely on these things." He pointed to his eyes. "Here, take the wheel. Just keep us going straight ahead." I took the wheel and Graham dashed down into the cabin and came up with a pair of binoculars and jumped up on top of the cabin. "Okay, I'm going forward, and if I see him I'll guide you in, right? You do know your port from your starboard?" "I think so. Port is left, right?" He grinned. "Yeah, port is definitely left." I watched him as he scanned the ocean looking for a sign. More than once he lifted the binoculars to his eyes, only to put them down again. I was busy looking myself when Graham barked out his first order. "Hard a starboard, hard a starboard." I turned the wheel sharply to the right and the boat started to turn. "Port, port, port." Steady as she goes. "Yes, yes. I see your man. I see him." "Oh my God." He quickly came back and dropped down into the cockpit, taking the wheel and easing the throttles forward a little. "What's wrong, Graham? What did you see?" "Just keep calm, right? There are 2 sharks in the water, and only one of them is Easton. But it could be harmless, couldn't it? I mean, not all sharks are dangerous." "No, they're not. It's just that I only know 2 sharks that grow to that size. One's harmless, but the other..." "Well, you've seen Jaws, haven't you?" I leaned out over the port side of the boat, and I could see Will's orange life jacket bobbing in the water. A bit further off, I could just make out the shark. I gasped as it turned towards Will. Graham gave out a yell. He had the binoculars up to his eyes and a big grin on his face. "It's a busker. Biggest bugger I've ever seen, but completely harmless." Graham brought us right alongside Will. I reached out and grabbed his hand as Graham hooked a ladder over the stern. Will was saying something and pointing at the shark as Graham jumped into the water. He pulled Will round to the stern and the ladder. "Okay, Ollie, you take both of his hands and lift. I'll get underneath him and push." In no time at all, he was out of the water and lying on the deck of a boat. I knelt one side of him trying to towel him off while Graham removed his wet clothes and life jacket. "He's in a bad way, Ollie. He's cold and that's a hell of a head wound. He needs a hospital and fast." Graham got up and checked his charts. "It looks like St. Nazaire. There'll be a hospital there. I'll do my best, but I don't know how long he's got. I think we should get him down to the stateroom." We sat him up, and with one of us under each arm, we raised him to his feet. We walked him to the stateroom and put him to bed. I took both of Graham's hands in mine. "Thank you, Graham. You really are a star. All part of the service, ma'am. Now I'd better lay in a course for St. Nazaire." He started to leave, then turned back to me. "You don't happen to speak French, do you?" "Yes, I do. Why?" "Well, English is supposed to be the universal maritime language, but I've found that when dealing with the French, you get a lot further if you speak their language. If I get the Coast Guard on the radio, can you talk to them, tell them about his injuries, and make sure there's an ambulance on the quayside?" We went back up on deck and Graham plotted a course for St. Nazaire while I spoke to the Coast Guard. In 5 minutes, we were on our way. I went back down to the stateroom to tend to Will. I couldn't believe how cold he was. Lifting the duvet, I climbed in beside him. I wrapped one leg and one arm around him and hugged him tightly. For years, I'd have given my eye teeth to be in this position, and now I just wished the circumstances were different. For 5 hours, we bounced across the waves. Will gradually warmed up, and he had occasional instances of consciousness. I was able to leave him for a while. I whipped up a salad for Graham and myself, and we ate it on deck without stopping or even slowing down. Darkness fell, and still we raced on. Graham kept an eye on the radar, studying the comings and goings at St. Nazaire. but still didn't slow down. It was a great relief when I saw the lights of the French coast. Sure enough, there was an ambulance waiting on the quayside, and the paramedics soon had Will on board. I just had time for a quick word with Graham before I left. What happens for you now? Tomorrow I refuel the boat, then set off for Mahone. The owner is not going to like me being late, but I'll just have to deal with that. And who is the owner? Sir George McMahon, the construction giant. Do you know him? Yes, as a matter of fact, I do. I don't think you need to worry too much about him. If you come to the hospital in the morning, I'll make sure your fuel is paid for. I kissed him on the cheek and turned to get in the ambulance, as he called out to me. Hey Ollie, is he the one? I turned back to look at him. Is he the one you were thinking about when we were together last night? Your body was mine, but your mind was somewhere else. Was it with him? I felt myself blushing as I nodded my head. Good luck. I'll stop by and see you in the morning. Emily didn't leave the cabin all day. She never felt hungry or even needed the toilet. All she could think about was that Will was dead. Murdered, just when everything was coming right again. Their whirlwind romance had been unbelievable. Will had pursued her relentlessly from the time he'd seen her in a TV advert. Flowers arrived daily and regular gifts of jewelry. He turned up at her door every night. At first, she resisted his advances, but she soon gave in and found that being wooed by Will Easton was a most pleasurable experience. There wasn't a restaurant that couldn't find a table for him, nor a theater that would turn him away. They always had the best of everything. After their marriage, things had calmed down a bit, but for the first year Will neglected his business in order to be with her, but slowly he got back to business as usual. This meant foreign travel. At first, she'd gone with him, but she soon got tired of spending her days in hotels or exploring new places on her own. At least if she stayed home, she'd have people she knew around her. She'd thought about filling her time by returning to acting, but her agent hadn't been that successful at finding work for her. The trips down to Brighton had started as days out for Emmy and her girlfriends, and of course, she had to impress them by showing them around BJ too. That was when she first met Ethan. He was permanently employed by Will to look after BJ. It was after one of these girls' days out that she found herself sitting on deck with Ethan sipping champagne in the late afternoon sunshine. Ethan had taken them out on a short excursion, and they'd all been lying on deck in their swimsuits. Emily was still wearing only her bikini. The alcohol had loosened their tongues, and Emily was bemoaning being left on her own for so long. Ethan looked at her. If you were my wife, I'd never leave you on your own. Oh, Ethan, that's so sweet. She reached over to stroke his cheek, but as she did so, she almost tipped the chair over. Oh dear, I'm feeling a bit squiffy, I'd better not drive home. She got out her phone and started to look for a hotel. There's no need for that. You can sleep on board, she's quite comfortable, you know. I hadn't thought of that, of course I could. If we order dinner from the Pavilion restaurant, I could go and pick it up. Mr. Easton often does that if he spends the night aboard. Oh, Ethan, you really are such a dear. She reached over and squeezed his hand. They had dinner out on the deck and continued drinking. Ethan started to talk about Will in negative terms. He wasn't a real sailor. The boat was all computerized to cover Will's lack of ability. She should really have a crew of 4, but Will wouldn't pay for that. Emily realized now that she should have slapped him down, but she hadn't. Ethan produced an amplified iPod, and they started to dance on the deck. The alcohol she consumed took away her inhibitions, and she sank into Ethan's arms. Oh, Ethan, I shouldn't be doing this. I'm a married woman. If he cared about you, he'd be here instead of me. As the evening and the drinking went on, Emily became less stable on her feet. After one too many stumbles, she hugged Ethan and kissed his cheek. I think it's time for bed. He put his arm around her waist and held her close as he walked her down the gangway to the cabin. He turned her and sat her on the bed. She put both hands behind his head. My hero, she said as she pulled his head down and kissed him. Ethan didn't need any more encouragement. He leaned in to kiss her back, his lips pressing against hers with intensity. As they pulled away, he spoke, his voice filled with emotion. Emmy, this is right. You deserve someone who truly appreciates you. You deserve someone who sees your worth, not someone who takes you for granted. Emily knew she should pull back, but in the moment, her emotions were clouded. She had been feeling alone, and Ethan's words struck a chord with her. She didn't know what to do. Her feelings were confused, but she knew that this wasn't how things were supposed to unfold. Ethan, this is wrong. We shouldn't be doing this, she said, trying to step back. No, Emmy, you want more, and I want to give it to you. It's him that doesn't deserve you, Ethan replied. The conversation left her conflicted, but she didn't know how to express it. That night, she felt vulnerable and confused. As she woke up the next morning, a headache pounding in her head, the reality of the situation hit her hard. She stumbled to the bathroom, trying to clear her head, and then sat down in the quiet of the bathroom. Oh my God, what have I done? She thought to herself, feeling overwhelmed. After a few minutes, she made a decision. She couldn't let this happen again. She walked back into the bedroom to find Ethan awake, looking at her with a smile. Last night was amazing, he said, eyes bright. Where do we go from here? Emily's heart sank. She looked at him, her thoughts racing. Ethan, last night was a mistake. We can't let it happen again. Ethan's smile faltered. But I know we both wanted it. It wasn't a mistake. We deserve to be happy. No, she replied firmly. I'm married. I shouldn't be here with you, and you shouldn't be here with me. What would my husband think if he knew? Ethan's response was quick and emotional. He doesn't deserve you. He doesn't love you like I do. If he did, he wouldn't leave you alone for so long. Emily felt the weight of his words, but she knew she had to take responsibility for her own choices. She could have defended her husband's love for her, but the moment had passed. Ethan, she said softly, you don't really love me. Last night was a mistake. We were both drunk, and I made a mistake. I like you, Ethan, but I'm married. That's important. Ethan's expression was a mixture of hurt and confusion, but Emily was resolute. She needed to make things right, for her marriage and for herself. I do love you. I've loved you since I first met you. I wasn't drunk. I wanted last night to happen, and I want to be with you. I think you'd better get your clothes and leave while I get dressed. I'm going back to London. He gathered up his clothes and headed for the door when she called out to him. Ethan, last night never happened. Are we clear on that? He nodded and left the cabin with his head down. Now as she dwelt on the fact that she was alone on the boat with a murderer, she wished she'd left it at that. That she'd never returned to Brighton without Will. She tried. She really did. For 3 weeks, she held out against her friend's demands for another girl's day out on BJ. I know what it is, said Emily's best friend Jane. She just wants to keep that hunk Ethan all to herself. That's not fair. Beverly chipped in. She's a married woman, and her will is pretty dishy, not to mention loaded. Having Ethan as well as just being greedy. She blushed, and tears came to her eyes. Jane put her arm around her friend. Oh, don't get upset. We were just having a little fun. You have to admit Ethan is a bit of a hunk. We're just a little bit jealous, that's all. Emmy dried her eyes. I'm sorry, it just brought home to me how much I miss Will. All the more reason for a girly day out on that boat. Maybe I'll call Ethan and set it up. She'd known it was a mistake, but she just couldn't help herself. The other girls had tried their luck with Ethan, but got nowhere. Jane even suggested that he might be gay. It was all Emmy could do to avoid jumping in to deny it. As usual, the champagne had flowed and Emily had her fair share. The other girls got a taxi to the station, leaving her alone with Ethan. She'd booked a suite in the Grand for the night and had intended to get a taxi, but Ethan insisted on driving her. It seemed ungrateful not to invite him to dinner. From that point, there was only going to be one outcome. It was a warm spring, and the pressure from the girls for days out on the boat was irresistible when Will was away. It didn't take long before she was popping down to Brighton whenever she felt lonely or in need of a distraction. It had seemed like a harmless bit of fun. She'd never imagined it would end up with her sharing a boat with a murderer. She heard a knock on the door. Emmy, speak to me. You can't stay in there forever. We need to get things straight. She lay on the bed with the pillows over her head, willing him to go away. I'd never felt so grateful for spending my gap year in France. It had given me the chance to practice the French I'd learned in school. By the end of the year, I'd become very good, and I certainly needed it now. Few of the hospital staff spoke good enough English to explain everything that had to be done, but in their native language, it was no problem. It was 20 minutes before the doctor came to see me. Madam Easton? Non. I told him. I explained that Emily had been on the boat with Will, and as far as I knew, still was. I am Mr. Easton's personal assistant. I explained. Is there a problem? Monsieur Easton is very ill. He has some damage to his skull, and there has been some bleeding on the brain. We need to do a craniotomy. It is a dangerous operation. I really need the authority of his next of kin to go ahead. What will happen if you don't do this operation? The doctor shrugged, holding his hands out, palms upwards. It is difficult to say. He is a strong man. I don't know why he isn't dead already. He may survive, but he will not be the man he was. And if you do it, he will probably survive, and the brain damage would be small. In time, he may make a full recovery. Well, doctor, I can't get any family here in less than 12 hours. Do we have that much time? Non. Every minute we delay increases the risk. Go ahead, doctor. I will support you all the way. Well, Easton wouldn't want to live if his brain wasn't on top form. I will try to get his father here, but go ahead and do what you have to do. The doctor walked away and I sat down and got out my phone. Will's father, Luke, lived in Sheffield. I'd spoken to him a few times when he tried to make contact with Will. He seemed like a nice man and I always felt sorry for him. Will never spoke about him, but I knew something had happened between them. Luke seemed to want to build bridges, but Will wanted nothing to do with him. He hadn't even invited him to his wedding. Unknown to Will, I'd had a few conversations with his father and had his number in my contacts list. I punched in the number and waited for an answer. When he answered, I knew where Will got his directness from. Luke Easton, what do you want? Luke, it's Olivia Parker. Will's had an accident. Needs you. Olivia, I'm sorry, love. I didn't recognize the number. What do you mean he needs me? That boy hasn't needed me since he was a teenager. Is that what he said, that he needs me? No, Luke, he's not in a fit state to say anything. It's really serious, we could lose him. He needs you here. I need you here. Luke owned an engineering business in Sheffield, supplying components to the motor industry. It wouldn't be easy for him to just drop everything and leave. Okay, lass, so where is here? The hospital in St. Nazaire. It's in... Luke cut me off in mid-flow. Oh, I know where it is, lass. My father took part in the raid there. I went with him to a memorial service when I were a lad. I'll have to make a few calls first, then I'll be on my way. I'll see you sometime tomorrow. We said our goodbyes, and I looked up the next number I needed. Sir George McMahon was a prickly character. He built his construction business from nothing and was proud of the fact. Now in his late 60s, he was under pressure to make way for a younger man. That was certainly not Sir George's way. While he could still cut it, he would stay at the top. He had no time for people like Will who made money out of other people's misery. He answered the phone on the third ring. Yes, what is it? Sir George, I'm Olivia Parker, Will Easton's PA. I don't want to be rude, Miss Parker, but I doubt that Mr. Easton and I have anything to talk about. Oh no, sir, I didn't think you would. I'm calling to tell you that your boat will be a day late arriving in Mahone. Your man Graham Goddard did us a huge favor today, and it's going to make him late. I just wanted you to know and tell you that Mr. Easton owes you a favor. Well, I'll deal with young Goddard when he gets here. As for Easton, what could he possibly do for me? Well, sir, if he were here, I'm sure he would start by suggesting you call your finance director, Mr. Andrew Pimberley, and tell him the emergency board meeting next Tuesday has been called off. Mr. Easton can't make it, and all offers are off the table. Now, wait a minute, young lady. Are you telling me that Andy Pimberley, one of my oldest friends, was going to sell my company from under me? I think that is something you should take up with him, sir. Mr. Easton feels that he owes you a favor. He is willing to loan you some of our team to show you where you are vulnerable and advise on what to do about it. There was a pause in the conversation before Sir George came back. So just what was this favor that young Goddard did for your boss? I'm not at liberty to say that, sir, nor is Mr. Goddard, so please don't ask him. It really was a huge favor, and it has cost you nothing but the use of your yacht for a day. You'll have my number now. So give me a call if you want to take up Mr. Easton's offer. There is just one other thing. We really would appreciate it if you could keep all this under your hat, sir. Keep what under my hat? You haven't told me anything other than my friend is trying to sell me down the river. I will look into that, and if it's true, you can rest assured I will be doing something about it. I don't suppose I'll get much more from you now, so I'll bid you good night. Then he was gone. And thank you too, Sir George, I said to the disconnected phone. I felt tired and laid out across some plastic chairs in the reception area. I closed my eyes, but sleep wouldn't come. I kept going over things in my mind. 12 hours after he'd gone into the water, there was still no man overboard report from BJ2, and she hadn't changed course. The more I thought about it, the less it looked like an accident. I started to wish I'd voiced my suspicions about Emily. Would Will have believed me? Was I even correct? Perhaps I wanted to think she was cheating. In Guernsey, they still looked so in love, I started to think I'd got it wrong. Perhaps I'd been looking at the wrong person. Maybe it was Ethan I should have been studying. I'd always found him a bit creepy, a bit like Uriah Heep, always seeming to do as you ask but just waiting for the day to stab you in the back. Exhaustion must have got the better of me, as I woke to find a nurse gently shaking my shoulder. Momselle Parker, Momselle, the operation is over. Your friend has been moved to intensive care. Can I see him? You can, but he will not know you are there. We have sedated him. He will be unconscious for some time. We find the brain heals better that way. In England, I think you call it a chemical coma. I would still like to see him, please. Can you show me where he is? She led me through the maze of corridors to intensive care, then to a side room where I found him in a bed, his head bandaged, a breathing tube and his mouth monitors attached to his chest and fingers, and a drip feeding into his left hand. It is not as bad as it looks. He is strong, this one. He is breathing on his own, and he has a good, strong heart. He should survive. What about brain damage? You will have to talk to the doctor about that. They removed 2 clots, and I think they were hopeful. Can I stay with him, nurse? Certainly, Momcel. There is a comfortable chair. They say it helps to talk to them. Maybe you could talk to your friend. I sat in the chair beside the bed and held his hand. I wanted to feel him move, to know he was still in there somewhere. I felt nothing but the calluses on his hand. I put the other hand on top of his. Oh, well, come on, I've not brought you this far to lose you now. You've got to fight this. I need you back in action. For the first time since the whole adventure started, I cried. I cried for him. I cried for me, and all those times we may never have together. As I managed to stem the flow of tears, I slumped back in the chair and soon fell asleep. I woke at 6 a.m. when the nurses came in to do their regular observations and to change the drip. I asked if there was anywhere I could have a shower. A nurse showed me to the staff changing rooms. A shower followed by breakfast in the staff restaurant, and I felt more like my usual self as I went back to reception to wait for Graham. Graham turned up bright and cheerful as ever. I was quite surprised by his first words. How is he today? We won't really know for a few days, but it looks like he is going to live thanks to you. Me? Like most men, I only did as I was told. I punched his arm. You got us to him in time, and you got us back here. You saved his life, and we both know it. Poor Graham, a very reluctant hero, blushed. Now I have another favor to ask. I need you to keep it quiet. Sir George knows you are going to be late, and nobody should ask you why. If they do, I want you to make something up or just say nothing. I don't want word to get out yet. You are one hell of a woman. You know that? I hope your man in there knows what he's got. I don't know if he is going to know anything when they bring him round. In the meantime, I've got to hold things together. Now, we need to get you on your way. I've got a company credit card, so let's get you fueled up and on your way. We left the hospital and made our way to the harbor. By 10:30 a.m., he was on his way and I took a taxi back to the hospital. Luke Easton arrived that afternoon. As soon as I saw him, I knew who he was. He had the same blue eyes and square jaw as his son. His hair was gray to white. No coloring for Luke. He had no worries about getting older. In fact, he was proud of it. He was about 6 feet tall and well-built for his age. I got up from the chair to meet him as he came in. He looked at Will and all the instruments, then at me. You must be Olivia, he said as he held out his arms towards me. I walked towards him and surrendered to his embrace. Just being held by a man was such a comfort. As I stood there with my head on his chest, I could feel the tears starting to form again. As I felt them running down my cheeks, I suddenly felt glad that I hadn't bothered with makeup. We stood like that for a couple of minutes before he pulled back, lifted my chin, and looked into my eyes. I'm here now. You don't have to do it all on your own anymore. I've booked you into the Royal. I want you to spend the night there tonight. It looks like you need a good night's sleep. He moved over to the bed and looked at Will. I explained what each of the monitors was for. He took Will's hand in both of his and looked down. I'm sorry, son. I've not been the best of fathers to you, but I do love you, and I'll do whatever it takes to make you see that. He turned away and put an arm around my shoulder. I've not eaten yet today. Is there somewhere we can eat while you tell me how this happened? I took him to the staff restaurant, and over a meal, I told him everything I knew about what had happened. We were drinking our coffee as he summed up exactly what had been worrying me. So Will got a hell of a smack on the head and went overboard. His yacht just continued as if nothing had happened. Even if no one saw it happen, they must have missed him by now, but he hasn't been reported lost, and they're still on the original course. It doesn't smell right, does it? It gets worse, Luke. I think Emily and Ethan have been having an affair. She's been spending a lot of time down in Brighton when Will is away. She always books a room in the Grand in the name of Mr. and Mrs. Easton. Oh my God, that's a hell of a motive for murder. Is that why you're trying to keep it quiet? Hoping he'll be able to tell us what happened before they sail into Gibraltar? Well, partly, but also to keep all his friends from knowing that he is out of action. Luke looked puzzled. Oh, come on, look. You know the shark pool he swims in. If they get wind of what has happened, they'll all be circling looking to snap up any of his deals. I've already lost one to keep it quiet. I want us to know what the outcome will be before we let people know what has happened. I hope he appreciates what he's got in you. He pays me well, Luke. No one could pay you enough to command your level of commitment. I know it, and you know it. If his wife had shown your level of commitment, he wouldn't be in that state. He paused and thought for a while. Does he know how you feel about him? I don't know what you mean, Luke. You're in love with him. I can see that now. It doesn't matter what he does. You'll defend him. It won't matter how disabled he is by this injury. You'll stick by him. It's why you called me, isn't it? You know he won't thank you for it, but you think he might need help and you know I won't refuse. Is that such a bad thing? No, lass, it's bloody marvelous. I just like to see you getting something back. I can't say I wouldn't like that Luke, but it's not essential. I would love him anyway. Well, you've got me pegged. I won't refuse him anything. It's me that made him the way he is. I wish it wasn't true, but it is. Now I'll do whatever it takes to get a little more time to try and put things right. I'll do whatever you want. They tell me it helps to give him something familiar while he is in this state. So why don't you download some of his favorite music? I've brought some stuff to read to him. Between us, we'll pull him through this. Emmy woke up to the sound of someone hammering on the door. Emmy, you can't lock yourself in there for the whole trip. Come on, I've got breakfast ready. Come out and talk to me. Okay, I'll be out in a minute. She'd realized overnight that she had no option but to get along with Ethan, at least until they got to Gibraltar. You're an actress, she told herself. You can do this, it's just another role. As she started to get dressed, she realized that she didn't believe a word of it. She wore t-shirt jeans and remembered to wear her life jacket. She walked quietly out on deck and sat at the table. She'd become accustomed to eating on board, so the constant movement of the table was not a problem. Not having eaten since breakfast the previous day, she was really hungry. As she tucked into her breakfast, Ethan gave her a cup of coffee. You do know I did it for you. Well, for us. We couldn't go on like that. You having to sleep with him and pretending to like it. We could have waited, Ethan. You didn't have to kill him. He didn't deserve that. I could have divorced him. No, that wouldn't work. You're a beautiful woman who is used to the high life. I couldn't give you that, but I don't need all that I managed without it before. I can do it again. You shouldn't have to do without, and now you don't. Don't you see? Now we can be together and not have to worry. We can have it all. You don't know that, Ethan. He may have left it all to the bloody yacht club. Then where will we be? Ethan was stumped. He'd obviously not considered that Will might leave his money to anyone but Emily. She could almost see his brain turning over trying to process this new idea. No, he wouldn't do that, and if he did, you could contest the will. You wouldn't be left with nothing. We don't know that. Maybe if we put into port we could report him missing. Maybe he's still alive. Maybe someone picked him up. The longer we leave it, the more suspicious it looks. He's dead, you've got to accept that. Even if he was alive when he went in the water, he wouldn't have lasted long. This is the Atlantic Ocean. Maximum survival time is about 20 minutes, half an hour tops. I checked the radar, there wasn't a boat that could have got to him in time. Besides, if anyone had picked him up, they would have reported it and called for a lifeboat. I was monitoring the radio. The only activity was some French bird in Saint Nazaire, rabbiting on in her own language. Duh, it is the French coast. What language did you expect her to speak? English, of course. It's the standard maritime language. All the Coast Guards speak it, and all emergency transmissions are supposed to be in English. She was probably just chatting with her boyfriend. So if we are not going to put into port, what are we going to do? We can't just sail into Gib without him. Well, the weather forecast says there are some squalls coming up in a day or two. When they hit, we report him as swept overboard and call it in to the Coast Guard. We go on to Gib because I'll be injured and can't help in the search. You see, I've got it all worked out. Doesn't it worry you that you just killed a man? I don't think about it. I did what had to be done, but it's not just me. We're both in this together. But I didn't do anything. I wanted you to go back for him. I know that, and you know that. But if they find out about us, no jury will believe you weren't in on it. It wouldn't matter what I said. Up to that point, Emily had managed to keep up her act, but at hearing the last thing Ethan had to say, she could feel her grip starting to slip. That's not fair. I had nothing to do with it. I didn't even want it. I was happy with things the way they were. But you were the one with the most to gain. If they decided that it was murder, and if they knew you had a lover, no one would believe you had nothing to do with it. That's why we've got to convince everyone that it was an accident. We need to come up with a story and stick to it. She burst into tears. All hope of holding it together had gone. 2 days before, she'd been on top of the world. Her husband was home, and they were enjoying being together. He's sailing his boat, she enjoying the sight of him really enjoying himself. She'd been so happy. It was a bit embarrassing having Ethan around, but she'd been able to live with that. Now her whole world had fallen apart. Ethan was right. People would think she put him up to it. She could already see the headlines calling her the Black Widow. I don't deserve this, she thought. All right, I had a little fling with Ethan, but that's not a crime. She felt Ethan's arm around her shoulders. Don't cry about it. I'll sort it out. We'll stick to it being an accident. It's up to them to prove that it wasn't. If we stick together, we'll be fine. Emmy tried to finish her breakfast, but she couldn't. Her stomach kept telling her that it wanted to empty out its contents. She went back to the cabin and tried to read, but she couldn't keep her mind focused on the story. They didn't expect to reach Gibraltar for another 4 days. She didn't think she could last that long. The day dragged on for Emmy. Ethan offered her food and drink, but she wasn't interested. That night she left the door unlocked and was not surprised when she felt Ethan climb in beside her. She felt him snuggle up behind her. His hand came around to her body. She pushed his hand away. "Not tonight, Ethan. I'm just not in the mood." Ethan sighed and rolled away from her. Luke Easton sat in the chair beside his son. In his hand was a book of poetry by Philip Larkin. He remembered Will at 14 reading the poems to his mother. His mom never liked them because of the bad language. Will kept telling her it wasn't the words that were important, but the way the poet used them. He kept on reading until Luke, seeing his wife's discomfort, snatched the book and threw it in the bin. "There," he'd said. "That's where your bloody poetry belongs. Why can't you leave all this arty-farty stuff be? Can't you see you're upsetting your mother? Why can't you be more of a man, like your brother?" He reached out and squeezed his son's hand. He knew a thing or two, this Larkin chap. You won't be surprised to know I've never really read his work. I can see now why you used to like it. He went back to reading. He was still doing that when I got back. I'd been away for 4 hours in which I'd bought an iPod and amplified speaker system, downloaded some music, moved into my hotel room, and even snatched a couple of hours sleep. As I walked into the room, Luke got up to greet me with a kiss on each cheek. "My, you're looking better, lass." "Thanks, Luke. It's amazing what a few hours sleep and a shower can do." "Anything happening here?" "Not really. They took him down for an MRI scan about an hour ago, but no one is saying anything." "Has Dr. Monton been in?" "No. Nurse Marie has been in a few times to check on him and change the drip. Perhaps we should go and find Dr. Monton, and then maybe you'd like to buy me a cup of coffee." It took about 5 minutes to find Dr. Monton, who seemed very pleased to see a blood relation who could authorize any further operations. He explained exactly what he had done. I asked about the latest scan. He produced a tablet computer and flicked through the images. It looks encouraging. Monsieur Easton's brain has stopped swelling. It may have even gone down a bit. We'll know more tomorrow. Maybe if this continues, we can reduce the sedation." We thanked him and went off to the staff restaurant to get a cup of coffee. I sat down opposite him trying to think of how to broach the subject I wanted to talk about. Luke looked at me with a twinkle in his eye. "Now, young lady, I'd like to think it was my irresistible charm that makes you want to be here with me. However, my ego is not that big. So what do you want to talk to me about?" "Well, I know that Will likes to think that he doesn't need anyone. I don't know how long it's going to take for him to recover from this, or even if he will completely recover. He needs you on his side. I know you two don't get on, but I don't know why." "Ah, so you want the potted family history. Okay, I'll give it to you, but I doubt it will help. Too much water gone under the bridge. I'm afraid you won't like me much after you've heard it all." Luke shuffled uncomfortably in his seat as he tried to figure out where to start. "You know Will is not an only child, don't you?" "No, I didn't. He had a brother, John. John was 4 years older, and when Will came along, he became very jealous. Like most men, I could relate to a 4-year-old easier than I could to a baby. I told myself that I was only compensating for the fact that Will got all his mother's attention. It wasn't true, of course. He was always my son, named after my father. As he grew up, John was always what I called a real boy. He was in the school football team, the swimming team, and he even ran for them. A real sports star. What father wouldn't be proud? I went to all his matches and saw him presented with trophy after trophy. I even bought a cabinet for them. Will was a different kettle of fish. Everything was inside with him. Here. He tapped the side of his head with his finger. He wasn't interested in sports. Teachers said he was unusually gifted, academically. He loved it all. I'm an engineer, right? I can do maths, but he wasn't just good at it. He loved it. It was the same with literature and science. Anything that required brain power. At 14, he was county chess champion. I mean chess, my son playing chess. But when he played his big tournament, where was I? On the golf course, playing around with my mates. I couldn't face sitting there watching while the clocks ticked away. I mean, what did I know about chess? It was down to Emma, my wife, to be there and bring him home. When I got home, she was full of it, county champion at 14. I'd had a couple of gin and tonics in the 19th hole and couldn't see what the fuss was all about. I think I said something like, "It's just a bloody board game." Emma tried to put the trophy in the cabinet, but Will grabbed it, took it up to his room, and we never saw it again. Later that year, we had another run-in about poetry. Emma told me it was time I remembered I had 2 sons. Trouble is, it was already too late. That was the last time he said anything to me that he didn't have to. Even at Christmas and birthdays, Emma would ask what he wanted, and the response was always the same. I don't want anything from him. He did 2 paper rounds, one morning, one evening. On Saturdays, he worked filling shelves in the supermarket. I tell you, that boy did nothing but work and study. I thought he would come around. He saw his brother getting whatever he needed, just by asking. Yet he was prepared to work his arse off just to avoid asking. He wanted a new computer. He went out and bought it. John decided that he didn't want to go to university. He didn't see the point when he was only going to end up in the family business. Well, never even considered that. When he reached 18, he bought himself a motorbike and took a place at Southampton University studying economics and statistics. That was where he got into sailing. From then on, I only saw him at Christmas. He got jobs in Southampton for spring and summer break. He came home to see his mum from time to time, but always when I was at work. One of my golfing pals had a daughter at Southampton. She said he was making a name for himself as a sailor. At last, he was doing something I could understand. A race is a race, whether it's running, swimming, or sailing. The first one over the line wins. You can tell how someone is doing by their position in the race. I were right proud, lass. I wanted to go and see him race, but I had no idea of where or when he was racing. I could have asked my friend, but I didn't want to admit that my youngest son was a stranger to me. I just bluffed it out by saying that his mother and I were very proud of him. John went from bad to worse wherever I put him in the company he fouled up. He was usually late, hungover, or both. I had to employ someone else to double-check everything he did. He had a company car, which he wrote off twice. He was a spoiled brat, and I knew that I'd made him that way. Just as sure as I'd given Will the impression that nothing he did would ever be good enough, I'd given John the idea that he could do whatever he wanted, and he would always be forgiven. I had no choice. He was all I had left. I had to hope that somehow he could turn himself around. While John was trying to live the high life, Will was focused on positioning himself for success. During the era of deregulation in the city, he began trading on the stock market while still in university. He graduated with top honors and no debt. His jobs and trading activities meant he was financially better off when he finished than when he started. Will then secured a job as a trader in the city and quickly became part of the Champagne Charlie's crowd. However, unlike many of his peers, he didn't indulge in their lifestyle. Instead, he saved his money for the future. His only luxury was buying an 18-foot racing skiff, which he named BJ. The sailing community, however, disapproved of the name, citing that it would be too awkward for commentators, so Will reluctantly renamed the boat BJ. I saw him race in Cows one year, where he and his crew won their class. The friends who had taken me to watch the race suggested we celebrate by joining him and his crew. I wanted to, but I hesitated, scared of what I'd do if he rejected me. Even then, there was still a chance to make things right. Emma and I studied the sailing calendar and planned to watch him again. I knew he'd never ignore her, even if it meant speaking to me. I believed if I could just talk to him, I could repair some of the damage I had caused. I thought I had a real chance, but then came the night that shattered everything. I was supposed to accompany Emma to a big charity do, but I got involved in negotiations to supply one of the big car firms down in Birmingham. The talking went on a bit. By 6:30, we were still at it, and I had to take them to dinner. Of course, I called Emma and she agreed to go on her own, as long as I picked her up. I was on my way home with a little time to spare when I ran into a big jam on the motorway. When I hadn't moved for half an hour, I knew I wasn't going to make it. So I phoned John and asked him to pick up his mother. When he refused, I really lost it. I told him either he picked her up or he would find himself out of a job and without a car in the morning. He kept protesting, but I would have none of it. I hung up on him. I got past the holdup and realized that I would only be half an hour late. I tried to ring Emma, but there was no reply. I guess that John must have picked her up. I just got onto the elevated section when everything came to a standstill. All I could see was flashing blue lights ahead. As I got close, I could see someone had gone through the crash barrier. I can remember feeling sorry for them. I didn't know, you see. Tears were running down his face as he looked at me. I took both of his hands in mine. Oh no, Luke, not Emma. He nodded his head. They never stood a chance. It's about a 100-foot drop. The police told me John had 4 times the legal limit of alcohol in his blood. That must have been what he was trying to tell me, but I wouldn't listen. I killed them, as sure as if I pushed them over. I know it and Will knows it. I moved to sit beside him, put my arm around his shoulders, and hugged him tight to my chest. No, you didn't, Luke. It wasn't your fault. John knew how much he'd drunk. He could have picked up Emma in a taxi. He didn't have to drive. I'm sure Will doesn't really blame you. Oh, he does, lass. You should have seen him at the funeral. He tried to avoid me all he could, but my sister got us together. She told us we'd only got each other now, and it was time we buried the hatchet. Will just looked at me and said that I killed all chance of that on that fateful night. But you're still here when he needs you. You haven't given up. I can't last. My Emma was right. I had 2 sons. I need to show him that no matter what, I love him and I'm proud of him. I always have been, really. I just didn't know how to show it. I hate what he does, but I'm proud of the fact that he's got where he is all on his own. I took his hand in both of mine. We'll pull him through this, you and I, and then you'll get your chance. We finished our coffee. Luke left for the hotel, and I settled in for another evening of sitting with Will. I set up the iPod and started up the laptop to get a bit of work done. As Nigel Kennedy opened up with Vivaldi's Four Seasons, I checked on the position of BJ2. She was approaching the coast of Spain, off of Coruña. I checked the news. There was still no man overboard report. As time went by, it looked less and less like an accident. After an uneventful evening, Luke relieved me at midnight and I went back to the hotel to have the best night's sleep I'd had since it all began. Luke was asleep in the chair when I got to the hospital. I woke him up and took him out for breakfast. When we returned, they were taking Will down for another MRI scan. I promised Luke that I'd keep him informed, and he went back to the hotel. It was midday before Will was returned to his room. 2 hours later, Dr. Montant came in with a beaming smile on his face. Good news, Mumselle, the swelling is going down. We can start reducing his sedation. But what does this mean for Will? Is he going to be okay? The doctor shrugged. There will be some damage. We do not know how much. It is possible that he will make a full recovery. We will know more once he is conscious. Give us a few days, we will know more then. When do you expect him to come round, doctor? We will reduce the sedation gradually. He may start coming back to us sometime tomorrow, maybe a little later. We will keep an eye on him. If we see any signs of a return to consciousness, we will remove the breathing tube. He seemed a little surprised when I hugged him. When the doctor left, I went over to the bed and kissed Will's forehead. It's time for you to come back to us. It's all up to you now. I sat beside the bed and held his hand. I played his music and I read to him. From time to time, his fingers would twitch, which caused me to stop and check him. Luke came in early at 10 p.m. and took over from me. Luke Easton watched his son throughout the night. He noticed a few tremors of the hand, but nothing to say he was waking up. From time to time, he would read aloud or play music that Will liked or would remember. The iPod was playing The Last Time by the Rolling Stones, and Luke was singing along when it happened. He saw his son's hand move. It was not just a twitch. The hand lifted and fell down again onto Will's stomach. Luke fell silent and just watched his son sleeping. Will's hand was still. Once more, Luke sang along to the chorus. The hand lifted and seemed to wave to the right and fall again. Luke reached out and pressed the alarm button. The 30 seconds it took for the nurse to arrive seemed like 3 hours. Luke explained about the hand movement. At first, he couldn't convince her that the movement was real. The nurse took Will's hand in hers and pricked the back of it with a pin. She saw it flinch, then put it down and recorded the results. Within 5 minutes, 2 doctors and a nurse were in the room, and one of the doctors carefully removed the breathing tube from Will's mouth. Luke tried to ask the doctors some question, but neither of them spoke any English. He wished Olivia had been there, but she wasn't due to arrive for another 2 hours. He sat back down to continue his vigil. He pulled out the book and began to read aloud. They screw you up, your mum and dad. They may not mean to, but they do. They fill you with the faults they had, and add some extra just for you. He continued to read the Larkin verse, remembering how Will used to recite it at home. He got to the final line, and don't have any kids yourself. He stopped and looked at Will. You know, he knew a thing or two, that Larkin bloke. That bit about being all lovey-dovey, or tearing each other apart, that was your grandfather and grandma. I tried to make sure it wasn't like that for you and John. It wasn't hard. Your mum was nothing like grandma. She used to wait until you were in bed before she tore strips off me. It was usually about you. She used to tell me I was spoiling John and not paying enough attention to you. I tried, you know, to treat you both the same. John always pushed himself forward, and as we say in engineering, it's always the squeaky wheel that gets the oil. He continued talking to Will until I arrived. He told me about the activity, and I went off to find a doctor. I returned with 2 cups of coffee. We sat down and I told him what the doctor had to say. It's all positive, Luke. He's on the way back. It could be several hours, or it could be almost immediate. We can only wait. I've got to get some sleep, lass. You will call me if anything happens, won't you? Of course, I will, Luke. You go and get your head down. I started the day, as usual, by checking the business news. Andy Pemberley had resigned as finance director of McMahon Construction. He apparently needed to spend more time with his family. The share price had started to rise. I wondered what Will would have to say about that. There was still no news from BJ2. She was still on course a few miles off the coast at Vigo. I set about my normal work, checking out all the companies with a falling share price. I was looking for companies that were undervalued. I talked to Will as I worked, telling him about my findings. The morning passed without incident, and Luke returned early in the afternoon. He asked if there was any change. Not really, Luke, he's moved a bit, as if he's been dreaming or something. So we're still waiting then? I looked at him, and I could see there was something he wanted to ask. What is it you want to know? He grinned. Am I that transparent? Yes, there is something. Yesterday I told you that I hate what he does. It occurred to me last night that I don't really know what he does. I know they call him an asset stripper, but I don't know what that is. People tell me he destroys companies, but I don't see how you make money doing that. Okay, look, I'll try and explain. It's probably not as bad as you think. Let's take Sir George McMahon as an example. My God, you're not moving in on him, are you? Not now, Luke, no, it was Sir George boat that I used to save Will. Sir George has been a silly boy. Got caught with his trousers down and is now going through a messy divorce. He is frightened of losing his company to his wife, so he has sold a lot of his shares to his friends, with the assurance that he will buy them back, at the price they paid, when the divorce is over. You see, cash is easier to hide than shares. McMahon's share price has been falling and Sir George's friends are getting cold feet. We were all set to step in and make them an offer, a little above the market price but below what Sir George had agreed to pay. Said Luke. I think I see it now. You will sell them back to Sir George, maybe twist his arm a bit and make a profit? No, it's more complicated than that. Yes, we'd buy all the available shares and we'd borrow the money to do it. Sir George only has 20% at the moment, and if his wife only gets a quarter of that, it's enough for us to make her a good offer. Once we have 85%, we can force Sir George to sell at the market price and transfer the loans to the company. Now Sir George, like a lot of older people, believed in owning things. McMahon, like most construction companies, has bought a lot of land which they haven't developed. They call it land banking. Sir George has bought a lot more than he will need in many years. Often he buys it just to stop his competitors. When we buy the company, we would sell a lot of that land. The company owns its own offices and all the plant and machinery. We would sell all of that and lease it back. That releases a lot of cash, making the company's bottom line very attractive. It also means they will declare a hell of a big dividend which is paid to us. So you've got a big dividend and a company with large debts and few assets to speak of. You've got it, look, but don't forget the bottom line. Most punters on the stock market don't look beyond that. That bottom line pushes up demand for shares. We sell a few and the price shoots up. We sell off small parcels until the price stops rising. Then we unload the lot. We've doubled or even trebled our money. Well, we would have if we'd spent any. Remember, all the cost of the buyout is transferred to the company. So the new shareholders end up with a company that has large interest and rental payments to make, but without any increased profit to cover it. Yes, that's about it. The share price will drop rapidly. If the managers are good, they'll keep their head above water. All the payments are tax deductible. The shareholders will lose out, but they should have done their homework before investing. And if the management is not so good, the company goes to the wall, and everybody loses their jobs. Nothing is guaranteed, Luke. I never said it was pleasant. And that is what you were going to do to Sir George? Yes, but not now. We owe him a favor. Come to think of it, he might decide to come on board. He could end up buying his company back for less than he sold it for. Luke shook his head and looked me in the eye. You really are a surprise. Outside sweet, delicate Barbie doll, inside Rottweiler. Do you like doing all that? Not particularly, Luke, especially if the firm folds up afterwards. But it's what we do and we're good at it. I nodded in the direction of Will. And he is very good at it. He's the best. There is one thing that puzzles me. If you believe it's every man for himself, and you exploit whatever you can to make money, why are you here? Why aren't you out there doing the deals without him? I looked down at the floor. I think you know the answer to that, Luke. I do, lass. No matter what they do, you still love them. Just like I was with John. Just like I am with him. Our little tete-a-tete was disturbed by a coughing sound. We turned to see Will, eyes wide open and gasping to say something. We both went to his side. I pressed the alarm to call the nurse and tried to listen to him. Thirsty. Water, please. I looked around. On top of the cabinet by the bed was a jug of water, and beside it a vessel that looked like a small teapot. I put the spout to his mouth, and he started to drink. As the nurse came in, she stopped me immediately. Non, un petit peu, trace peu. Just a little bit. I translated for Will and Luke. Trop etil vomir, said the nurse, taking the teapot from me. She says too much will make you sick. I told him as the nurse poured water onto a cotton wool swab. She wiped the swab over his lips, then tapped on his chin. Ouvert, she said, and Will opened his mouth. She put the swab into his mouth and Will sucked on it. The nurse withdrew the swab and repeated the operation with another. Saya says, J.E. Pince. J.E. Vase la Diaro medicine. That's enough for now. I told them. The doctor will be here soon. Do you know who I am? I asked Will. Of course, I do, Ali. Where am I and how did I get here? You're in a hospital in St. Nazaire. We brought you here when we pulled you out of the water. How do you feel? Like I've been kicked by a mule and swallowed a sandpit. Apart from that, I don't know yet. Well, that sounds promising. Luke said from the other side of the bed. Will turned his head to face his father. What are you doing here? There was no animosity in his voice, none of the aggression I expected. It was just a simple question. She called me and I came. Just like that? Just like that. I said. I don't know how he got here so quickly, but I'm glad he did. Where is Emmy? Still on board BJ as far as I know. It suddenly dawned on me that I couldn't be sure of that. What if she went into the water at the same time? All BJ's life jacket carried the trackers, but if they weren't wearing them, it could be that BJ's computer was sailing her and they'd all been washed overboard. I tried to think back. I definitely couldn't remember seeing Ethan without his Mae West, but Emily was another matter. No sense in worrying him now, I thought. If she went in with him, she'll be gone by now. I found myself enjoying that thought, then felt ashamed that I had. BJ, yes, I remember now. I was sailing BJ to Gib Emmy, wanted to come with me instead of flying. Dr. Monton breezed into the room. He looked delighted. Monsieur Easton's, it is good to see you awake. How are you feeling? Like shit, Doc, how should I feel? Good, good. The doctor said before turning to Luke and I, Mamselle, Monsieur. I need to examine my patient in private. Do you mind? Luke and I went to get a coffee while the doctor carried out his examination. I voiced my concerns about Emily, and he agreed that it was best to say nothing for the moment. Dr. Monton found us and announced with a beaming smile. Good news, my friends. Good news. Mr. Easton's cognitive abilities seem to be unimpaired. That does not mean everything is fine. We still have to check his motor control. We have a long way to go, but it looks promising. Thank you, doctor. You've done a wonderful job. It was not me, Mamselle. I am just a tool in his hands. He looked up to the heavens. With his injuries and all that time in the water, it was a miracle that he was alive when he got here. I think that young man has friends in high places. So what happens now then, Doc? Luke asked. He is sleeping again now. He is going to do a lot of that. Tomorrow, maybe we sit him up to see what he can do. We thanked the doctor, finished our coffee, and went back to Will's room. Luke decided to sit with him while I got a chance to get out and see something of the town. Around 4 in the afternoon, Will woke up to find his father reading poetry. What are you doing here? Your lass, Olivia. She said you needed me, so I came. Huh. What made you break the habits of a lifetime? I suppose I asked for that. I haven't been there very often for you. Your mother said it was my stupid male ego that stopped me. Was it the same stupid ego that made you send a drunk to pick her up? You really think I knew he was drunk? There's not a day goes by that I don't wish I'd told the guys in Birmingham to stuff their contract. Your mother was the best thing that ever happened to me, and you think I would willingly let her get into a car with a drunk? All he had to say was, Dad, I've had too much to drink. I'd have told him to get in a bloody taxi. You know how nervous your mother was about getting into cars with people she didn't know. I don't see you beating yourself up because you weren't there for her. What do you mean I wasn't there? Of course, I wasn't there. I didn't even live in Sheffield. No, you were down in the city making money, and woe betide anyone who got in your way. While I was trying to stop your brother from ruining the company and putting 200 men out of work. So what did you expect me to do? I wasn't the chosen son, was I? I wasn't the golden boy you could parade in front of your mates at the golf club. I was just the one who worked his arse off, and you couldn't be bothered with. Okay, I deserve that, but she didn't. Your mum. Do you know how many nights she cried when you announced that you weren't coming home for the holidays? And after university, how many times did you come up to see her? I know it was to avoid seeing me, but it was hurting her, and she didn't deserve that. Have you finished now then? Or can you find somebody else to lay the blame on? You should have looked after her. She was your wife. It was your job. So John turned out to be a drunken wastrel. Well, who made him that way? You don't like the way I've turned out. Well, you made me what I am. Get used to it. Both men had tears running down their faces as the long overdue argument continued. What is it with you, Dad? Why can't you leave it alone? Let's just go our separate ways and get on with life. I can't leave it alone. I made a promise to her, your mother, my Emma. I promised I'd never stop trying to make it right between us. Now I may be a failed husband and a failed father, but I've never broken a promise to her, and I'm not about to start now. I walked through the corridors of the hospital. As I approached, I could tell something was wrong. Nurse Marie came to meet me. She told me the other nurses had heard raised voices coming from Will's room. She insisted that it was important for Will to be calm, but none of the nurses spoke enough English to intervene. I thanked them and continued to Will's room. Well, have you boys been having a party while I've been gone? They both looked at me in surprise. Just clearing the air a bit, said Luke. Will said nothing. Luke got up to leave. He turned back to Will. You're wrong, you know. You think I'm ashamed of you, of what you do. I'm not. I'm proud, damned proud. I tell people that you did it all on your own, no help from anyone. I don't like what you do, but I'm right proud of who you are. He looked at me. I'll see you later, lass. He left and I looked back at Will. What made you call him? He asked. I needed a relative to give permission for any other procedures, and I couldn't call Emmy, so I called him. Is it a problem? No, I suppose not. It wears me out talking to him. I bet he's been telling you what a problem child I was. No, he hasn't. He's been telling me all about your achievements. I didn't know you were a chess champion. Doesn't mean much to most people. Certainly didn't mean much to him. Well, it seems to now. He also told me about your sailing exploits. Did you know he saw you win at cows? He saw me racing BJ? Why didn't he say something? He thought you might shun him in front of his friends. You won't want to hear it, but you and he have a lot in common. You're right, I don't want to hear it. Just talking about him wears me out. Well, at least here you can go to sleep. The way I feel, I just might do that if you don't mind. Feel free, I said and settled down in the chair. I sat and watched as his eyes closed. In minutes, his breathing changed and I could tell he was asleep. I sat and read from some of the books Luke had bought. By the time Luke came back, I was checking out the business news on my laptop. Any news on the boat? He asked. She's off the coast of Portugal, sticking to the original course. He hasn't asked about his wife yet then? No, he's still a bit confused. Finding you here threw him a bit. I'm going to have to tell him something tomorrow. I just wish I knew what to tell him. Somehow, lass, I get the feeling you'll think of something. I gave him a kiss on the cheek and left him to it. Emily had come to realize that she was effectively a prisoner on the boat. Sleeping with Ethan had been fun back in Brighton, but that was before she knew he was a murderer. Now he made her skin crawl. It was all she could do, not to flinch when he touched her. She tried her best to keep out of his way, but the boat was only so big. She'd even found herself cleaning and polishing, something she hadn't done since she'd moved out of her parents' home. Whenever she was alone, she'd think of Will. Had she loved him? She thought so. She certainly loved being with him. She found herself talking to him, even though she knew he'd never hear her. Oh, Will, why can't you just be alive and save me from this? I should have followed you into the water. Then we'd both be dead. Even that would be better than sharing a bed with him. If only I could find the courage to throw myself overboard. Ethan had kept himself busy during the days. He'd struggled to keep to Will's schedule. The auto helm kept them on course required, but it required constant sail adjustments to keep the speed up during the days. Of course, he didn't have to stick to Will's schedule, but he felt it was important to make it look as if his employer was still on board. The time was approaching when he could report man overboard, then he could relax a bit. He was a bit worried about Emily. He'd expected her to be pleased that they could now be together all the time, but she acted as if he'd done something wrong. She loved him, she'd said as much. He made up his mind that it was actually seeing it happen that had upset her. If only she'd flown to Gibraltar, as planned, she would have run into his arms, seeking support and consolation. Once she got over the shock, she would see that he'd done what had to be done. She needed to be set free, so they could be together. She was a beautiful woman, and she deserved more than he could give her. She was upset. He convinced himself it must be the shock. By the time they got to Gibbs, she'd have got used to it, then she'd appreciate what he'd done for her. BJ had both surface and weather radar, and Ethan kept his eye on both. Surface radar showed no vessels within 20 miles, which made him smile. Weather radar showed an incoming squall, which made him even happier. This would be the night to report an accident. The power winches could raise and lower the sails, but to prevent damage they would need to be stowed. They were now carrying half sail. BJ was a big boat, and stow half her canvas took some time. Night was falling by the time he went below in search of Emmy. He found her down in the galley preparing food. Walking up behind her, he slipped his hands around her waist and felt her jump. Sorry, you took me by surprise, sneaking up on me like that. She took both his hands in hers and pulled them around her so that he was hugging her. There is a storm coming. It could be a rough night. Will we be all right? Oh yeah, we'll be fine. It might get a bit rough, but BJ is a good boat. She'll keep us safe. I think this is the night to report our loss. He felt her body shudder as he told her of his plan. They ate their meal in silence, neither one able to find something to talk about. By 10 that night, the weather was getting wild. Ethan went on deck to use the radio. Emmy heard him calling Lisbon Coast Guard. He gave their position and reported an accident on board. Man overboard. Repeat, man overboard. Lisbon Coast Guard to BJ2. Hold your position, we will send assistance. BJ2 to Lisbon Coast Guard. Sorry, can't do that, we are under sail. I'm also injured, and in this weather, we are currently running on automatic navigation headed for Gibraltar. We don't need assistance on board. Please organize a search for Mr. Easton. Over. Lisbon Coast Guard to BJ2. Is man overboard wearing a life jacket? Over. BJ2 to Lisbon Coast Guard. Sorry, can't answer that. We were in bed when the squall struck. I don't know if he donned a life jacket or not. Over. Lisbon Coast Guard to BJ2. Okay, BJ, continue on your present course. We will notify all shipping to be on the lookout and mobilize the search helicopter. Over. Thank you, Lisbon Coast Guard. Over and out. Emmy was in bed when he went back down. She was curled up in the fetal position and appeared to be asleep. He undressed and climbed in behind her. Luke Easton sat at his son's bedside, reading the books of poetry that he'd bought to read to aloud. He'd slept a bit, but Will's sleep had been restless and that had kept him awake. He'd also been reading about the problems that might lay ahead of Will. He knew that his cognitive capabilities seemed okay, well, good enough to hold an argument. He'd read about people who'd made a complete recovery, but also found others who'd ended up like stroke victims. If determination had anything to do with it, Will would recover. There was some movement in the bed and Luke turned to see his son open his eyes. Are you still here? I thought I told you yesterday. I'll be here as long as you need me. That lass of yours can't do everything on her own. She tried bloody hard, but it was killing her. I could see it. She's not my lass, as you call her. She works for me. She's my PA and a damned good one. Where is Emmy? Shouldn't she be here? Have it your own way, lad. Yes, your wife should be here. I don't rightly know where she is right now. Maybe young Olivia knows more. Luke thought it wise to change the subject. You had a bit of a restless night. Yeah, I had a few weird dreams. At least I think they were dreams. They seemed so real. I was in the ocean and BJ was sailing away. I tried to call out, but they couldn't hear me. They just kept sailing away. I hope you're not expecting me to interpret that. I'm just an engineer's son. Then there was the shark. Bloody enormous it was. Just swimming around. I was bleeding and there was a shark swimming around me. I was shit scared. Really, I was. I expect most people would be. Then there was the woman. That's the really weird bit. She was standing there wearing just a bikini. I tell you, Dad, she really did fill that bikini to perfection. I felt like I knew her, but I couldn't seem to see her face. Perhaps it was Emmy. No, Emmy's not built like that. Don't get me wrong, Emmy looks gorgeous, but this girl was bigger, you know? Not fat, shapely. Besides, Emmy is blonde. The mystery woman had dark hair. Luke smiled to himself. You know, son, sometimes you see someone every day, yet when you see them out of their normal place, you don't recognize them. Oh well, this one had a unique ability. All I have to do is check out all the brunettes I know and see which one can walk on water. I told you it was weird. The sun was strong and glistening off the waves when she walked out of the sun towards me. That bloody shark was swimming around, and I was trying to keep still when she came stepping through the waves. I tried to tell her about the shark, but she just kept walking toward me. She bent down and just pulled me from the water. The next thing I know, I'm lying in a bed with the same woman. She had her arms and legs wrapped around me. No sex or anything, she just held me. What happened to me, Dad? How did I get here? We don't know exactly. We were hoping you might remember. All I know is that young Olivia and her friend found you floating in the ocean with a bad head injury. They rushed you here in some rich bloke's gin palace. Was anyone else in the water? No, son, just you. If anyone else went overboard, then I'm afraid we've lost them. 2 nurses came into the room. One, Nurse Marie Frankerchamps, spoke English to them. Now, Msire Easton, we are going to sit you up so that you can wash yourself. Then we changed the sheets. She turned to Luke. Would you please leave us, Msire? You may return in 30 minutes. I all but ran into Luke as he left the room. Morning wash and sheet change, he said. We are to come back in half an hour. That's good, we need to talk. Something has happened. Let's go and have breakfast. Over croissants and coffee, we discussed the morning's developments. So, lass, are they just looking for one person? Only he's been asking about Emily. The search is just for Will. Millionaire businessman, they are calling him on the news. There was no mention of Emily, so we must assume that she is okay. The interesting thing is that the search area is off the coast of Portugal, hundreds of miles away from where he went into the water. Trying to make sure they don't find anything, lass. It doesn't look good, does it? So what do you want to do then? Nothing at present, Luke. Not for a day or two, until we know how bad things are. You are going to have to tell him what you know about Emily now. In fact, I think we should tell him all we know. He's been dreaming about it, and you. After breakfast, we returned to Will's room. Luke left me at the door and returned to the hotel. As I walked in, I noticed Will giving me a strange look, almost as if he was seeing me for the first time. He stopped me as I walked towards the bed. Hold it right there, Miss Parker. Take your shoes off. What? You heard me. Take off your shoes. I picked up each foot and slipped off my shoes. Holding them in my left hand, I started to move forward. Now the skirt. No. Come on, Ollie. I'm a sick man. Humor me. I unhooked the waistband and eased the zip down. With a little shimmy, the skirt slipped over my hips and down to the floor. I stood there feeling exposed and very vulnerable. Will seemed to study me. I was aware that all I had to cover my modesty was a pair of thin silk panties. I stepped out of the skirt and stood before him. Now there is just the matter of your blouse. Come on, off with it. Well, this is embarrassing. Please don't make me do this. What's the problem? Your outfit is no more revealing than a swimsuit. I think it is. It's definitely thinner, I said as I unbuttoned my blouse. I slid the blouse off my shoulders and let it drop. I kept my hands in front of me, feeling his eyes on me. I glanced down and could see the outline of my bra beneath the fabric. You're the person I've always imagined. Can you really walk on water? Can I get dressed before I answer that? He nodded. I turned and began picking up my clothes. That's one hell of a body you've got there, Parker. How come I've not seen it before? I started buttoning up my blouse. It's been right in front of you every day. Now you are starting to sound like the old man. I pulled up my skirt and tucked my blouse into the waistband. I put my shoes back on and sat down in the chair. No, I can't walk on water. Now can you tell me what that was all about? He told me of his dreams. I told him about the rescue, how Graham and I had raced to get to him. How did you know I was in the water and where to find me? Oh well, you remember the company we bought, the one in Ramsgate that produced all the nautical instrumentation. We decided that they had a lot of good products that we could sell off to the big manufacturers. One of those products was a life jacket with satellite tracking device powered by a saltwater battery. I had them supply new jackets for BJ, plus a tracking system for the boat itself. The same software that tracks the boat also tracks active life jackets. The boat I was on had a satellite phone with broadband capabilities, so once the seawater got into the battery, I started transmitting. That really is neat. I thought so. When it interrupted my working, it took me a minute to figure out what I was seeing. When I did, I told Graham, and he went hell for leather to pick you up. What about Emmy and Ethan? They must have seen me go overboard. Why didn't they come back for me? I'm sorry, Will, but it's worse than that. They didn't even report it. BJ just held her course and speed and sailed away. No, there must be an explanation. Some sort of freak wave. They reported you lost last night off the coast of Portugal. Not only will the search be too late, but they'll be looking in the wrong place. Can't you remember anything about what happened? I can't remember much since leaving Guernsey. I don't understand why wouldn't they want me found? You are a very rich man, Will. No. You've got it wrong. Emmy wouldn't do that. What about Ethan? Well, maybe, but what would he have to gain? As I said, you are a very rich man and not without enemies, any one of whom would pay good money to see that back of you. However, I think it may be simpler than that. I told him all about credit card bills for the hotel rooms. I showed him registration details showing the rooms had been booked in the name of Mr. and Mrs. Easton's. Finally, I got the Grand to supply CCTV pictures from the restaurant. This one clearly shows Ethan and Emily being shown to their table, and you can see Ethan has his arm around her waist. I pulled up the picture on my laptop and showed it to Will. I know it's not conclusive. I probably wouldn't have said anything if this hadn't happened. Will just sat in the bed with a look of shock and disbelief on his face. The bitch. So that's the reason she didn't want to come with us. She wanted to stay at home and screw around on me. Ahem. Pot to kettle. Reality check. What about Annabelle, my Ling, Helga, and one or two others? Don't they count as cheating? That was different. They were just one-night stands, not a full-blown affair. And besides, you're a man, aren't you? Okay, I'm not blameless. But if she'd come with us, it wouldn't have happened. And maybe if you'd been at home more, she wouldn't have gone to Ethan. Just whose side are you on, Ollie? First, you tell me she's screwing around, and now you're defending her. I'm just trying to make you see it's not black and white. There is no evidence of her going down to Brighton until about 6 weeks ago. You've been away for about 3 months with only a couple of days at home. I'm not defending her. I don't understand why she would risk everything for a role in the hay with Ethan. If she did have an affair with him, I don't know what she was doing on BJ with the two of you. Was she expecting a threesome? I mean, sleeping with her husband with her lover in the next cabin. Surely she could see it was a recipe for disaster. There was an uncomfortable silence. It probably wouldn't have occurred to her. If it's not happening to Emmy, then it's not happening. I would say that she's not the sharpest tool in the box, but that's a bit unfair. Let's just say she rarely sees the bigger picture. Maybe we should say she's a bit naive. Will sat quietly for a while. I knew not to break into his thoughts. I'd seen it before. He was weighing up the situation, deciding what to do next. I sat and waited for the questions, and sure enough they came. Who knows I'm here, Ollie? Me, your dad, Graham, the doctors, and the nursing staff. I've tried to keep it quiet until we knew how bad you were. How long can we keep it that way, now the news is broken? I don't know. Maybe if your dad has a word with the doctor we can get a couple of days more. What the hell can my old man do to make them keep quiet? Tell them about your grandfather. He served in No. 1 Commando. He took part in the famous raid in 1942. He is a big hero here. I never knew. He died when I was a boy. Dad never mentioned it to me. He told me when I told him where you were. My phone rang and I answered it to find it was Sir George McMahon wanting to take me up on the offer of help. I put the phone on speaker so Will could hear the discussion. I asked Sir George to give me a few days and he agreed. Will was looking mystified. I was about to disconnect when an idea occurred to me. Sir George, I haven't had a chance to talk to Will about this yet. I know that young lady. I do read the news, you know. Don't believe everything you read, Sir George, and remember you promised to keep this quiet. It has occurred to me that it may be in your best interest to allow a takeover to take place, especially if you had an interest in the company doing the taking over. I'd like the time to run it past Will, but it's possible that we could all do very well out of this. Are you telling me he wasn't swept overboard? I'm asking you to wait until I've spoken to Will. We said our goodbyes, and I disconnected the call. When I turned to Will, he didn't look at all pleased. Would you like to tell me what that was all about? Do I take it you have unilaterally scrapped the McMahon takeover deal? I had to. The boat I was traveling on belongs to Sir George. Saving you made Graham a day late delivering it. I did not know what had happened, and I wanted to keep it quiet until I knew. I had to offer Sir George something to avoid him demanding to know why the boat was late. His look told me he was not happy about what I'd done. Look, I had to make a decision, and you were in no fit state to ask. And what is this idea you were talking about? Well, if Sir George handed us some of his shares in return for a share in the holding company in Grand Cayman, he would be able to benefit from us doing what we do. When we've finished, he could buy back the company at a rock-bottom price and still have his share of our profits. Do you think he'll go for it? He might if we pitch it as a way of preventing his wife getting her hands on his company and of hiding some of his fortune. It could be beneficial to both parties. You've really been taking it all in, haven't you? You've been watching and waiting. What happens now? Are you going to take over while I'm stuck in here? Let's see you do the sales pitches, getting the best price for everything. See how you cope with that. Stop it, Will. Just stop it. I'm not trying to take over anything. I'm just trying to do what you pay me to do. Look after your interests. Why aren't you trying to take over? I'm damn sure I would be. You know how it's done. I heard you telling the old man. So now I'm out of the way. Why not go for it and take over? Don't give me that loyalty crap. Loyalty is for fools. Then that makes me a fool. It makes your dad a fool. It makes this whole bloody city fools because they're loyal to the memory of people like your grandfather. I realized I was shouting at him and tried to control myself. Tears were running down my face as I continued. Besides, I don't like what we do. If I wanted to go out on my own, it wouldn't be doing what we do. Doesn't stop you taking the money though, does it? I haven't noticed you turning down any bonuses. The tears came thick and fast. I got up and ran from the room. It took me 10 minutes in La Dame's toilets to calm down. I washed my face and put on a little makeup before returning to Will's room. He started to say something, but I stopped him. Not that it is any of your business, but a lot of people have benefited from those bonuses. Mainly sick people and children. So no, I didn't turn them down. You gave them all to charity? I really don't know you at all, do I? I didn't bother to answer. Look, Ollie, I'm really sorry for what I said before. I don't really doubt you. I know you'll always watch my back. Damn it, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you. I don't know what got into me. Am I forgiven? Only because that doctor told me you would probably behave oddly for a while. He smiled at me with that boyish smile that made me weak at the knees. Did you really give them all to charity? Most of them. Those people need the money more than I do. He continued to smile while shaking his head. Luke came back at about the same time as Dr. Montant. The doctor was his usual cheerful self, but was giving Will an odd look. You know, Sire Easton, you are a puzzle to me. I hear on the radio this morning that millionaire businessman William Easton was washed overboard from his boat last night. I think that cannot be our Sire Easton because he has been in my hospital for 3 days, and the other man only disappeared last night off the coast of Portugal. On the television, at lunchtime, they show his picture and I see it is my Sire Easton. So tell me, are you like your English Doctor Who? Have you traveled through time and space so I can make you well before you disappear? I'm sorry, Doc, I can't tell you a lot. I don't know why they've only just reported me missing. Luke intervened, asking for a quick word with the doctor. He went through everything that had happened and why we tried to keep it quiet. Luke asked if Will's presence in the hospital could be kept quiet for a few days more. He mentioned his father's exploits in the famous raid. Sire Easton and I will do my best to keep it quiet. It shouldn't be difficult because everyone expects you to be found in Portugal. I ask only that when you do release the information, you talk to our local newspaper. We are raising money for a new CT scanner. It would be good for the campaign. There is still a lot of interest in your No One Commando men. Luke put his arm around the doctor's shoulders. Dr. Montant, after what you've done for my boy, a scanner is the least we can do. I know you've got tests to run. Please keep us informed. Things haven't always been too good between me and my son. He may not tell me everything. Luke wanted me to leave, but I wanted to know what was happening, so we waited outside of the room for what seemed like hours. Eventually, the doctor came out, and this time his smile was not so broad. As I said before, his cognitive powers seem good. Unfortunately, I cannot say the same for his motor control. He doesn't seem to be able to control his left leg. Reflexes are all good, and he can feel pain in the leg, but full control is not there. Is the head injury, I think. It may return, but he may have to learn to walk all over again. Luke's face dropped, but I tried to be positive. But he is all right. All the things that make him Will Easton, that is all undamaged. It is hard to tell such things, Mamselle. Dealing with the physical problems may change him. He has had to confront his own mortality that often changes a man's outlook. I keep him here another 2, maybe 3 days, so I can be sure there are no complications. Then you take him home for your doctors to get him back on his feet. Will was somewhat subdued when we went back into the room. I couldn't remember a time when he looked so down. Looks like you've got your wish, Ollie. You're going to have to deal with Sir George on your own. I'm not going to be doing much for a while. Looks like my days of making the business world tremble are over for a while. That's not fair, and you know it. My only wish was for you to be unharmed. I've already told you I don't want to run your business. Now, lad, if it weren't for this last, you wouldn't even be here. So just lay off. You've had a couple of big shocks, so we'll cut you some slack. But I have to say your mum would be appalled if she heard you taking it out on this girl. Luke turned to me. You get off, lass. Go and get some lunch and take a break. I'll deal with misery guts. I got back that evening to find the Rolling Stones on the iPod and father and son arguing. They're all playing different things. There's no structure to it, Will said. Lad, it's like life. Sometimes you just let people do their own thing and it just works. It's a noise. Tell him, Ollie. I quite like it. I grew up with the Stones. My dad's favorite was the Midnight Rambler. Now you're talking, lass. Your father had good taste. Will sat in the bed with his hands over his ears, pretending to cringe. He had the look of a little boy willing his parents not to punish him. If his adversaries in the city and Wall Street saw him now, they'd wonder why they ever feared him. I pulled out my phone and pointed it towards him. I'm going to photograph that look and put it on the internet. Will Easton looking for attention? Don't you dare. Come on, Parker, give me the phone. Luke interrupted our little game by telling us he was going out to dinner. Dr. Montant had put him in touch with a member of the Memorial Association. After Luke left, things went quiet for a while. Will seemed to look at me in a strange way, almost as if he was seeing me for the first time. It made me feel a bit nervous, so I broke the silence. You two seem to be getting on better. What? Oh, you mean Dad and me? Yeah, I've been enjoying winding him up a bit. Well, whatever it is has put you in a better mood. Yes. I realize that until I can walk again, I can still work just as well from a wheelchair. I am going to, walk, that is. I never doubted it for a minute. I smiled at him. He started giving me that look again. How old are you, Ollie? 26? 27? I'm 29. Not that it is any of your business. No potential suitors on the horizon? I mean, a woman of 29 has got to have thought about marriage at some time. I've thought about it, but I don't seem to have the time for relationships. I thought they'd be queuing around the block. A girl like you should be beating them off with a stick. Perhaps I already have, and they've got tired of being beaten. More fool them. So there's no one likely to sweep you off your feet and take you away from me? No, I don't think so. Good. Now tell me about your plan for Sir George. I outlined the plan to him and told him that having seen the news, Sir George had been on the phone asking what was happening. Did you tell him I was okay? I told him he had nothing to worry about. He seemed to accept that. Good girl. Now you've got Sir George on side. Do you think you can handle acquiring the company? Are you serious? Of course, I am. You've already got Sir George eating out of your hand. I bet he trusts you more than he trusts me. I can always help if you need it, but I'm sure you won't. Well, since you have such faith in me, you'll have no problems with the plans I've made for your recovery. We talked about physiotherapy and what needed to be done to ensure that he could cope in his flat. We talked about what to do about Emmy and Ethan without any real decision. As evening came upon us, Will advised me to go back to the hotel. I don't need anyone to sit with me. You and Dad should get a good night's sleep. I fought against an overwhelming urge to kiss him. I just said goodnight and left. Ethan felt a level of relief as he cuddled up Emily's back. Having filed the man overboard report, he was over one more hurdle. If he could just get Emily to hold her nerve, it would still work. Once more he cursed the change of plan. If Emmy had flown to Gibraltar, she wouldn't have seen it happen. He was convinced that it was seeing it happen that had caused her adverse reaction. Maybe he should have left it until the homeward journey at the end of the holiday. Holiday he'd called it, but everyone knew Will Easton never took holidays. Even on this one, he'd planned to fly back to London to do some business. How could a woman love a man like that, who always put business first? Emmy deserved better than that. She deserved the attention that only he could give her. He molded himself to Emmy's body and was soon asleep. Emily was pretending to be asleep, but a close observer would have seen the tears running from her eyes. Now Ethan had filed the report. She was forcing herself to confront the fact that Will was dead, and it was all her fault. How could she have been so stupid? Ethan was just a boy. How could he possibly be expected to handle the situation she put him in? Now he'd put her in a position where she was going to have to lie to the authorities in Gibraltar and make them believe the lie. The alternative was that she'd be charged with murder. It wasn't fair. She hadn't wanted any of this. She felt Ethan pull in close behind her. It took all her willpower not to pull away from him. The realization that for the foreseeable future, her life would be inextricably linked to Ethan's did nothing to improve her mood. She woke up alone. There was a whirring noise coming from somewhere above her head. She got out of bed and went to the bathroom for a shower. When she got out on deck, she found Ethan in a buoyant mood. He was in the process of raising more sail, and Emmy realized that the noise that had woken her was actually a power winch raising the sail. The sea had calmed, and BJ was moving quickly through the water. We're making good time again. We'll probably make Gib by tomorrow night. I'll anchor offshore and take her in on the engine the following day. Emily just nodded and kept her eyes firmly fixed on the deck. Hey, come on, Emmy. It's nearly over. The Gibraltar police will probably want a word, but a week from now we could be cruising the Med with a full crew, having a whale of a time. I just want to go home. Ethan stopped for a minute to think about it. Yeah, that might be best, more normal. We can both fly home and leave the boat in Gibraltar. We can always come back in a month or two. Hey, don't look so down. I saw something this morning that will cheer you up. Take a look off the port bow. Emmy moved to the left side of the boat, leaned out, and looked forward. For a moment she saw nothing. She looked back at Ethan, then back out to sea. It didn't take long before she saw them leaping out of the water just ahead of the boat. Dolphins? Are they dolphins? They certainly are. They've been with us for about an hour now. If you go for Ard, you might see them bow riding. Emily made her way to the bow of the yacht and leaned over the rail. Just below the surface, she could see them, 2 on one side, 3 on the other, riding in the wake of BJ's bow wave. Initially, she was excited. They seemed so close. Then she remembered that Will had told her that sailors had always thought of dolphins as being lucky. Looking down, she started to talk to the creatures. You're too late. It was Will who needed your luck, and now he's gone. I'm not the one who deserves your luck. Where were you when he needed you? She realized, of course, that the creatures could neither hear nor understand her, but she had to talk to someone, and saying what she wanted to say to Ethan was out of the question. Will says you are the smartest creatures in the ocean. I bet you don't go killing each other in fits of jealousy, do you? He told me you defend each other. All for one and one for all, just like the musketeers. Why can't we be more like you? She knelt on the edge of the deck and reached down to touch the animals beneath her. Despite being on the low side of the boat, her fingers didn't even reach the sea. She leaned further. She started to fall forward, but before she could scream, she felt a hand grasping the waist of her jeans. You silly bitch, are you trying to get yourself killed? Ethan asked as he pulled her back on board. I knew you'd want to see them, but I didn't expect you to try and get in with them. I wasn't. I just... She stopped as she looked up at Ethan and saw he was smiling. Don't you see what this means? This is good luck. Everything is going to be fine. I hope so, Emmy responded, thinking to herself that the only thing that would make everything fine would be for Will to be alive and well when they reached Gibraltar. She clung to that thought long after the dolphins had left them. She was noticeably brighter and didn't even resist when Ethan tried to make love to her that night. Both Emmy and Ethan were upbeat the following day, and Emily got quite excited when the Spanish coast came into view. It was late in the afternoon, and she hoped they would get into Gibraltar before dark. However, Ethan was adamant that they should anchor in Spanish waters and go into port the next morning. With all the sails down, he went about stowing the canvas. By nightfall, he was ready. As Emmy prepared a meal, he set about fashioning a sling. After supper, he called her out on deck and handed her a winch handle. I need you to hit me on the arm with this. I told the Coast Guard that I was injured, so I need to have something to show people. I can't. I don't go around hurting people. Don't be daft. I'm not asking for anything nasty, just a bit of serious bruising. Now, come on, I'll hold my arm out and you hit it with that. You'll have to look away. I can't do it if you look at me. Ethan held his arm out and turned his head. Emmy raised the winch handle above her head and brought it down with all the force she could muster. Ethan couldn't believe the pain as the handle struck him. He let out a scream and grabbed his arm. Bloody hell, Emmy, you only had to hit it, not break it off. He winced as he eased his arm into the sling. I'm sorry, I didn't know how hard to hit it. Emmy went to the medicine cabinet and came back with ibuprofen and paracetamol. By the time they turned in, Ethan became convinced that his arm was broken. He crept into bed and lay on his back. He managed intermittent sleep between doses of painkillers. Around 8 in the morning, he fell into a deep sleep. Emily let him sleep until midday, then woke him with a cup of coffee. Are you okay? Can you manage to take us in? I can probably manage, but I'll need help. Does it hurt much? Quite a bit, yes, but it's better than last night. Sorry, I didn't know how hard to hit you. What do we do now? Well, we take her into harbor, file a full report, and wait. The police will want to talk to us. Don't forget the squall hit us, and Will got out of bed saying we were carrying too much sail, and he had to go aloft and bring it in. You heard him call me up to help. When I got up on deck, there was no sign of him. I started taking the sails in and called to you to come up and look for him. I got most of the sails in when a gust caught the rear sail and the boom swung around. I put my arm up to protect myself, and that's how I got injured. I called the Coast Guard but was too badly injured to handle the boat on my own, so we had to let the computer sail her, which brought us here. Perhaps it was a good thing you hit me so hard. It makes it more believable. Can you really take us in with only one hand? I'll get the harbor master on the radio. Get someone to help us tie up. They had breakfast and Ethan called up the harbor master. He started the engine weight anchor and set off for Gibraltar Harbor. Once inside the harbor, Ethan steered the boat to the berth the harbor master had instructed him to use, and sure enough, a dock worker was there waiting to help them tie up. Emily helped by handling the throttle while Ethan had the helm. When they came alongside the berth, Ethan threw the rope and the dock worker tied them up. Ethan made his way to the harbor master's office, made his report, then called for a taxi to take him to the hospital. After the talk with Dr. Montant, I started work on getting Will back to Britain. Chartering a private plane to fly him home was the easy part. In order to get him back into the country, he needed his passport, which at that moment was sitting in the safe on board BJ2. In an ideal world, a few phone calls would have done the job, but that doesn't allow for the machinations of the British Home Office. For them, nothing less than a declaration that the old passport had been lost or stolen would do. This had to be accompanied by an application for a new passport, 2 photographs, and of course, the fee. It took 20 minutes to charter the plane and 2 days to get the passport. Sometime during that 2 days, word got out that Will was alive. Will made good progress in those 2 days. He still could not control his left leg, but he was managing to get around on crutches. When we left the hospital with Will in a wheelchair, a horde of reporters and cameramen confronted us, all shouting questions at Will. I stepped forward and gave them a statement which I hoped would satisfy them. Mr. Easton was involved in a serious sailing accident and sustained a severe head injury. He was lucky enough to be rescued and brought here. He would like to thank the doctors and all the staff of the hospital for the excellent work they've done for him. For now, he is just concentrating on getting home and starting his physiotherapy. If I thought that would calm things down, I was wrong. They still crowded us, making it difficult to get to the taxi. Luke was trying to force a way through them. When he found a TV reporter and his cameraman standing between the taxi and us, he had a quiet word with him. Look, arsehole, perhaps you didn't hear, but my boy has had a serious injury and he doesn't need you pushing microphones and cameras in his face. Now one of two things is going to happen here. Either you gentlemen are going to step aside, or your friends are going to get some excellent footage of me shoving his camera up your arse. I looked down to see Will smiling as his 60-year-old father threatened two men who were 20 years his junior. When the two men stepped aside and the cameraman opened the taxi door, neither of us could believe it. Luke and I got Will into the taxi. As we all sat down, Luke looked out of the window. Bloody vultures, he said, referring to the pressman. Will put his hand on his father's arm. I'm beginning to see you in a new light. I often wondered how you managed to build up that business. You're a hard-nosed old scumsucker, aren't you? I just did what had to be done, lad. I looked at the two of them and laughed. Seems to me that the apple didn't fall far from the tree. I expected Will to dispute what I'd said, but he didn't. He just laughed. Ethan had only been gone for 20 minutes when Emily heard someone calling. She went out on deck to find Inspector Garcia of the Gibraltar Constabulary asking to come aboard. I'd like to talk to you about your husband's disappearance, Mrs. Easton. Emmy welcomed him aboard and started to tell the story Ethan had given her. She found it difficult and frequently burst into tears. Inspector Garcia was a patient man and let her tell the story at her own speed. She'd expected the inspector to listen to her story and leave. She's surprised when he started to ask her questions. Did Mr. Easton have any money worries at all? No, not that I know of. I mean, look around you, Inspector. Does this look like the boat of a man with money worries? You never can tell, Mrs. Easton. Things change very rapidly in the business world. But thank you for the invitation. I would like to look around. Helps me get to know the man. Now how about the two of you? You getting on all right, are you? Yes, of course. What are you implying? It was an accident. I'm sure it was, but no one saw it happen. I have to investigate all possibilities. When an experienced sailor, like Mr. Easton, goes overboard and disappears without a trace, we have to ask questions. Now if I could just have a look around. Emily showed him around the boat. The inspector told her he was not a nautical man himself, but still seemed very interested. He asked to see where Ethan slept, and she showed him the crew's cabin. How many crew do you normally need for a boat this size? It's possible to sail her single-handed. Everything is computer-controlled. Will doesn't think that is safe, so he likes at least two. He loves to sail her, which is why we didn't hire a crew in Britain. I was supposed to fly on ahead, and he'd sail BJ here, then hand her over to the crew, so we could just relax and enjoy each other's company. Why the change of plan? Will had been away for a long time. I just wanted to be with him as much as possible. What about Mr. Betts, Ethan? Did he and Mr. Easton get on? Yes, I think so. They had something in common. They both hated their fathers. And why is that, Mrs. Easton? I don't know about Will, Inspector. He would never talk about it. I know Ethan was a bit wild. Hung around with the wrong crowd. His father more or less disowned him. His father runs the boatyard that looks after BJ. Will offered him a job as the only permanent crew member, on the condition that he kept his nose clean. Mrs. Easton, several times you've talked about your husband in the present tense. Do you think he is still alive? Emily burst into tears again. Through the sobs, she tried to answer the question. I have to hope, Inspector. I know the odds are against it. No one has found him and the sea is so cold. But I have to hope. The inspector took her hand in his. Of course, you do, my dear. I'm sorry to have upset you. He got up to leave, then turned back to Emily. We are going to have to get scene of crime officers down here to go over the boat. Just for the inquest, you understand. What do you mean, scene of crime? It was an accident. It is just what we call them, Mrs. Easton. Before your husband can be declared legally dead, there has to be an inquest. The coroner will expect me to have investigated every possibility. The SOC team may be able to shed light on what happened. It probably was an accident, as you say, but it could be suicide, or your husband may have deliberately staged his own disappearance. Stranger things have happened. The inspector had been careful to avoid mentioning the other possibility that had been going through his head, murder. When can I expect this team, Inspector? Very soon. Certainly within the next hour. They will need to take your fingerprints and DNA for elimination purposes, and I'm afraid you'll have to leave the boat while they are working. Maybe you'd like to see how Mr. Betts is doing at the hospital. Emily felt uneasy as the inspector walked away. Ethan hadn't said anything about an inquest or forensic examination. She wanted to call out to the inspector it was murder. I saw him do it. I couldn't stop him. I tried to make him go back. Then she thought about what Ethan had said. They'd been having an affair. She would be the main beneficiary of Will's death. No one would believe she wasn't involved, especially now she'd lied to the police. All she could do was to wait for the forensic team and hope that they found nothing. Ethan sat with the doctor who was examining the X-ray photographs. And this accident happened 2 days ago, you say? Asked the doctor. Yeah, 2. Nearly 3 days now. The rear boom swung over, and I put my hand up to protect myself. Most curious. Oh well, it's my job to patch you up, not start the Inquisition. What I can tell you is that you've definitely broken the radius. We will have to set that and put on a plaster cast to keep it still while the bone grows together again. If you feel up to it, we can give you a local anesthetic, and you'll be able to walk out of here today. If we have to put you to sleep, you won't be getting out until tomorrow. Ethan opted for the local. He wanted to get back to Emily before they had to start explaining to everyone. He was glad this was Gibraltar. The police wouldn't be so thorough here. If he'd done it on the homeward journey, it would have been the British police. He'd dealt with them before and didn't think Emily would have stood up well against them. Within half an hour, his arm was so numb that he could feel nothing. The doctor came and manipulated the bone so that the broken ends now butted up to one another, then left it to the nurses to apply the plaster cast. Walking away from the emergency room, the doctor was not entirely surprised to see Inspector Garcia coming in. Good afternoon, Dr. Etheridge. I gather you've just treated young Mr. Betts. What can you tell me about him? Good afternoon, Inspector. I had a feeling I'd be seeing you. Something about that young man doesn't add up. Come, I'll show you the X-rays. Once in his office, the doctor got out 2 X-ray film folders. Here, Inspector, look at this. He put a picture on his lightbox. This patient broke their arm 2 days ago. I said it myself. You see this gray area around the break? That is callus forming around the break. The bone is starting to mend already. He changed the film. This is Mr. Betts' arm, which he claims was broken 2 to 3 days ago. You can see the break is still clean. No callus is formed. After 2 days, I would expect to have to re-break the arm before I could set it. So you are telling me that his break is more recent than he says? I think so, Inspector. If you asked me to guess, I would say it happened sometime in the last 24 hours. So when will you be discharging him? As soon as his plaster has hardened and we've sorted out some pain relief for him. Certainly within the next hour. I'll leave a uniformed officer here to bring Mr. Betts down to the station. Thank you, Doctor. On his way back to the police station, Inspector Garcia weighed up the situation. A man had supposedly gone overboard and disappeared without a trace. There were 2 other people on the boat, both of whom claimed to have seen nothing. He now knew that Ethan Betts had lied to the Coast Guard about being injured, and Mrs. Easton had lied about his injury. On the other hand, Mrs. Easton seemed genuinely distressed. It was the lies that worried him. Experience had shown him that where there was a lie, there was usually something else to find. Once in the station, he went straight to his desk, picked up the phone, and called the forensic team. Hello, Dennis. Have you got anything for me? Give us a chance, Joe. We haven't been here an hour yet. It would help if we knew what we were looking for. I appreciate that, but I can't really tell you. Foul play, suicide? I don't know, but something is wrong here. They're covering up something, and I want to know what it is. Have you got the luminol out yet? Don't tell us our job, Joe. If there is something here, we'll find it. I'm sure you will, Dennis. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to get something to work with here. I know there's something, I just don't know what it is yet. Where is Mrs. Easton? She went off to the hospital to see what has happened to their deckhand. She left just after we arrived. Okay, thanks, Dennis. His next call was to the constable he'd left at the hospital. John, has Mrs. Easton shown up there? Yes, sir. She arrived just after you left. Good, can you bring her in when you pick up Mr. Betts? And John, make sure they know they are not under arrest, just helping us with our inquiries, okay? Right, your boss. Thanks, John. Ethan made it clear that he was not a happy bunny when he arrived at the police station. Inspector Garcia had him and Emily taken to separate interview rooms. As Joseph Garcia walked into the room, Ethan made his displeasure known. The inspector said nothing until he was sitting at the table opposite Ethan. Now, Mr. Betts, why don't you tell me all you know about the disappearance of Mr. Easton? I've already filed a report with the harbor master. Yes, I know that, sir. It was the harbor master who passed the case on to me. Then you know what happened. I'd just like you to go through it again, sir. A man is missing, maybe dead, and we need to get to the bottom of it. I'm sure you don't think a couple of hours of your time is more important than finding out what happened to him. Now, sir, can you please tell me, in your own words, what happened on the night Mr. Easton disappeared? Ethan started to tell the tale, and the inspector noted the fact that it was almost, word for word, the same as Emily's story. The inspector let him finish before asking questions. Whereabouts on the ship do you sleep, Mr. Betts? What? What the hell has that got to do with anything? Just answer the question if you would, sir. In the crew's cabin. Where do you think? That's what puzzles me, sir. You see, when I went around the ship this morning, I could see no evidence of anyone living in the crew's cabin, nor in the heads. That is what you call the toilets on a ship, isn't it, sir? Yes, it is, but I still don't see what you're getting at. It's quite simple, sir. When Mrs. Easton showed me around the boat this morning, the only room that showed any evidence of occupation was the main cabin occupied by Mr. and Mrs. Easton. Now, if Mrs. Easton slept there, where did you sleep? I'm just trying to understand how it was that you didn't get up on deck until after Mr. Easton got washed overboard. There was a knock at the door and a uniformed officer came into the room and gave the inspector a piece of paper. Joe Garcia read what was on the paper and returned to the interview. We've got another little problem now. Sir, it seems that there is evidence of blood being spilt in the cockpit area of the ship. Could you shed any light on that, sir? What? No. I don't know. Perhaps Will was injured before he went over the side. Perhaps, like me, he got hit by the aft boom. Ah, yes, sir, your injury. That happened at the same time as Mr. Easton disappeared, did it not? Yes, you know it did. The strange thing is, sir, Dr. Etheridge says it happened less than 24 hours ago. No, the doctor is wrong. Another knock at the door and an officer came in with another note. The inspector read the note and looked at Ethan. Excuse me, sir. He got up and left the room. All right. So when did all this happen? He shouted as he walked into the squad room. It's just been on the news, sir, the duty sergeant replied. They just showed him leaving a French hospital. Shit, 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 shit. Has anyone called the forensic team? Not yet, sir, no. Inspector Garcia walked to the nearest desk, picked up the phone, and punched in the number. Dennis, gather up what evidence you've got and pull out. What do you mean pull out? We're getting somewhere here, Joe. We found in or with blood and hair on it and blood on the floor. I thought this was a waste of time, but now I think we're on to something. He's been found, Dennis. So it looks like there's no crime to investigate. Just pack up what you've got and pull your crew out of there. What about the ear, Joe? It's got fingerprints and palm prints on the blade. If there had been a murder, I'd bet money that the oar was the weapon. Bring it back with you, Dennis. Who knows, maybe when we find out what happened, the evidence could be useful. In the meantime, I'm going to have to let these two go. I don't like doing it, but until I've got a crime, I've got no reason to hold them. Okay, Joe, we'll see you later. The inspector put the phone down and went down the corridor to the interview room, collected Emily, and took her to the room where Ethan was waiting. Well, Mrs. Easton, Mr. Betts, I have some good news for you. Mr. Easton is alive and has just left a hospital in France. Quite how he got from Portugal to France I don't know, but I'm sure it will all come out in the fullness of time. Emily seemed to go faint and had to be supported while Ethan just sat quietly. As she regained her composure, she looked at the inspector. This is not some cruel joke, is it, Inspector? Will really is alive? Yes, madam, it was on the afternoon news today. I believe he is being flown to London as we speak. Thank you, Inspector, thank you. She went to Ethan. He's alive, Ethan. He's alive. Yeah, that's really good news, thank you, Inspector. Does that mean we're free to go now? You've been free to leave at any time, sir. We appreciate you taking the time to help us with our inquiries. We have nothing more to ask you at this stage. Thank you again for coming in. As the pair left the police station, Joe Garcia looked at his sergeant. I'll tell you now, John, there is something that doesn't add up with those two, but until I've got a crime to investigate, there is nothing more I can do. Ethan walked quickly out of the station with Emily almost running to keep up. Ethan slowed down. It's all over, he's alive. Ethan, shut up, you silly cow, and get a move on. We don't have to run anymore. He's alive. Don't be stupid, of course, we have to run. Once he tells people what happened, we'll both be charged with attempted murder. I have no intention of spending the next 5 or 10 years locked away. All the way back to the boat, Emily pleaded with him, but Ethan kept walking. As they reached the boat, Ethan lifted the bow rope off the cleat and stepped onto the boat. Get the stern rope, he yelled at Emily as she reached the boat. She picked up the rope and, standing on the edge of the dock, threw the rope into the cockpit. He held his hand out to help her aboard. I'm not coming, Ethan. I'm staying here. The hell you are, he said, leaning forward and grabbing her legs. As he pulled her onto the boat, they both fell down into the cockpit. Ethan scrambled to his feet, started the engine, and pulled BJ away from the dock. As Emmy got up, he told her to get below and stay there. Turning the boat around, he pushed the throttle forward and headed for the harbor entrance. What are you going to do about Emmy and the lad? Luke asked once we were aboard the plane. I'm not sure yet. Where are they, Ollie? I can't tell you right now since we don't have an internet connection on the plane. I can say they docked in Gibraltar earlier today. Have you remembered anything about what happened? I don't know whether it is a memory or a dream, but I think I've remembered something. One minute I'm standing at the helm, The next I'm on the floor being dragged to the side. I think foul play was more or less certain after they reported me lost off Portugal. As soon as we get home, I think I'll call New Scotland Yard. Shouldn't we have reported it to the gendarmes? France was the nearest country? I asked. No, it's not their problem. We weren't in French territorial waters. BJ is registered in Southampton, which makes her British territory. With any luck, they'll still be in Gibraltar. We do have a problem, business-wise. When it was announced that you were missing, Henry and Charles jumped ship. They are going to work for Jeffrey Endicott. Not much of a loss there then. Endicott is welcome to them. Robert, Harris, and Rebecca still on board? Yes, I asked them to be patient. They know they'd have no trouble finding something else, so they decided to wait and see. I was worried that Will was trying to get back to work too soon, so I was relieved when he accepted the fact that I had booked him into St. Mary's Hospital to be checked out and for physiotherapy. I was relieved when he just accepted it. Having an ambulance meet us on the tarmac at City Airport meant that we had no problems with the press. As soon as I got him settled in St. Mary's, I called Scotland Yard. Within an hour, I was sitting in an interview room telling them what I knew about what happened to Will. First, it was Sergeant Robson and then Inspector Davies. I explained to each of them what had happened, as I knew it. Of course, they wanted to know why I'd kept quiet about Will's survival, but accepted that it actually led to Ethan and Emmy showing that what happened to Will was no accident. When I told them of my suspicions of an affair, they asked me to give them all the evidence I had, and they would check it out. As I was about to leave, I asked the inspector what would happen next. He seemed in little doubt. Well, Ms. Parker, it looks like we've got enough to issue an arrest warrant for attempted murder and maybe conspiracy to commit murder. I will have to get a statement from Mr. Easton, but I can come to the hospital for that. You say the boat was docked in Gibraltar? It was when I checked this morning, Inspector. I'll get on to the Gibraltar police and have them picked up. When he left Gibraltar, Ethan set in a course for Casablanca. He was an angry man. Angry that Will had survived, and angry that Emily had wanted to stay in Gibraltar. Why couldn't she see how stupid that was, unless, of course, she was planning to turn Queen's evidence? That thought irritated him further still. Why couldn't she see that everything he'd done had been for her? Somehow, he had to make her understand. He knew that he needed a new plan. Maybe a day in Morocco would give him the chance to sort something out. The only thing Emily knew of Casablanca was from the film starring Humphrey Bogart. For her, it had a romantic image. Ethan had been there before. He knew that it was just another commercial port. He took her through the town as they arranged to restock BJ's larder. Emmy's mood was already low. Ethan's behavior in Gibraltar had upset her. She was starting to feel like a prisoner. Now as they walked the dirty streets of Casablanca, another dream was being shattered. With BJ fully stocked and fueled up, he worked out a plan. Being unaware of BJ's tracker constantly giving away their position, Ethan thought he'd come up with a way of giving the authorities the slip. In the morning, he set sail and headed out in the direction of Madeira. For hours out, he turned and shadowed a cruise ship as best he could back towards the African coast. From there, it was a matter of mingling with the coastal traffic back into the Mediterranean. By nightfall, they were back in the Straits of Gibraltar. Ethan considered nighttime sailing in the Med to be too dangerous, so he dropped anchor just off Tangier. His mind was still in turmoil. The only thing he could think of was to run. All day long, he racked his brain trying to figure out how Will could have survived. He'd thought the blow was hard enough to kill him. Then again, the Atlantic Ocean should have killed him. He'd checked the radar. He didn't think there were any vessels that could have reached him in enough time to save him, not even if they'd known he was in the water. Perhaps it was a trick. Maybe the police had told them Will was alive, to see what they would do. If that was the case, he'd really blown it. The more he thought about it, the less credence he gave it. After all, if that had been the plan, surely they would have been apprehended trying to leave the harbor. Once he dropped anchor, he went down to talk to Emily. He had contemplated letting her go ashore, but quickly dismissed it. He could understand that she was probably frightened and was desperate to get back to people who could help her. He convinced himself that, given time, he would make her see that he could and would protect her. What he needed was a plan. By sailing back into the Med, he'd already done something that no one would expect. Now he would continue along those lines by giving Emily the Mediterranean holiday she'd been promised. The only restriction would be that he would have to steer clear of countries where the port authorities might be on the ball. He'd ruled out Spain and Italy. The Greek authorities tended to be more laid back, and on the islands even more so. While people were looking for them in the Canaries, they would be swanning around the Med before slipping through the Suez Canal. He knocked on the door of Emmy's cabin. "Emmy, let me in, we need to talk." She came to the door, and the look on her face told him he would have a tough time convincing her of anything. "So now you've added kidnapping to your list of crimes." Don't think you're getting away with this unless you plan on making things worse. Calm down, Emmy, just calm down. You know as well as I do, you would have gotten on the boat eventually. I just didn't have time to convince you. We had to leave in a hurry before the police got the full story. That's where you're wrong. I wouldn't have let you persuade me. I was going to get on the first plane home. He needs me now. I was going to him. You'd have been going straight to a prison cell. I saved you from that. Now let me in. No, you've made me your prisoner, but you won't be my lover anymore. Oh, come on, Emmy, you're not a prisoner. Then let me go ashore. You can and you will. Let me in and let's talk. No, now leave me alone. She closed the door on him, and Ethan made his way down to the crew's cabin. He lay on a bunk and tried to sleep. Sleep didn't come easily. His mind was full of scenarios for him to analyze. He thought about what would happen if they were caught. In a way, it was good that Will Easton had survived. The penalty for attempting murder is much less than the penalty for succeeding. He tried to imagine what it would be like in prison. He'd heard tales about younger men being buggered by the larger long-term prisoners. Once he decided that they weren't going to be caught, he started to think about how they would survive. They couldn't live on BJ forever. Turning over in his bunk, an idea occurred to him. Perhaps the solution was beneath him at that very moment. BJ cost Easton a pretty penny, millions his dad had said. All he had to do was find some way of selling it. He had a few contacts in the yachting world, and he knew there were some shady types around. It was just a matter of finding one. He decided to start calling people as soon as he went ashore. Inspector Garcia brought his fist down hard on the desk as he put the phone receiver back on its cradle. Yes, I told you, John. I said they were hiding something. Just who would they be then, boss? Asked his sergeant. Young Betts and Mrs. Easton. I knew they weren't being straight with me. I just had nothing to hold them on. Now I have. Come on, John, let's get down to the harbor. I reckon Betts is going to want a solicitor this time, boss. You made him a bit uncomfortable last time. He can have as many as he likes. This time we will be arresting them, and if necessary charging them both. The two men hurried out of the office. As they reached the harbor, Joe Garcia felt disappointment wash over him. He pointed his sergeant in the direction of the berth. As he did so, he realized BJ's two masts were conspicuous by their absence. By the time they reached the empty berth, he was already imagining the remarks of the Scotland Yard detectives, ridiculing him and his police force. They made their way back to the police station via the harbor master's office. As he walked into his office, he steeled himself for the phone call to England. Inspector Davies? I'm Inspector Garcia of the Gibraltar Police. I have bad news, I'm afraid. BJ too slipped her moorings and left the harbor about 3 hours ago. She was headed out towards Casablanca. I don't believe I'm hearing this. We ask you to do one little thing. Just hold them until we can pick them up. What kind of Mickey Mouse operation are you running there? Now hold on there, Davies. Until you called, we had no reason to hold them. Perhaps if you'd been a bit quicker with your request, we could have helped you. Now I'll tell you what type of operation we run. We run the sort of operation that gets a full scene of crimes team onto that boat, simply because we suspected foul play. Of course, you may not want forensics from a Mickey Mouse operation like ours. We even have what we believe to be the weapon, complete with blood and human hair. I doubt you'll want any of that from such an incompetent force as ours. Sorry, Inspector. No offense meant. I was just a little angry. Now, what exactly have you got? Joe Garcia recounted the events of earlier in the day, including the interviews. He offered to forward all the forensic evidence. Thank you, Inspector. I wonder, could we rely on you to apprehend the suspects should they return? Of course you can. It's just sad that you weren't a bit quicker off the mark, so we could have held on to them. With points even, they disconnected the call. The day after our arrival back in London, Inspector Davies came to talk to Will. He didn't get anything new, other than Will's insistence that Emily was not party to the attempt on his life. He was still confused about what was real and what he'd imagined. I gave him all the details I had about Emily's suspected affair and details of how to access BJ's tracker. He assured me that they would get to the bottom of the affair and would arrest the two suspects, as he put it, as soon as they could. At first, I was quite happy that Will seemed to accept everything that was happening. The Will I knew would have been pushing to get back to work and asking me and everyone else to justify their actions. The new softer Will was easier to deal with, but it worried me that he didn't seem that eager to get back to normal. As the days went by, I noticed that he was putting less effort than I expected into his recovery. He seemed to be content to get around in his wheelchair. I found myself giving him more physical help. The people in the physiotherapy department showed me how to help him in and out of the wheelchair. It meant me leaning forward and him putting his hands behind my neck. I would then straighten up, lifting him out of the chair. I did it a couple of times before I realized that it gave him an excellent view of my cleavage. I'd made the mistake of moving into Will's spare room to save him the embarrassment of having a live-in nurse. He didn't need medical help, just a little help to get around. I helped him get in and out of bed. I helped him get seated in the shower, and I helped him in and out of his wheelchair. I soon became unhappy with the way things were going. I hated Emily and Ethan for what they'd done to him. The man I loved was in there somewhere, but all I could see was a man who seemed happy to be dependent on others. One evening as I helped him to bed, he pulled my head down and kissed me. I surprised myself by pulling away from him. Will, what do you think you're doing? Come on, Ollie. I need a woman. I know you want this. I slapped his face. Who the hell are you, and what have you done with Will Easton? He looked at me with a shocked expression as he rubbed his cheek. Sorry, Dad said. You thought? You thought? I don't think so. You haven't been thinking since you came round in hospital. The Will Easton I know is fiercely independent, yet you are happy to let others do everything for you. I was happy to take over the running of some things until you were better, but the more I do, the more you expect me to do. Now you just expect me to jump into bed with you because you want a woman. Well, it's not going to happen. Not like this. I've had enough. I quit. What do you mean you quit? You can't quit. What about Sir George McMahon? He trusts you. You said you would handle that. I was tempted to tell him I could handle Sir George and most other things. Come to that, the only thing I needed was the credit guarantees to get the banks to loan me enough money to do the deal on my own. If push came to shove, Sir George could probably secure enough credit for us to go ahead. Yes, I could do it on my own, but that would have hurt Will, and that was not what I wanted to do. Yes, there is that, but I can do that from home. Once the deal is done, I'm finished. I started to walk away from him. Don't go, Ollie. I need you. Don't worry, I'll arrange a nurse to come in and help you get about. I'm sure you're more than capable of finding the kind of woman you need on your own. I walked out of the door and went in my room to pack. How dare he take me for granted like that? I remembered the way he'd moved heaven and earth in order to seduce Emily, but he thought he could just pull me into his bed. Well, if he wanted me, then he could damned well work for it. I was still fuming as I called the agency and arranged for a nurse to come in the next day. With my belongings in an overnight bag, I got a cab back to my own dark little flat. By the morning, I wondered if I had overreacted. The doctors had said that he wouldn't necessarily be the same man again, but I hadn't expected the sort of changes I was seeing. I had no appetite for breakfast and settled for coffee before I got on with the preparations for the takeover of McMahon Construction. My first meeting with Sir George confirmed everything I'd been told about him. We'd met for lunch, and during the first meeting, he suggested that we cut Will out of the deal. I also noticed more than a few sexual innuendos being thrown into the conversation. No wonder his wife was divorcing him. I have to admit that tactfully repelling his advances was getting me down. In the end, I had to be blunt. Sir George, this deal is all about us getting as much cash out of your company as we can and enabling you to buy back your company at a lower price than you sold it for. My personal attributes and my sex life will never be included in any deal. If you can't work with that, I will have to walk away from this and leave you to deal with Will Easton. The word is that you've already walked away from Easton. I felt his hand on my leg, so I moved my foot so that my heel was directly on top of Sir George's foot. I pushed down on his foot and noticed his hand quickly withdraw. He winced from the pain as I looked at him. Are we quite clear on where we stand, Sir George? I'll be lucky if I can stand at all now. So we understand each other? I thought Easton was a smart cookie, but if he lets you get away, the man's a fool. With respect, Sir George, that isn't really your problem. Point taken, young lady. Just making an observation. Once Sir George got the message, he became very easy to deal with and everything went like clockwork. It was a useful diversion that took my mind off Will. In 2 weeks, I'd had only business emails from him, and I'd not seen him once. It came as a surprise to find Luke Easton on my doorstep. I invited him in and made coffee, and we sat down together. Now, lass, are you going to tell me what's going on? Will says you walked out on him. I told him what had happened and how Will seemed to have given up and just accepted that he wasn't going to walk again. So you wanted to shock him, did you? Well, yes, I wanted to make him see what he'd become, but it's more than that. He started treating me as if he was entitled to take whatever he wanted from me just because he paid my wages. I don't think he really feels that way, lass. He would never have treated Emily the way he treated me, Luke. Maybe not, lass, but I know your leaving has hit him hard. I'm sure the nurse I hired will help him cope. He fired her the day after you left. So how is he managing? He's getting about, lass. He still uses the wheelchair most of the time, but he's getting in and out of it on his own. He's been getting himself in and out of the car to go to work. He's going into the office to work? Alas, and he's pushing himself really hard at the physiotherapy. Why are you telling me this, Luke? He hasn't sent you here, has he? He doesn't even know I'm here, but I know he needs you. I know how you feel about him. It seems like madness that you are not together. He knows where I live. He sighed. That's what I thought you'd say. I had to try, you know that. Yes, Luke, and I thank you for your concern, but you have to leave it to Will and me to sort out. He got up to leave. By the way, he's filed for divorce. I obviously looked surprised. The police investigated your suspicions, and they are convinced they were having an affair, and they have issued arrest warrants for conspiracy to commit murder. It makes a divorce an open and shut case. Well, that's good news for him. I hope they catch them soon, though I still find it difficult to believe that Emily was directly involved. That's as maybe last, but she got the chance to say what happened when they docked in Gibraltar. As it is, I don't see that there is any way they can go back to where they were. Maybe you are right, Luke. I hope it all works out. Thank you for coming round. I gave him a kiss on the cheek. Don't be a stranger, Luke. I'll pop in to see you when I'm in town. Maybe we can have dinner sometime. I'd like that. He gave me a quick smile as he left. Don't give up on him, lass. Then he was gone, and I was left to think about all he'd said. Will would soon be free, which should have cheered me, but instead it made me sad. Sad for the two people who had seemed happy together. Even if he was free, that didn't mean he'd want me. I'd been there all along, but he still chose Emily. Perhaps I just wasn't his type. Not unless he was desperate, that is. I wiped the tears from my eyes and decided how to go forward. I'd finish the McMahon deal and then move on. Inspector Davies noticed the lack of people in the suite of offices owned by Easton Enterprises. At reception, he gave his name and asked to speak to Mr. Easton. He was shown into a large office with a large mahogany desk and big leather Chesterfield sofa. Will moved his wheelchair out from behind the desk and welcomed him. Things a bit quiet around here today, sir. Yes, Inspector. Mine is not the sort of business where you do very well working from one of these, he said, thumping the wheelchair. I'm sorry to hear that, sir. I've got to admit I find that surprising. It's not as if you have to be physically fit to buy and sell, is it? You're right, of course. The problem is some of my staff equate physical power with business drive. My competitors have poached them by convincing them that I can't continue. Is Miss Parker one of the deserters, sir? Good God. No. That is, I hope not. She is working from home at present. Well, that's good to hear, sir. I thought she was a very capable young lady. Quite so, Inspector. Now, what brings you to see me? Have you managed to apprehend my wife and young Betts? No, not yet, sir. Mr. Betts managed to avoid arrest in Gibraltar, and so far, he has managed to stay in the territorial waters of African countries. Judging by his movements, he seems to be unaware of the fact that we are tracking him. At present, we are content to play a waiting game. He'll need to go ashore somewhere, and we'll try to get the country he lands in to arrest him. Then we can extradite him. I see. Sounds reasonable. Is that it then, Inspector? Did you just come to give me a progress report? No, sir, not exactly. Tell me, what do you think your yacht is worth? Well, first of all, she's a catch, and she sent me back about $6 million, and I've upgraded some of the facilities since then. Why do you ask? I can assure you everything was above board. Oh, I'm quite sure it was, sir. I was trying to get a lead on how Betts hopes to get away with it. He's got your boat, and I thought that maybe he was planning to use it as a way of liberating enough cash to disappear. From what you say, sir, he could sell the vessel for 20% of its value and still have enough to finance a decent life in a foreign country. That won't be easy, Inspector. Every vessel has to be registered, and to sell it you have to have those documents. BJ's documents are right here. I'm sure you are right, sir, but criminals can be very devious. You must have come across people in the sailing world who bend the rules. If you could make $5 million on the deal, that leaves plenty of cash to generate false documents. Yes, I see your point. I don't actually know anyone who would do that, but I'm sure they exist. I've heard rumors of someone in Marbella and another in Mauritius, or was it Seychelles? Well, somewhere down there. Well, if we're lucky it will be Marbella, though I doubt that. Mr. Betts seems to be avoiding places where we can easily get to him. Well, it sounds like you've got it under control, Inspector. Thank you, sir. Pass my regards on to the lovely Miss Parker. I'll do that. Thank you for keeping me up to date. No problem, sir. I hope things turn around for you. Thank you, Inspector. I'm sure they will. I'll find my own way out, sir. As he left, Will thought about the situation. He had no need to work. He could just close the office and call it a day. Many people would at this point, and he was sure that Emily would be able to fill his days for him. No, Emily was no longer part of his life, and her idea of a great lifestyle was not his. He was still Will Easton, and he could still make them all sit up and take notice. Things would change. He wanted to change, but giving in was not in his nature. Getting out of the wheelchair was his first priority, but there was no reason why he couldn't be just as successful as before. He thought about Olivia. God, he missed her. Over the years they had developed a relationship, she understood him. He realized that he actually missed her more than he missed his wife. Just the sight of her gave him a lift. Davies was right. She was a fine-looking woman, but more than that, she was clever, witty, and extremely able. Of late, he found that she was the first person he thought of when he woke and the last one on his mind as he went to sleep. I'd set up the holding company and purchased a large amount of Sir Georges' shares, leaving him with just 15% of his company. The initial approaches to the other shareholders had shown promise. I was looking for a new employer when the doorbell rang. Peeping through the spy hole, I saw a huge bunch of flowers. I opened the door. "Miss Olivia Parker?" asked a voice from behind the flowers. "Yes, that's me. I need for you to sign for these, Mississippi. Could you show me where I can put these so that we can do the paperwork?" I took the clipboard from him, found the section for my delivery, and signed it. I handed the clipboard back to him and took the bouquet from him. When he left, I took the flowers to the kitchen to put them in water. I pulled the card from the envelope and read the printed card. "I'm sorry." That was all it said, and it left me puzzled. The only person I wanted an apology from was Will, but I knew I'd wait a long time for that. After cutting back the stems and placing them in a vase, I put them on my desk. They really were beautiful. Irises, bird of paradise flowers, chrysanthemum, with some delicate freesias. I just started work again when the doorbell rang again. When I found another man with a huge bouquet, I was surprised and a little angry. "Can you tell me who sent these?" I asked. "Sorry, miss, if it's not on the card, I can't help you. Maybe if you called the shop, they could tell you. I just get delivery instructions." I signed his docket and took the flowers. This bouquet was even bigger than the first, and I wasn't sure if I had enough vases to put them in. This time the card had a different message, but still printed. "Please forgive me." Now I was very confused. I wanted them to be from Will, but I couldn't imagine him doing this. Maybe for his trophy wife, but not for me. I started to put the flowers into the water when the doorbell rang again. This time I strode angrily to the door and opened it. I was confronted by a man holding a huge bunch of long-stemmed red roses. The bouquet was so big that I could only see the bottom half of the person holding it. "Look, I've had enough of this. How am I supposed to get any work done when I'm spending all my time dealing with you?" "Have dinner with me tonight," he said. I recognized the voice immediately, but still couldn't believe it. "Will?" He dropped the flowers enough to look at me over the top of them. "Do you think you can take these off me? It's a bit difficult for me balancing on one leg like this." I took the flowers from him, and he grabbed his crutches from either side of the door. "How did you manage to get up here with these lovely roses?" "I didn't. I arranged to meet the delivery man here. He even rang the doorbell for me. But you got all the way up here on crutches?" "Yes, I'm getting better on them now." "So what's it going to be? Are going out with one of your entourage of eligible young men? Or are you going to take pity on a poor handicapped chap who is desperate for the company of a beautiful woman?" "Mr. Easton, I don't believe you've ever been desperate. But since you asked so nicely, yes, I'd be delighted to have dinner with you tonight. I'll have to ring Brad Pitt and put him off, but I'm sure he'll understand. We must all do our bit to help the disabled." He gave me the biggest smile. "Well, if you're sure, I'll pick you up at 7. I've got to go now. Appointment at the hospital." I watched as he made his way slowly back towards the lift. He was dragging his left leg, but he was actually moving it. He got into the lift, then turned and smiled before the doors closed. As I took the roses back into my flat, I ran the conversation through in my mind. Desperate for the company of a beautiful woman, he'd said. He'd actually called me beautiful. He'd given me red roses. I couldn't believe that he didn't know of their significance. I tortured myself all afternoon trying to decide what the invitation really meant. Was it just an invitation to dinner, or was Will building up to something more? That evening I put on my best dress and took extra care with my makeup. A beautiful woman was what he wanted, and I was going to do my best to give him one. At 7:00 sharp the doorbell rang. I grabbed a wrap and answered the door. I'd expected to find Thomas, Will's chauffeur. Instead, I found Will himself. "When I get this damned leg to work properly, I'll offer you my arm. Until then, I hope you'll be content to walk beside me." "I'll gladly walk beside you." "You could have sent Thomas up. I would have understood. I think my girl has every right to a personal appearance. I'm getting quite adept at using these crutches now. But the time will come when I don't need them." I took hold of his arm, and we went down to his car. Thomas gave me a big smile as we got into the car, before driving us to the restaurant. I'd been to that restaurant many times. We'd frequently entertained clients there. This time it was me that was being entertained, and it was so exciting. Will insisted that I wait while he got out of the car and came round to meet me. We walked into the restaurant together and were warmly greeted by Oliver the maitre d'. Mr. Easton, Miss Parker, how wonderful to see you again. I have your usual table ready for you, sir. Thank you, Oliver. I'm afraid I've presented you with a little problem here. I need these things, he lifted a crutch, to get around. Will we have enough room for me to get around? It is no problem, sir. I will personally escort you to your table. Then I will take care of those while you enjoy your meal. True to his word, Oliver patiently took us through to our table. As Will was concentrated on making his leg move, I was studying the looks on the faces of the other diners. Some were sympathetic. Some tried not to look at all, and one or two stared as if he had no right to be there. I knew how hard it was for him to walk at all, and I was proud to be with him. We took our seats and ordered the wine and our starters, and Will started to say what was on his mind. I've missed you, Ollie. Ha, I knew you would. Having trouble keeping track of the office gossip, are you? Don't make this harder than it is, Ollie. I'm quite aware of what you do for the company, but I'm not talking about work. I wake up with you on my mind. I go to sleep thinking of you. Things happen, and I think I must tell Ollie about that. I work on projects we worked on together, and I want to talk to you. I need you back in my life. I couldn't quite believe what I was hearing for years. I'd been dreaming of something like this. I'd suffered the hurt of watching him pursue and marry Emily. At the time, I'd considered resigning, thinking that I couldn't stand being around him every day, knowing he belonged to someone else. As time passed, I'd learned to accept the situation. My love for him even allowed me to be happy for him when he and Emily seemed to reconnect. Since Ethan's attempt on his life, I'd started to hope again that he might come to love me, but after the way he'd taken me for granted, I was taking no chances. Are you sure it's me you want? Are you sure it's not just a woman, any woman? I suppose I asked for that one, didn't I? This is all new to me. I mean, how can I be around someone, day after day, and not realize what they mean to me? What does it tell you when I say that I miss you more than I miss my wife? I need you, Ollie, and not just at work. Our starters arrived, and we started to eat. As usual, the food was outstanding, and for a while, it took the conversation away from any relationship we might have. We'll start it again as soon as he'd finished his. I don't know what it is, Ollie, but something happened to me when I hit my head. It's as if I see things clearly for the first time. I don't even hate the old man anymore. You've done things for me that no PA could be expected to do. You even saved my life. I've taken you for granted, but not anymore, I promise you that. Our main course arrived, and once more, the food took us away from the conversation. I was still reeling from what he'd said. If he'd just come out and said, I love you, I would have been overjoyed, but he seemed to be struggling to understand his own feelings. As I finished my meal, I waited for him to continue. Before he did so, he reached out and took my hand. Ollie, I've started divorce proceeding against Emily. Oh, come on, Will. You can't seriously think that she was behind the attempt on your life? No, I don't. What I can remember of what happened makes me think that she was as surprised as I was. The police say she had ample opportunity to shop Ethan, but didn't do it. That's why they want her. She's not the sharpest tool in the box, but I don't think she is a murderer. It's not even because of her affair. As you said, I'm just as guilty as she is. We just don't love each other, Ollie. I thought we did, but we don't. She couldn't have cheated on me if she loved me, and I know that I didn't give her a second thought before taking those other women to bed. We have fun together, but it's not love. Why are you telling me all this, Will? What has this got to do with me, with us? He squeezed my hand. I think I love you, Ollie. I think I have for some time. I just didn't realize it. You must have known that I admired you. I mean, you are a beautiful woman, and I've always known that having you in on a deal always made it easier. Hell, you learned the business so fast you could take over from me. For 5 years now, you've always been there. Even though you didn't always approve of what we did, you always supported me. Then suddenly you weren't there anymore. It was like I had a huge hole in my life. I need you, Ollie. I'm not explaining this very well. I know that. This has never happened to me before. I don't really know how to deal with it. I don't know what you want from me, Will. You want me to come back to work with you? I'm not sure I can do that. Things have changed for me too. The way I feel about you, I can't watch you give up on things. But I'm not giving up. I will walk without those damn crutches. I will be back on top in the business world, though it may not be the same as it was. I can do anything if you are beside me. We can take it as slow as you like. I want to give us a chance, and I think you do too. What do you think, Ollie? Are you willing to give us a try? My heart was pounding so hard I thought he must be able to hear it. It's strange when someone offers you something you've wanted for a long time. It seems almost unbelievable. Tears welled up in my eyes, and I had to use my napkin to stop them rolling down my cheeks. I looked at his face and saw how worried he looked. Why are you doing this to me? You know what I want, have wanted for years. Why do you have to wait until I've given up and then taunt me? You just better be serious. I'm telling you, Will, if this is a wind-up, you really will never see me again. If this was a wind-up, don't you think I'd have made a better job of it? Wouldn't I have rehearsed it, tried to present it better? This is real, Ollie. This is me in virgin territory, talking about my feelings with someone who knows me better than I know myself. I'm deadly serious. I really think I'm in love with you. I want to be with you. You realize it will have to be just me, don't you? No more Annabelles, no more Mylings, and definitely no more Helgas. If you really want me, then it's got to be only me. If you ever sleep with another woman, I'll be gone so fast the wind will knock you over. He sat back in his chair and slipped his hands out of mine. A smile spread slowly across his face. Remind me never to negotiate with you. I won't need anyone else because you'll always be there. I may not always be there. Even if you aren't there in person, you'll always be in here, he said, tapping the side of his head. I started to laugh. You'd better make sure I am, or there'll be trouble. A waiter, who'd been hovering nearby, came over to take our sweet order. Will seemed more relaxed as he placed his order. As soon as the order was taken, he smiled at me again. Well, at least there is one trial you won't have to face. Meeting the parents. The old man already thinks you're fantastic. I'm not sure what yours will make of me, though. I think we'll leave that until we know where this is going. Oh, so it is going somewhere then? You know, I've dreamed of this for so long, and now it's happening. It feels really weird. You are going to have to let me get used to it. I don't think I'm ready to jump into bed with you yet. I'll give you all the time you want. We've waited 5 years. A little longer won't make a lot of difference. I would like you back in the office as soon as possible. Well, I could possibly make it in tomorrow. I smiled at him. If you really can't manage without me, that is. That night we traveled back to my flat, seated side by side and hand in hand. When we arrived at the front door to my block, Will and I sat in the car, not really knowing what came next. I turned toward him and stroked his cheek. I'm not going to ask you to come up, not yet. All of a sudden, I feel like one of those people who dream about winning the lottery. They have carefully planned the spending of the money, yet when it comes they don't know what to do. I didn't get the chance to say any more. Will took my face in his hands, pulled me to him, and kissed me. I felt his tongue stroking my lips, which parted to let him in. Our tongues entwined, and he held me close to him. I slipped my hand behind his head, and as he pulled away, breaking the kiss, I pulled his head down to start another. After several more passionate kisses, I pulled away from him. I put my fingers on his lips. I need to get some sleep if I'm coming into work tomorrow. I reached out to open the door. I found it open for me. I got out of the car to find Thomas holding the door. Good to have you back, Mississippi. Thomas, you weren't watching? No, Mississippi. If it's not on the road, the chauffeur doesn't see it. I felt the door catch release. I see. Thank you, Thomas. Good night. Good night, miss, he said as he closed the door, walked around the car, and climbed into the driver's seat. I found my key and let myself in. Looking back through the glass door, I saw that Will had opened the window and was blowing me a kiss as the car pulled away. That night, I spent some time reflecting on the evening, imagining Will was there with me. After a while, the absurdity of the situation struck me. I was lying there, thinking about someone who was genuinely interested in me. As sleep took over, I wondered how long it would take to get used to the idea that Will really wanted me. As they left Tangier behind them, Ethan started to realize that things were not going to go the way he'd planned. Emily had come out for breakfast but hardly said a word to him. When he told her of his plan for a Mediterranean holiday, she laughed at him. What sort of holiday is it going to be if I can't go ashore? Of course, you can go ashore. Tomorrow we'll put into Oran, and we can go ashore and explore the city. I thought that we could go on to Algiers, then Tunis, maybe Tripoli, all Arab countries. Do you speak Arabic or Farsi? Because I know I don't. We'll get by with English and French in most places. Can't you see the positives in this? We are together. We have enough money on board to last us for months, and we've got non-stop sunshine. What positives? There are no positives. I'm a prisoner on this boat. The only places I can go ashore are places where I can't speak the language and have no idea where to go for help. Don't be so melodramatic, Emmy. You're not a prisoner, and yes, we can go places where you can get by with English. Oh, forget it. I'm going below to read. Call me if you need 2 hands for anything. That was the way things went. They called into Oman, but they found very few people who spoke English, and Ethan's French wasn't much help. Algiers and Tunis were a little better. Ethan did manage to buy some paint in Algiers, and painted out the name of the boat in Tunis he said about giving her a new name. Emily laughed at his choice of name. Billie Jean? I never took you for a Michael Jackson fan. I'm not, but the lifebelts, cutlery, napkins, and almost everything else on the boat are embossed BJ. The new name had to fit in with that. It had been 10 days since they left Gibraltar, and the relationship between Ethan and Emily hardly improved. In desperation, Ethan set course for Malta. The first stop in Valletta was for fuel. Lying at anchor all night had meant they'd been using the engine a lot to provide electrical power. Ethan paid 2 days in advance for the berth, then went back for Emily. As they walked into town, side by side, he tried to hold her hand, but each time he was rebuffed. Emmy was desperate to get her hair done, so after a pleasant lunch, Ethan left her in a hairdresser's while he explored the town. As he walked the streets, in the warm Mediterranean sunshine, he passed several bars where as many people spoke English as did Maltese. This wouldn't be a bad place to settle, he thought to himself. Perhaps after he'd sold the boat he could come back here. Emmy would love it too. Warm climate, no need to learn the language. It would be their own little paradise. On the way back to the salon, he found a newsagent that sold English newspapers. They were a couple of days old, but that was no real problem. An hour later he was back at the hairdresser's and knew that he'd found enough in the paper to keep Emmy on side. They went to a small bar by the quayside, and after ordering drinks, Ethan unfolded the newspaper and opened it at page 4. Immediately she recognized her photograph. It was one of her publicity shots, quite flattering she thought. There was also a picture of BJ2 lying at anchor on a calm sea. Millionaire's wife suspected of murder conspiracy. She gasped as she read the headline. The story went on to say that police suspect that she and her young lover had planned to murder her husband, William Easton. The plan went wrong when Mr. Easton miraculously survived and was picked up by a motor yacht owned by Sir George McMahon. If found guilty, the couple would be facing a 10-year prison sentence. The rest of the article concentrated on the size of Will's fortune and the way he made his money. Toward the end of the article, it said that the couple had evaded arrest in Gibraltar and were last seen heading for Madeira. No, they can't believe that. I would never do anything to hurt him, she said as the tears began to flow. It's what I've been trying to tell you, Emmy. The truth is irrelevant. It's what people believe that matters. These people, he tapped the newspaper on the table. These people already have you down as guilty, and they are the people that influence opinion. Now you see why we have to run. They are looking in the wrong place right now, so we have a bit of time. We can wait until the fuss dies down, then work out a plan. Ethan already had a plan, one which he knew Emily wouldn't like. He hadn't wasted his time when he'd been alone and within range. He'd been making calls. He knew they had to get BJ down to Mauritius, where an unscrupulous dealer would give them up to £1.5 million for her. No questions asked. But I've done nothing wrong. Emmy sobbed as she repeatedly looked at the paper. For the people who read this newspaper, a married woman who falls in love with another man doesn't deserve the benefit of the doubt. It's what I've been trying to tell you all along. The only one that believes you is me. I've been trying to protect you, stop you doing something stupid. Trust me, Emmy, I'll get us out of this. One way or another, I'll keep you out of prison. They left their drinks unfinished and headed back to BJ. Ethan put his arm around her shoulders as they walked along the quayside. Once back on the boat, Ethan decided to set sail once more. As night fell, he started the engine and took her quietly out of the harbor. I was surprised when I got to the office and found only Jean, our receptionist, there. I asked where everyone was. Gone, she said. What, all of them? Mr. McKinley went first, then Ms. Anderton and Mr. West left. Mr. Easton didn't seem too worried, but it does make it very quiet around here. Tell me honestly, Miss Parker, should I be looking for another job? I'm sure your job is safe, Jean. This is just a blip. People will soon learn that Mr. Easton can function perfectly well from a wheelchair. The door opened and Will's voice boomed out. Come on, Olivia. I'm sure Jean has plenty to get on with. Get us both a decent cup of coffee and I'll bring you up to speed. I made the coffee and joined him in his office. He looked across the desk at me and smiled. God, you're a fine-looking woman. How am I going to keep my hands off of you all day? You've always managed it before. Why should now be any different? Because now I'm alive. I mean, really alive. I'm starting to see things differently. Is that why you let Harris, Rebecca, and Robert leave without even trying to persuade them to stay? They are yesterday's people, Ollie. Yesterday's people with yesterday's skills. We are going to need different skills, you and I. Now I really don't understand. I hope you don't mean what I think you mean. I've just told Jean her job is safe. It is safe. Well, as safe as anyone's job is these days. We are going to fill those offices again. but we'll fill them with people with different skills. This is a new dawn, Ali. Things are going to change. I must have looked as stunned as I felt because he went on to explain. In the past, we've looked for asset-rich, cash-poor companies, and we've relieved them of their assets. In many cases, these companies have been perched on a cliff, and we took away the only thing that stopped them falling. I don't want to do that anymore. I want to be able to pull them back from the precipice. We can still relieve them of some of the assets, but we leave them as a viable business. We are going to need people with experience in turning around companies, not the fast-buck people we've had up to now. I just sat there in shock. I thought I knew this man, but even I didn't see this one coming. Come on, Ali, say something, as long as it's not goodbye. I don't understand. What has brought this on? You have. You and the old man. You were ashamed of what we do. That's why you gave away the bonuses, isn't it? I nearly died, Ali. If it wasn't for you, I would be in Davy Jones' locker, and most people would have been happy about that. I would have left nothing behind but a lot of money and a lot of miserable people. When my dad dies, people will say that he was a good bloke. Several hundred people will have had jobs and been able to feed their family because of him. That's what I want. I want my children to be able to believe that the world was a better place because of me. What about the firms we already own? What do we do about them? Well, some of them are salvageable and we save them. The others we do what we normally do. Take that company that made my life jacket. We would normally sell the rights to the products to the highest bidder and sell off the property and all the equipment. Now, if we get a good manager in there and develop a worldwide marketing plan, we could set it on the path to recovery. Then when the share price rises, we sell it off at a profit. Of course, we bill them for the manager we supplied. We won't make as much money as before, but it will still be a good living. And where are we going to get these managers and salespeople? We headhunt them. Dad knows manufacturing and he knows who the movers and shakers are, so I'll start by talking to him. What do you think, Ali? Are you up for it? Or do I just get out of everything? I mean, I really don't need to work. I can live quite well on just the interest on my capital. Don't make it sound like it's all my decision. I'm just an employee here. A very important and valuable employee. One whose opinion I value. I think we can do this, but I want to know what you think. William Easton, I have never seen you take on something that hasn't succeeded. I don't see this as anything different. I have faith in you. If you are asking would I like to be part of it, then I say yes, please. You know, if I wasn't in this bloody chair, I'd get up and kiss you. Down, boy. We're taking this slowly, remember. Now, I think I should bring you up to speed with McMahon Construction. I went through all the negotiations I'd been through with Sir George and gave him details of the company I'd set up. The holding company had already acquired 50% of the shares. We agreed that it was time to play hardball with the remaining shareholders. We talked and planned until midday, and I got another surprise. Will was just starting to talk about lunch when Jean came in. Mr. Easton Sr. is here to see you both. I looked at Will, who just shrugged at me. Show him and Jean, thank you. Luke came bouncing and full of the joys of spring. Well, am I in time to take my two favorite people to lunch? Will looked across the desk at me as if waiting for confirmation. I just smiled and gave him a slight nod. He turned back to his father. I don't know who your two favorite people are, but as they're not here, maybe you could take us instead. I'll settle for that, Luke said as he walked around the desk to take control of the wheelchair. Now hang on, old man. If we are going to lunch, we're not taking this chariot. I'll get my crutches and you'll just have to be patient. We had a pleasant lunch and Will outlined his plans to Luke. I'd expected him to be more enthusiastic, but he seemed concerned as to whether Will could make it pay. Of course, Will was positive about it. With lunch done, Will looked at his watch. Time for my physiotherapy. Can I leave you two to get back to the office under your own steam? I watched as Will made his way out of the restaurant. I wasn't sure, but it looked to me like he wasn't dragging his left leg as much. I was still watching when I felt Luke gently squeezing my hand. Are you back for good, or are you just tidying up loose ends? Well, I think it's for good, Luke. At least I hope so. Is that just business, or has my son come to his senses? We're taking it slowly, Luke. We'll have to wait and see where it goes. That is good news, lass. You know you remind me so much of my Emma. Not to look at, mind, but the way you are. Your determination, strength, and patience. I'll tell you now, she made me the success that I am. It's a pity I didn't take enough notice of her when it came to raising my sons. It looks like he's forgiven you now, Luke. No, lass, he tolerates me now, and that improvement is largely down to you. He may forgive me in time. We can talk without sniping at each other. So it's promising, but I've still got a lot of work to do. What do you think of this new idea? Can he make it pay? You know, Luke, as long as we're careful, he just might. We never see the real picture of a company until it's ours. We'll just have to look at it then, And if we can't turn it around, then we'll have to do what we normally do. You like the idea though, don't you? Yes, look, I do. I like it a lot. In that case, he'll make it work. I know he will. Where are you staying tonight, Luke? Maybe we can all go out. Not me, lass. I'm on the Sheffield train at 4. His voice dropped to a whisper. Don't tell Will, but I've got a date tonight. He winked at me, got up, gave me a kiss on the cheek, and left. When Will got back to the office, he looked exhausted. He plunked himself down in his wheelchair, wheeled himself over to the water cooler, and got himself a drink. Tough session of physio, was it? You could say that. He finished his water. Would you mind if we didn't go out tonight, Ollie? I'm not sure I'd be up to it. I'll make it up to you tomorrow, I promise. I walked over and crouched in front of him, holding his hands. We don't have to go out every night. We're taking it slowly, remember? Yes, I know, but I really wanted to take you out tonight. It will keep. I'll still be here tomorrow. Inspector Davies paced up and down in his office. How sure are you that he's headed for Valletta, Robson? Can't be certain, Governor, but I can't see anywhere else on that course. He should be docking in the next half hour. Okay, Robson, here's what we are going to do. You book us on the next flight to Malta, while I talk to the Valletta police and arrange for an arrest warrant. I'm not risking another Gibraltar. Sergeant Robson went back to his desk to arrange the bookings. 2 hours later, they were boarding the plane and looking forward to a successful end to another case. Are you sure she's docked in Valletta, John? We don't want to get there and find she never stopped there. Assuming the tracker is giving the right position, she's definitely there, Gov. That damn thing is so good, we can even tell what part of the harbor she's in. Good, our Mr. Betts is slipping. Maybe he doesn't know that Malta is part of the EU these days. Well, if he didn't, he'll know by now. He would have had to pay his docking fees in euros. I've got to admit, I'm quite looking forward to this. A couple of days in the sunshine suits me fine. Just you remember, John, this is not a holiday. As soon as the paperwork is done, we're on the next plane home with our suspects. Yeah, I know, boss, but you know the Continentals, they don't hurry for anyone. I think we'll be there for 2 days at least. It was 3 hours later when they touched down in Valletta and found a slight mist hanging over the city. After reclaiming their baggage, they got in a cab and headed for the central police station. How long since they docked, John? About 5 hours, Gov. They should have picked them up by now. I hope so, John. I really do. The super is going to go spare when he sees the expenses for this little trip. Of course, if we take them back with us, all will be forgiven. But if not, we could end up on traffic duty. No problem, sir. They are here all right. It's just a matter of time. There was no welcoming committee at the police station. In fact, they were kept waiting in reception for half an hour before being shown into an office where they waited another hour. When Inspector Malek Manduka returned to the office, he welcomed them warmly, shaking both men by the hand. He inquired about their flight and their health before his English counterpart brought the conversation back to the business of the day. You have the arrest warrant, Inspector Manduka? It is being sworn out even as we speak, Inspector. I was rather hoping that it would be ready by now. In fact, I was hoping you might have picked them up by now. Relax, Inspector, everything will be fine. You would like some coffee, yes? Yes, please, said John Robson. I'm gasping. The inspector called out of the office door. Constable Navarro, 3 coffees in here, if you please. Colin Davies saw a young female police officer leave her seat in the next office and go to a coffee pot in the corner of the office. She came into the office with 3 mugs on a tray with milk and biscuits. Have we got that arrest warrant yet, Constable? Yes, sir, but we do have a problem. I've been speaking to the harbor master. He said that the ship we are looking for never docked here today. Colin Davies looked straight at his sergeant. She's here, boss. She came in just after 10 this morning. I can ring the station and see if there's anyone available to check the computer. That will tell us where she is now, but she was certainly here when we left. Sorry, sir, but the harbor master has checked all the vessels that arrived today. Your yacht is not on the list. It's not a yacht, it's a ketch. It's 60 feet long, for God's sake. You can't miss something like that. It must be in the harbor somewhere. Well, we've checked, and there is no BJ2. Can we get down there now? If our boat's not there, I want to know where that tracker signal is coming from. An hour later, they all stood in the harbor master's office scanning the lists of comings and goings. As the harbor master had said, there was no record of BJ2. Sergeant Robson started looking at the arrival times, and one name stood out. He looked up at the harbor master. This one here. He tapped an entry in the log. Billie Jean. Where is she? Here, said the harbor master, pointing to a location on the map of the harbor. She is booked in for 2 days. Can you take us to her? Certainly. We should be able to see her from the dock outside. They all left the office and stood on the quayside while the harbormaster pointed to the empty berth where BJ should have been moored. The assistant harbormaster came to meet them. "Luca, where is the vessel from berth W25? Asked the master. "You mean the big white yacht? She's gone. Left about half an hour ago." Colin Davies immediately rounded on his Maltese opposite number. "You've done nothing but delay us since we arrived, and now they've left a day early. I have to ask, Inspector, who tipped them off?" "Inspector Davies, I have to remind you this is my country, not yours. We have accorded you every courtesy since you arrived, and now you see fit to insult my officers and me. I think it is time you left our island. Rest assured my superiors will be taking this matter up with yours. Now there is nothing more to be achieved here. I'm going home. I wish you a safe journey home." "Well, that went well. So what would you have done, John?" "Dunno, Gov. Probably the same as you. Doesn't make it right though, does it? Think yourself lucky I didn't blame you. If you hadn't accepted their coffee, we'd have been here half an hour earlier and may have stopped them leaving. He's got the luck of the devil, that Ethan bets. First Gibraltar and now here. But I'll get him, John. You see if I don't." "What are you going to do about Manduka?" "We are going to be unpopular with the super, as it is without him making complaints. I'll book us on a flight home tomorrow, but I'll make sure there's enough time to call in and apologize before we go." Ethan pretended not to notice that Emily had stopped locking the cabin door. He'd noticed that her attitude had changed a little. She seemed more frightened and more willing to help out when he needed it. His arm was feeling so much better that he broke the plaster away from his hand so that he could use his wrist. It was still difficult for him to do everything on the boat. He really needed to get the plaster removed and get his elbow mobile again. He looked at the charts and planned a route. He needed somewhere where he could either get the plaster removed or get the tools to do it himself. That meant finding a place where there were plenty of English speakers and no extradition treaty with Britain. Northern Cyprus was the place that stood out. Next stop, Crete. He told Emily as she came out to prepare breakfast. "We can anchor offshore and take the tender into the beach, then walk into town." "We don't have to, Ethan. I mean, this is not exactly a holiday, is it?" "Well, maybe not, but there's no reason we can't enjoy ourselves a bit. We need fresh food. We should have got some in Malta, but I thought you needed to get away. I was upset about the newspaper, that's all." "Well, now they've published a picture of the boat. We'll have to be more careful, at least in Crete and Rhodes. When we get to Kyrenia, we'll be able to dock." "Kyrenia? Where's that?" "Northern Cyprus. That's the Turkish sector. No one but Turkey recognizes them, so no one can touch us there. So that's it is it we hole up in Kyrenia and wait for them to find a way of getting us out of there. The money in the safe won't last forever. No, we won't be stopping there for more than a week or two. We have to go through the Suez Canal, and I'm going to need 2 hands for that. I need to get this cast off, and Northern Cyprus looks like the best place to do that. Does it feel okay now? Your arm, that is?" "It's getting better all the time. I've already broken out the wrist, and it doesn't feel bad when I use my hand. I need to get my elbow working again." In Crete, they anchored in the bay at Heraklion and took the tender ashore. They shopped in the tourist sector where they wouldn't stand out. Once they got their supplies, they got a taxi back to the beach and were soon back on board BJ. They lay at anchor for the rest of the day, and Emily did a little sunbathing while Ethan did what maintenance he could with his one hand. In the evening, Emmy cooked dinner, and they shared a bottle of wine. By the time they turned in, Emily was a little drunk, which made her more amenable to Ethan's advances. When she woke the following morning, she found that she was not alone. She found herself torn between just accepting the way things were and trying to fight against it. In the end, she decided to go with the flow. She got up and prepared breakfast while Ethan prepared to set sail. As they sat on the deck, Emmy looked out at Crete. "I wish we could just go ashore and explore. I never knew Crete was mountainous. From here it looks really beautiful. It won't be long before we can go anywhere. I'll get us new identities and we can go where we want. Anywhere except Britain. I still won't be able to go home to see my friends and family, will I?" "No, but once we are established they can come and see us. That's still a long way from freedom though, isn't it?" "Yes, it's also a long way from being locked in prison. I know it's not ideal, but I'm making the best of a bad situation." "And who made the situation bad?" She thought but decided to keep it to herself. She still entertained the thought of giving herself up. "Well, tomorrow we can explore Rhodes. Maybe that will make you feel a bit better. I'm going to get underway." He got up, weighed anchor, and started raising sails. In less than 5 minutes, they were underway. Late that evening, they dropped anchor in Cathra Bay near Falaraki. After a day of exploring what they could of Rhodes, they set sail for northern Cyprus. Kyrenia was once a small fishing village. Prior to the Turkish invasion, it started to develop as a tourist destination. Since the invasion, It had become the main port for the Turkish sector of Cyprus. Emily looked nervously at the 2 Turkish gunboats as they entered the harbor. Ethan contacted the harbor master and was allocated a berth. Ethan seemed more relaxed than Emily had seen him since his attack on Will. They tied up at midday, and they spent the evening in a quayside restaurant having their first proper dinner in weeks. For the whole of their first day, they did nothing but relax and soak up the atmosphere of the town. On the second day, Ethan went out to find a hospital and get his plaster cut off. Emily wandered through the town. She bought a few postcards to send to her friends and family. She sat in a cafe and wrote out a card to send to Will. "My darling Will, I am so sorry for what has happened. You must know that I had nothing to do with it. I pleaded with Ethan to go back for you, but he refused. I was powerless. I'm so glad you are alive. Please forgive me, my love. Emily." She wrote out another to her best friend Jane and one to her parents. She finished her coffee and set off to find a post office. With the postcard sent, she made her way back to the harbor and BJ2. Ethan came back later with a bandage and a plastic support on his arm. He didn't seem particularly happy and his arm was in a sling. "Why is your arm still in a sling?" "They thought I should support it for part of the day." "Does it hurt?" "It hurts to straighten it. I won't be able to carry anything for a while." "What have you been up to?" Emily told him how she had spent her day, and Ethan got more and more agitated. "Please tell me you didn't send them. We are on the run from the authorities. There are probably European arrest warrants out for us, and you want to send postcards telling everyone where we are. Mom and Dad will be worried about me. I wanted them to know that I was all right. You said we were safe here, that no one could touch us. I know what I said and we probably are safe. I'd still prefer people not to know where we are. One thing is for sure now. If we are going to visit the South, we'll have to do it before those postcards reach England. After that, we won't get through the border." The following day, they rented a Jeep and drove across the border to Nicosia. Emmy was still considering giving herself up to the Cypriot police. She talked to Ethan about it, and he did his best to persuade her to stay with him. They spent the day shopping and sightseeing. Ethan bought a 3-day-old copy of The Guardian. They stopped in a small cafe, and while Emily went to the toilet, Ethan sat reading the newspaper. He was just flipping through the business section when a headline caught his eye. "Easton shows he's not dead yet." Millionaire businessman William Easton, who only recently survived an attempt on his life, is rumored to be the driving force behind the hostile takeover of McMahon Construction. Although the official line is that a corporation based in Grand Cayman is behind the takeover, it bears all the hallmarks of an Easton operation. In the weeks leading up to the takeover, the previous owner of the company, Sir George McMahon, has been seen in negotiations with a woman recently identified as Mr. Wainwright's personal assistant. When Emmy came back and sat down, he put the paper on the table. "What's the main reason for wanting to go home?" "I want to talk to Will. I have to make him see that I had nothing to do with what happened. Maybe if I can do that, there may still be a chance for us, Will and me. I think it may be too late for that." He tapped the newspaper on the table. "It says here that he has already filed for divorce." Tears ran down her cheeks as she read the newspaper article. As she got further down the page, she looked up at Ethan. "It says here that he's lost the use of one leg. He's in a wheelchair now. You did that to him, Ethan. Now he hates me and it's all your fault." Ethan felt the anger rising up in him and almost said what he felt, that his only regret was not making sure Will was dead before putting him in the water. She wiped her eyes and blew her nose on a tissue before gathering herself together. "Have you read this?" Ethan nodded. "All of it?" "No, just the important bits." "So you didn't get to the bit that says they know exactly where we are?" "2 policemen flew into Malta the day we were there. They must have missed us by hours. You thought you were so smart, making them think we went to the Canaries, and all this time they knew we were in the Med. To think you had the nerve to ridicule me for sending postcards. They've probably already worked out where we were going." Ethan had never seen her like this before. She was angry, really angry, and she was also starting to doubt that he knew what he was doing. He felt he had to say something to reassure her. "Well, we must still be one jump ahead, or they would have arrested us as we came across the border. We can go back to the north and stay there." "And then what?" "The money on BJ won't last the rest of the year. We'd have to get jobs, but what jobs would we get? I don't see much call for an English actress and a deckhand who can't leave territorial waters. Anyway, I can't live like that. Knowing that I can't come and go as I please, I might as well be in prison. I keep telling you I've got a plan. We'll get new identities and we'll be able to go where we want. Just not England." "No, not England. If we go back there, you will find out what it's really like to be in prison. Just trust me, Emmy. Give me a couple of weeks here to get my arm working again, then we'll be off. 2 weeks after that, it will all be over." They finished their coffees and left. Both were very nervous as they approached the checkpoint. Ethan heaved a big sigh of relief as they were waved through. His delight was tempered somewhat when they got back to the boat, and he heard the latch go over on Emily's cabin door. It was 3 weeks into our new relationship that he said the words that gave me a warm glow inside. We've been trying to cope with working together all day. It was hard trying not to let our feelings show. There would be the odd touch here and a stroke there. We thought we were keeping it under wraps, but I'm sure that people suspected. I know that Jean suspected something, though I never admitted anything to her. Probably the way we sat on the same side of the desk for discussions gave her the hint. We spent our weekends together and took it in turns to choose where we wanted to go. 4 or 5 evenings a week we went out together. We went of first nights for plays and shows, concerts, even the opera, which I never really understood. When he asked me if there was anything I desperately wanted to see, I had my answer ready: Swan Lake. Well, never really understood ballet, or that is what he said. Any form of dance seemed to leave him cold. I thought he'd forgotten all about it until the courier turned up with the envelope. He took a quick peek in the envelope, smiled, and looked at me. "Glad rags on tonight, Parker, my girl. We're going out, the Royal Opera House, no less. Will I understand this one? Is it even in English? It's not opera, not tonight. Swan Lake you wanted and Swan Lake you shall have. The Royal Ballet, if that's all right." All the restraint I'd managed went out the window. I rushed across the office, bent down and hugged him. "Are you sure you don't mind? I mean, I know you don't like it." "I don't know if I like it or not. I've never been before, but I thought it's Tchaikovsky. The music is great, so I'll enjoy that." Now I thought we'd agreed to be professional around the office. That night Thomas dropped us at the Opera House, and Will and I started what was to become a wonderful evening. Will was starting to get more control over his left leg, so his movement was getting faster. We found our front row seats and settled in for the evening. It's difficult to describe the way I felt. The costumes and the dancing were amazing. The music was wonderful. During the interval, I asked Will if he was enjoying it. Surprisingly enough, yes, I am. It's giving me a new appreciation of the strength and fitness of the dancers. At the end of the performance, Will called Thomas, who brought the car round to pick us up. It was in the car heading home that the conversation made my night. "Did you really enjoy it?" "Yes. I didn't expect to, but I really did. The performance was wonderful, the music was great, but there was something else that made me feel good. I looked at you and saw how much you were enjoying it, and that made me enjoy it all the more." He didn't say he loved me. It was more than that. My happiness made him happy. What more could I want? I made up my mind right then that would be the night. When we arrived outside my building, I squeezed his hand. "Are you coming up?" He looked a little surprised. "Is that what you want?" I just kissed him. Thomas opened the door, and we both got out. As he held the door for Will, I gave him a little kiss on the cheek. "You can go home now, Thomas." "Are you sure, miss?" "Yes, Thomas. We won't need you again tonight." When we got to my flat, I poured us each a glass of wine and sat beside him on the sofa. We chatted for a while, then I got up and stood with my back to him. I looked back over my shoulder and spoke to him. "I need to get out of this dress. Could you unzip me, please?" He reached up, pulled my zipper down as far as my waist, and stopped. "All the way down, please." I knew that he must have noticed the fact that I wasn't wearing a bra. Now as he took the zip all the way down, he would notice the flimsiest thong that I could find. As the zip reached the bottom, I shrugged the dress off of my shoulders and let it fall to the floor. I stepped out of the dress and bent to pick it up. I draped the dress over the back of the sofa and stood before him wearing nothing but a skimpy thong, stockings, and suspender belt. "Wow. Do you like what you see?" That's a stupid question to ask a man with his tongue hanging out. Of course, I like it. Does this mean what I think it means? I turned again, sat beside him, and put my arm around his neck. "That depends on how you interpret it," I said with a soft smile. "We've had such a great time tonight. It would be a shame to stop now. I'd love to keep the fun going, if you're up for it too." I felt his hand gently move across my side. I smiled and kissed him again, and as we pulled apart, I suggested, "How about we move this to the bedroom?" He chuckled. "I'm not sure I can carry you, but I'll walk with you." We both stood up and slowly made our way to the bedroom. As we relaxed on the bed, he comfortingly rubbed my back, and we enjoyed each other's company. His touch was kind, his presence calming. "I'm glad we're together," I whispered, feeling completely at ease. After some time, we got up and decided to take a shower together. "Care to join me?" I asked with a smile. "I'm not sure I can. I use a stool in the shower at home. All the more reason to shower with someone who can support you if you need it." He got out of bed and used his crutches to make his way to the bathroom. We helped each other get cleaned up before returning to bed. I cuddled up to him, and as we lay together, I whispered the words I'd been holding in for years. I love you, Will Easton. He pulled me closer, his hand around my waist. I felt content and at peace. Later that night, I woke up to find our positions reversed. I was facing the opposite direction, and he had his arm around me. We stayed close as he softly whispered in my ear, I love you, Olivia Parker. I don't know what took me so long to realize it, but now I know it's true. I never want to be further from you than I am right now. My heart raced in my chest, and I wrapped my arms around him, feeling a deep sense of closeness. We drifted off to sleep in each other's arms, feeling completely at ease. In the morning, I woke up with my head resting on his chest and saw him peacefully asleep. I smiled, feeling grateful for the closeness we shared. You know, he said as he stretched, I think we both need to be careful. This changes everything, doesn't it? I nodded, resting my head against him, still processing everything. You're right. We can't risk anything affecting the stability we've worked for. He sighed. I understand. But at this point, nothing can hurt me. I've been through too much, and I'm not afraid of what people say anymore. But you have to be careful, I reminded him. It's still too soon for people to understand. If they think we've been together before, it'll just give them ammunition for their assumptions. We both fell into a thoughtful silence, knowing that the future would require navigating complexities we hadn't anticipated. Let them try. We know it's not true, so they can't prove it is. I'm Will Easton, and if someone wants to publish lies about me, they had better be prepared for it to cost them a lot of money. We've done nothing wrong, and I won't sneak around looking like I'm ashamed of you, of us. Move in with me, Ollie. I need to have you with me. When you're not with me, you're all I can think about. I'm only fully functional when I'm with you. No one can touch me when I've got you. Move in with me. Let's do it today. I didn't know what to say. I thought it was too soon, but Will could see no reason to wait. I could see the anxiety on his face as I thought it over. I thought about Mom and Dad. Dad would not like the fact that Will was still married. Mom would want to be sure that I was happy. No, not today anyway. Before I move in, I want you to meet my parents. I want them to know the man I'm living with, and if they don't like me, then that will be their problem, not ours. I just want them to know you before they find out that we are together. Okay, can we do it this weekend? I laughed. You're really in that much of a hurry? Yes, I am. Book the hotel, we'll go down there. If you really want to offend them, then I'll book a hotel. They will expect us to stay with them. Okay, set it up and we'll go at the weekend. Maybe we can get them together with the old man. I suppose it was predictable that Dad would be suspicious of Will. He'd never really liked me working for him. Living with him was maybe a step too far. Will tried his best to charm him, and I think he did soften a bit. Mom, of course, was completely taken with him. The weekend went as well as could be expected, but at least I was spared any embarrassment. Will didn't tell me anything about his conversations with Dad until we were in the car. When he did, that was when I was embarrassed. He didn't. Yes, he did. What are your intentions where my daughter is concerned? Oh my God. What did you say? I told him that as soon as my divorce is final, I intend to ask you to marry me. It seemed to make him hate me a little less. I'm sure he doesn't really hate you. He's just concerned for his only daughter. Maybe he'll feel better when you say yes. And that's what I'm going to say, is it? It had better be, or I'll ask you every day until you do. I hugged his arm, and we stayed that way as Thomas drove us back to London and Will's flat. Over the next week, we moved all of my stuff into his flat. We'd been living together for a week when the postcard arrived. Will read it and laughed. Only Emmy would think she could make things right with a postcard. I picked up the card and read it. I think you're being unkind. It looks to me that she's genuinely sorry. I'm sure she is. I don't blame her. I'm beginning to think I should be grateful to her and Ethan. After all, in a way, they brought us together. I think I need to give this to the police, though. It shows where they are. Inspector Davies was somewhat subdued when he called to pick up the postcard. He smiled at me as he walked through the office. I got up and followed him into Will's office. It's a pleasure to meet you again, Miss Parker. No offense, Inspector, but I can't really say the same. Whenever we see you, it is a reminder of what nearly happened. I'm sorry about that, miss. I wish the circumstances were different. Well, Inspector, when you've finished flirting with my PA, I assume you've come to pick up the postcard. As you can see, they are in northern Cyprus. Oh, we already knew that, sir. Young Mr. Betts is no fool. We have no extradition treaty with the north of the island. They won't arrest him for us, and we have no jurisdiction there. The best we can hope for is to put pressure on the Turks to move them on. Given the tracker on board BJ, I thought you would have picked them up by now, Inspector. Not as easy as it may seem, sir. Young Betts has been hugging the North African coast. He stays in territorial waters, so we can't go in and get him. We missed them in Malta. Betts has changed the name on the boat, and that caused some confusion. By the time we got to the bottom of it, they'd gone. We will get them, sir, rest assured of that. To be honest, Inspector, much as I would like to see young Ethan go down, I'm more interested in getting my boat back. So you're not worried about your wife then, sir? Would you be, Inspector? I believe what she said on that card. I don't believe she had any part in the attack on me. I remember the look of horror on her face just before the lights went out. However, she had the opportunity to come clean in Gibraltar, but she chose to run for it with Ethan. Given what we know about their activities while I was out of the country, would you want her back? No, sir, I don't suppose I would. We've been looking into unscrupulous yacht dealers. You were right about Marbella. That person is known to us and is actually someone we'd like to talk to on another matter. The other chap you mentioned is working out of Mauritius. If we manage to force him out of Cyprus, that is where we think he will go to. Tell me, sir, if you wanted to make that trip, how would you do it? Well, there are only two routes and only one that makes any sense. Back out of the Med through the Straits of Gibraltar, down the west coast of Africa, round the Horn and back up to Mauritius. What's wrong with the other route, sir? Come over to the map and I'll show you. They both moved across the office to the map. Will used his finger on the map to show his alternative route. He tapped his finger on the map. There is absolutely no way I'd take my boat into this part of the Indian Ocean. Why is that, sir? Well, didn't answer, just moved his finger on the map and tapped again. Oh yes, I see, sir. Well, if he comes back through the Straits of Gibraltar, we'll get the Navy to pick them up, so I'll just have to wait. Is that what you're telling me? I'm afraid so, yes, sir. He got up to leave and walked to the door. Will called out to him. What will happen to them, Inspector? Young Betts will be charged with attempted murder, resisting arrest, theft of your yacht, and anything else we can think of. Once we get him, it's likely to be at least 10 years before he sees the light of day. Your wife is likely to be charged with conspiracy to commit murder, aiding, and abetting a fugitive. She is also a party to the theft of your boat, sir. Should be good for at least a couple of years inside. I told you Emily was shocked to see what was happening. I'm sure she didn't know about it. That's as maybe, sir. She backed up his story in Gibraltar. Even now, all she has to do is walk across the border. The very least she can look forward to is accessory to attempted murder. Nothing I can do, Inspector? I'm afraid not, sir. It will be up to the Director of Public Prosecutions. Okay, Inspector. You will keep me in the loop, won't you? We'll do our best, sir. But you have to realize this is not the only case we are working on. Of course. Thank you, Inspector. The inspector left and I went over to Will and crouched down beside his wheelchair. I'm so proud of you. You really are going to help her, aren't you? You said it yourself. Emmy is no killer. I believe what she wrote on the card. I know she cheated on me, but, as you said, I was just as bad. The only difference is that I did it with girls who knew the rules. They knew it was no strings attached. I knew exactly what I was doing. I doubt that Emmy even thought about it. I kissed him, got up and sat on the desk. A lesser man would have been full of hate and wanted revenge, but you sound as if you've forgiven her already. I don't know really. I spent 20 years hating the old man, and what did that achieve? According to George Herbert, living well is the best revenge. I intend to live very well, so I'll have my revenge. I don't need to hurt Emmy. Ethan, however, is another matter. You've changed, you know. It's a good change. I like it a lot, but it's definitely a change. The doctor said it might happen, but I didn't really believe it. Emily only ever got to see the fun playboy side of you. The real Will Easton was a hard man to love. Everything was about you showing the world what you could do, hard, ruthless, and not giving a damn what anybody else thought. I loved you even then, but God knows you didn't make it easy. There was always a nicer, softer side to you, but you kept it buried so deep that sometimes I could forget it was ever there at all. Now, you see more, take everything into consideration. You even listen to what your father has to say. It's like that person you kept buried inside has suddenly escaped. How do you know this is the real me and not just an act? Because the new Will is there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You could never keep it up if it was all an act. He took my hand in his, kissed the back of it, and looked up into my eyes. You know, coming so close to death does things to you. It makes you look at your life from a different angle. You think, is this really me? Is this what I want to be? Is this how I want to be remembered? I suppose I decided the answer to all those questions was no. I got off the desk and bent down to give him a hug. Well, I like the new Will Easton even more than the old one. Now, what did you want to talk to me about? I think I found someone to sort out the life jacket company in Ramsgate. Emily was surprised to find a strange man standing in the cockpit of the boat. He was about 5 feet 10 inches tall, thick-set with a swarthy complexion and a thick mustache. As she came out on deck, he took off his dark glasses and smiled. He offered his hand. "Madam Easton, I'm Dawood Osman from the Ministry of the Interior. I need to talk to yourself and Mr. Betts." Emily shook his hand while wondering what it was all about. She called Ethan to come out on deck. "Please sit down, Mr. Osman." They both sat and waited for Ethan. When he burst out on deck, he came to an abrupt halt on seeing Mr. Osman. Osman got up and offered his hand. "Are you a cop or something? Are we under arrest?" No. Why would you think that? Have you broken the law?" "No, I don't think so." "Then we have nothing to worry about." Both Ethan and Mr. Osman sat down. "Madam Easton, Mr. Betts, I have to ask you about your plans. How long do you intend to stay here on our island?" "I don't know," Ethan replied. "Until I get the full use of my arm back." "So another week, yes?" "Well, maybe. As I said, it depends how quickly I get my arm working." "You misunderstand me, Mr. Betts. It was not a question. In 1 week, I expect you to be gone." "I don't understand. We've done nothing wrong." "Not here, Mr. Betts. No, you haven't. But the British police have issued arrest warrants for both yourself and Mrs. Easton." "Well, yes, but you've got no extradition treaty, so it doesn't concern you. What concerns me is that if our little island gets known as a place to hide, we will have every wanted criminal hiding out here. We don't want that, Mr. Betts. Neither of you has any links to Turkey or Cyprus. We have no obligation to protect you. 1 week, Mr. Betts or I will have you arrested and deported as undesirable aliens." Mr. Osman stood and offered his hand first to Ethan and then to Emily. As he shook their hands, he reminded them both. "So, my friends, 7 days you will be gone, yes?" They both nodded as he shook their hands. When he turned and left the boat, Emmy looked at Ethan. "I thought you said we'd be safe here." "We are safe. No one has arrested us. In a week, I'll be fit enough to continue. We'll be in Syrian territorial waters in no time. After that, it's plain sailing, so to speak." "Just where are we going, Ethan? Will we ever be safe?" "We're going to Mauritius, where we'll get new identities. Then we'll be safe. We could go and live in Thailand or somewhere." "And where are we going to get the money to pay for all this?" "From selling this baby," he said, slapping the seats of BJ's cockpit. "She worth a small fortune, more than enough to buy us new identities and set us up for the rest of our lives." "No, you can't sell BJ. Will loves this boat. It's his baby. When it's the difference between selling his boat and going to jail for 10 years or more, then yes, I can sell it." Emily was unhappy, but couldn't think of an alternative. Whenever she found any reference to their situation in the English-language newspapers, they painted her as a Scarlet Woman. She read stories about how she conspired with her young lover to murder her husband and inherit his fortune. She desperately wanted to return home, to give herself up. However, she was also frightened of the consequences of such a move. The thought of going to prison terrified her. She didn't know much about life in prison, but what she did know frightened her. Maybe Ethan was right. With new identities, they could go almost anywhere. Anywhere bar the only place she wanted to go, home. She thought about her parents. They must have been going through hell dealing with the press and the police. She thought about Will. Could she really be a party to him losing his beloved BJ forever? She desperately wanted to talk to him. He would know what to do. Will always knew what to do. In the short time they had been married, she'd come to depend on him for everything. Why on earth had she decided to stay at home when he'd flown off on his business trips? She wondered how he felt about her now. Could he possibly still love her? Do I really love him? She asked herself. She thought she did, but why then had she taken up with Ethan? Surely if she loved him, nothing would have kept her from his side. The more she thought, the more questions came up. In the end, she decided not to make a decision, at least not yet. She would wait until they got to Mauritius. From there she could get a plane home, or go to Thailand with Ethan. By then she might have a clearer idea of what to do. It was another 5 days before Ethan felt sufficiently fit to set sail again. He wanted to be sure he could handle the boat without Emmy's help. She seemed more disturbed since Osman's visit, and he half expected her to disappear any day. He was surprised when she came out to help as he prepared to set sail. They left Kyrenia mid-morning, and by mid-afternoon, they were in Syrian territorial waters. He headed south down toward Lebanon and Israel. 3 days later, they docked at Port Said. Ethan had assumed that passing through the Suez Canal would be a simple matter of paying the passage fees and sailing through. Instead, he was forced to join a convoy of tankers and cargo ships. This meant a 12-hour delay. A delay that left him nervously watching the quayside for signs of impending arrest. It was a great relief when the canal company official told him to prepare to set sail. "What's the position in the Easton case?" Inspector Davies asked. Sergeant John Robson looked at his computer. Well, Gov, we managed to get the Turks to force them out of Kyrenia. As before, he's been staying in territorial waters. Now they are docked in Port Said. Port Said? Oh shit. What's wrong with Port Said? It's the entrance to the Suez Canal, meaning he's going through to the Red Sea, then down to Mauritius. Easton said it was madness to do that. It seems sensible enough to me. The sergeant said, looking at his screen. It looks like an excellent shortcut to me. Look at the coastal waters he'll be sailing through. Oh shit. They wouldn't be interested in a sailing boat, surely. It's only tankers and container ships that interest them. Easton thinks they'd be interested, and don't forget he paid $6 million for his little toy, and that boat is a lot easier to seize than a tanker. Nothing we can do about. We've got to wait for them to stay somewhere long enough for us to have them arrested. Maybe, maybe not. I'm going to talk to the chief super. If we've got a shipping protection vessel out there, we might not have to wait. Why are you so keen to get this one, Gov? I mean, it's just another rich bloke's toy. I'm getting the idea that you like this Easton bloke. Or is it the lovely Miss Parker you're interested in? I'll have you know that I'm a happily married man. Well, a married man anyway. The lovely Miss Parker is a great piece of eye candy, John, but right out of my league. No, I just don't like being made to look stupid, and young Mr. Betts has been doing just that. I don't want to let him get to Mauritius and disappear. And that's it, is it? You think he's taking the piss? The little shit tried to commit murder, and he damn near got managed it. Since then he's kept one step ahead of us. If I'm right and he's planning to sell the boat, by the time we complete extradition proceedings he'll be gone and the boat will be unidentifiable. We can't let that happen, John. If I can't get the old man to involve the Navy, then I'm going to see Easton, to see if he can lean on people. As they emerged from the canal, the convoy didn't break up immediately. The space between the vessels opened up, but they all continued along the north coast of the Red Sea. As they traveled along the coast of Saudi Arabia, the traffic thinned out as some of the tankers anchored at the oil terminals. They sailed on down to Djibouti and Yemen. Ethan stayed with the convoy, hugging the coast of Yemen. They were out in the Gulf of Aden when Ethan started to break away from the others. They passed to the east of the island of Socotra, and he laid in a southerly course towards Mauritius. Emily noticed Ethan becoming more relaxed. You seem happier. Has something happened? No, not really. It's just that we're on the final leg of the journey. Only a few more days and our worries will be over. How can you be sure they won't be waiting for us in Mauritius? They've not been far behind us so far. Maybe they know where we're going. No one would expect us to go through Suez. No one takes a sailing boat through there. They consider it too dangerous being so close to all those big ships. So why did we go through it? Because this is no ordinary sailing boat. And we did use the engine all the way through. No, they'll be waiting to pick us up in Gibraltar. So where are we now? Ethan went up on deck and returned with a chart that he spread out on the table. We are here, he said, putting his finger on the chart. He moved his finger. This is Mauritius, and we are making 15 knots, so we should be there in 3 or 4 days. What is this land over here? Emmy asked, running her finger over the chart. That's Somalia, and that is Kenya. Somalia? Are you mad? I may not be all that bright, Ethan, but even I know what goes on in Somalian waters. That's what you meant when you said no one would expect us to come this way. You meant that no one thought we would be that stupid. Ethan grabbed her wrist and sharply pulled her hand away from the chart. Emmy winced at the pain. Don't ever call me stupid. There is nothing stupid about it. I know what I'm doing. We're 100 miles out. The pirates don't come out this far, and even if they did, they are only interested in tankers and cargo vessels. They hold the vessels and the crew for ransoms of millions of pounds. They're not interested in a private yacht. How can you be so sure? This boat is worth a lot of money. You said so yourself. I know Will would pay plenty to get her back, probably more than he'd pay for me. Ethan let go of her wrist and moved to her side. He put his arm around her shoulders. Relax. You know I'd never let anything happen to you. We are too far offshore for any of that sort of problem. Believe me, Emmy, we are perfectly safe, and in a few days we can start our new life. Emmy let herself be comforted by his arms as tears ran down her cheeks. She wiped her eyes and turned to face him. Ethan, I've made a decision. I'm not going with you. Don't be daft, of course, you're coming with me. What else would you do? Where would you go? Home. I'm going home. I'll tell them you dropped me off in Mauritius and sailed away. I won't help them find you. But why? They'll arrest you when you get off the plane. You'll go to prison. I don't care. I'm not like you. I love my parents. I feel terrible knowing what all this is doing to them. I can't bear the thought of never seeing them again. You're lying. You're going back to him, aren't you? Men, why do you try to turn everything into some macho contest? Do you seriously think he wants me back after what we've done? I'd like the chance to explain to him, but I don't expect anything from him now. No, it's my family, my friends, England. I can't live without them. I'd rather be in prison in England than free in Thailand, always waiting for the fateful knock on the door. But what about us? There never was an us, Ethan. We've got a few more days. Let's just make the most of them. A disappointed Ethan folded up the chart and took it aloft to stow it. When he came back, he looked at Emily with puppy dog eyes. Does that mean I can move back into your cabin? Emily smiled and kissed him. Why not? Ethan woke to find himself pressed against Emily. He shifted slightly to adjust his position and pulled her closer. Emily stirred, and as she turned to speak to him, they both heard a thump and felt the boat shudder. Ethan quickly moved away from her. What was that? Emily cried out. We've hit something, said Ethan, as he pulled back the duvet and jumped out of bed. He was just pulling his jeans on when the door burst open. Two men came into the cabin. They were short, thin, and black. Each one carried a Kalashnikov assault rifle. The men turned and pointed the guns at Ethan and Emily. They barked out orders in a language that neither Emmy nor Ethan understood. Emily sat on the bed with the sheets pulled up around her neck. All she could do was scream as the men kept shouting and gesticulating with their guns. Ethan was still struggling into his jeans when a third man came in with a pistol in his hand. He waved the gun around. Where are your crew? He asked in English. What crew? This is it, just us. Ethan replied. No. A boat this size needs a crew of 4 or 5. Now, where are they? I'm telling you it's just us. The boat is all automatic. She almost sails herself. You two will come with me. I need to get dressed, said Emily. So get dressed. He turned and gave orders to the other two men, who left the cabin. He pointed the gun at Emily. Get dressed now. They could hear shouting from on deck, followed by banging. Ethan looked up. What are you doing up there? Nothing that concerns you. Now get dressed quickly. Emmy gave up, expecting the man to turn his back, and did her best to preserve her modesty as she got dressed. Once she had clothes on, the man waved the gun, motioning for them to leave the cabin. Ethan went first, and the man followed close behind Emily. As they reached the cockpit, Ethan grabbed a flare pistol from its place on the cockpit bulkhead and turned to face the man with the gun. 3 shots rang out, and Ethan fell to the deck. Emily tried to go to him, but the man pulled her away, dragging her out into the cockpit. She could see 4 men running across the deck. They were hacking at the ropes, bringing sails crashing down. The man with the gun shouted out orders, and 2 of the men on the deck ran back and jumped down into the cockpit. They disappeared below and soon returned carrying Ethan. Emmy thought at first that they were going to put him in the boat tied alongside. Instead, they held him by his hands and feet and threw him overboard. No, Emily screamed, and she tried to get away from her captor and run to Ethan, but the man grabbed the waistband of her jeans and pulled her back. Get in the boat, he told her. Emily struggled to get free. You killed him, you scumsucker. Get in the boat or I'll kill you too. As he pushed the gun into the small of her back, she reluctantly climbed over the side and into the waiting boat. She looked back at a forlorn-looking BJ. Her sails were either down or flapping uselessly in the wind. She cried. She cried for Ethan. She cried for Will, who would be heartbroken to see his boat. She cried for herself, not knowing what would become of her now. The man with the gun climbed into the boat and pushed Emily down onto a seat in the bow. He shouted more orders to the men on board BJ. All 4 scrambled back across BJ's deck and jumped down into the boat. One man untied the boat while another started the engines and took the wheel. They maneuvered their boat up to BJ's bow and attached a rope to the forward cleat. As they pulled away from BJ, they tied the other end of the rope to the stern of their launch. As she heard the engines roar, Emily could only feel deep despair. She'd come within 3 days of going home, and now she wasn't sure that she'd ever see home again. HMS Trowbridge was a Type 22 frigate of the Royal Navy. She'd been dispatched to the Indian Ocean as shipping protection vessel. Her job was to protect British-registered vessels from attack by Somali pirates. However, so few cargo vessels were registered in Britain these days that Trowbridge spent most of her time patrolling from Cape Town to the Persian Gulf and back. Her captain, Robert Jeffries, was proud of the job he did. Protecting British shipping is exactly what he thought he should be doing in peacetime. He looked at the orders he'd just been given. He was not a happy man. He walked over to the radar screen. He tapped on one of the targets. What's that? He asked. I don't know, sir. It's too small for a cargo vessel. It could be a patrol boat of some kind, but it looks a bit big for the sort of thing that operates in these waters. Could it be a large, like about 60-foot long, sailing boat? Yes, sir, that would certainly fit the bill. What's her speed? Well, she has been making 16 knots, but she seems to have come to a standstill now. Captain Jeffries made a note of the position of the target and walked back across the bridge to his first officer. He handed him the location. Lay in a course for this position number 1, and get Lieutenant Roberts up here. Lieutenant Roberts arrived on the bridge already dressed in his flight suit. You wanted to see me, sir? Yes, Mr. Roberts. It seems we've been turned into Her Majesty's policemen. We've been ordered to recover some rich bugger's toy boat. But what about the commercial shipping? What indeed, Mr. Roberts? It would seem that Her Majesty's government think it's more important for us to apprehend a couple of scallywags who've stolen a yacht. Believe me, I'm less happy about this than you, but we have our orders. He walked over to the radar screen and tapped on BJ's position. I want you to fly out to this location and check that it is a white 60-foot catch. Make sure they know you're there. It'll give them some time to think so that by the time we get there they won't offer any resistance. Is there likely to be any shooting, sir? I shouldn't think so, but if there is, you get the hell out of there. Is that clear? As crystal, sir. Very well, break out the links and get airborne. We'll keep you briefed on any changes. Lieutenant Roberts hadn't got airborne before the radar operator called out to Captain Jeffries. She's changing course, sir. Moving erratically, but the general direction seems to be towards Mogadishu. Oh shit, that's all we need. On the launch, tempers were fraying. As they tried to tow BJ in one direction, she would try to turn in another. The only English-speaking pirate grabbed Emily's arm and pulled her to her feet. Who is on the boat? He asked. No one. There's no one on the boat. You killed Ethan. There is no one else. So who is steering the boat? I pull one way, it goes the other. Someone is steering the boat? It must be the computer. Didn't you switch it off? What do you mean? What computer? She's all computer controlled. That's why we don't need a crew. The computer will steer her unless you switch it off. She's trying to go to Mauritius. We go back on board and you switch it off. I can't. I don't know how. The man slapped her face hard. Don't play games with me. We go back on board and you switch it off. I can't. She cried. Ethan did all that, but he's dead. Maybe you can disconnect something. He pushed her away and she fell back down on the seat, crying. The launch started to throttle back, but as she did, there were excited shouts from the other pirates. They were pointing at some sort of aircraft on the horizon, but traveling towards them very quickly. One of the pirates started hacking at the rope securing BJ to the launch. As the rope was severed, the launch leapt forward and they accelerated away from BJ. In no time at all, the Lynx helicopter swept across the bows of the launch. It banked and turned in a wide circle, taking in the stricken BJ too. As he flew away from the pirates, Flight Lieutenant Roberts reported back to the ship. We've got a launch with about half a dozen Somalis. It looks like they were trying to tow the yacht into port, but now they've cut it adrift. I can take them out, sir. You know the rules of engagement, Lieutenant. Have they fired on you? Not yet, sir, no. If they do, then you know what to do. Lieutenant Roberts brought the Lynx around to hover facing the launch. One of the pirates raised his Kalashnikov and pointed it at the helicopter. The leader of the gang immediately smacked him around the head with his gun. He grabbed Emily's arm and pulled her up, then looking directly at the helicopter put his gun to her head. Oh shit, we have a problem here, sir. They have a hostage, white woman, maybe British. One of them has a gun to her head. Okay, Lieutenant, pull back and keep them under observation. We are making all speed to intercept. Sorry to say this, sir, but at the rate they're going, they'll be in territorial waters before you catch them. You may be right, but we'll do our best to intercept. Emily's heart sank as the helicopter turned away. Her captor smiled, and his men cheered. They continued at full speed towards the coast. Sadly, Lieutenant Roberts was right. Truebridge had crossed into Somali territorial waters before reaching its destination. Captain Jeffries gave up the pursuit and returned to BJ2. I had just finished a long and thoughtful conversation with Will. We lay together, reflecting on our bond and the connection we had developed. It was deeper than anything I had felt before, and I appreciated the meaningful exchange we had. Just as I felt at peace with everything, the phone rang. Will hesitated before rolling onto his back, taking me in his arms. I kissed his neck and playfully reached for his phone. The persistent ringing interrupted the quiet moment, but we both knew it needed to be addressed. The phone call came through. It was Inspector Davies with some unexpected news. We've recovered your boat. It's on its way to Cape Town as we speak, he said. Well, that's good news, Inspector, Will replied. But surely, it could have waited until morning? There's something else, the inspector added. It will probably be on the news soon, but I'd rather you heard it from me. Does this have something to do with my wife? I'm afraid it does, sir. She has been taken hostage by a gang of Somali pirates. Now I don't want you to worry about this, sir. They normally do this for ransom. Your wife is quite safe. Thank you, Inspector. What about Ethan Betts? Have they got him as well? No, sir, we don't think so. What do you mean, Inspector? You've recovered BJ, so either you've got him or they have. No, sir, there is another alternative. We know shots were fired on the boat, and apparently, there is blood on the deck. It looks like they shot him and threw him overboard. Oh, that is bad news. You surprise me, sir. If he'd tried to kill me, I'd be happy to see him gone. I wasn't thinking of him, Inspector. I was thinking of his father. I know him. He's a good man. Yes, sir, I see. That will indeed be distressing. Well, thank you for the information, Inspector. If that's all, I'll bid you good night. Yes, sir, good night to you too. Will disconnected the call and put the phone down. That was a surprise, he said. He always had a gift for understatement. What will you do? There is nothing I can do until I know what they want. So right now I intend to wait. But you will help her? What do you think? I think you'll find a way to help her while making it look like you did nothing. You know me too well. Why is it so important that everyone thinks you to be a cold scumsucker? Because until people know your weaknesses, those weaknesses don't exist. Am I one of your weaknesses? You, my darling, are my greatest weakness and my greatest strength. Now you're talking in riddles. You're a smart girl. You'll figure it out. There is a question that's been troubling me for a little while. What's that? When will you be ready to do it again? Will laughed. Woman, you are insatiable. Only where you are concerned. It took the press half a day to get hold of the story. By midday, we were getting phone calls from reporters wanting to talk to Will. Jane sent 2 reporters off with a flea in their ear. It still didn't stop them waiting outside when we left to go home. Are you going to pay the ransom, Mr. Easton? Shouted one. Mr. Easton, where does this leave your divorce? Shouted another. Will just ignored them and pushed through to the car. He opened the door for me and I climbed in. Then came the question that made him stop. Have you got anything to say to Ethan Betts' family, sir? Will stopped and turned to face the reporter. I've spoken to George Betts today. What I said has nothing to do with you or your readers. He got into the car and told Thomas to take us home. Over the next few days, the number of reporters dwindled. An actor's nanny had revealed that he had been trying to give her another baby to look after. All the tabloid reporters focused on that and left us alone. It was more than a week before we had any contact. It was a Wednesday morning when Kofi Abina came into our office. He was 6 feet tall, somewhat overweight with a round face and short-cropped wiry hair. Jane came in with a very embarrassed look on her face. Mr. Easton, there is a Mr. Kofi Abina here to see you. He says it's about your wife. Send him in, Jane. She walked to the door and called the man in. He walked into the office, a big smile on his face, and offered his hand. Will didn't get up and made no attempt to shake the man's hand. Good morning, Mr. Easton. It's a pleasure to meet you. I wish I could say the same, Mr. Abina. Now what do you want? Come, Mr. Easton, we are both businessmen. There is no reason we can't be pleasant to each other. Well, Mr. Abina, I know what business I'm in. What do you do? Will didn't offer a chair, but he sat down anyway. He seemed extremely relaxed. He leaned back in the chair. I am what you would call a fixer. I fix things for people. Today, I want to fix it for you to see your lovely wife again. And just how are you going to do that? He clasped his hands in his lap and gave Will a big smile. I know the people holding her. Not personally, you understand, but I know people who know them. Anyway, I know what they want and they would like me to talk to you. Let's just cut to the chase, Abina. How much do you want? No, Mr. Easton. I do not want anything. I am just here to help you deal with the very bad people who are holding your wife. I am your friend, Mr. Easton. You are no friend of mine, Mr. Abina. Now cut to the bottom line, how much? There is no need to be angry, Mr. Easton. All you need to do is transfer $10 million to an account I give you, and we can have your wife back in a couple of days. 100,000. You don't understand, Mr. Easton. These are very dangerous men. You don't joke with these men. Who's joking? If Emily turns up unharmed at the British High Commission in Nairobi, I will pay your friends £100,000 for their trouble. Abina laughed. Mr. Easton, my friend, you do not understand. You are not in charge here. These men, they are very bad men, and they hold all the cards. They will decide how and when your wife will be released. Now they have given me this picture of your wife. It was taken yesterday. You can use your computer to verify the headline. Will took the photograph, looked at it carefully, then keyed something into his computer. He waited for a while, then after a few mouse clicks looked at Abina. I'd seen him negotiate before, but I'd expected him to be more upset. But he seemed amazingly cool. He looked up at Abina and smiled. Mr. Abina, this photograph proves that Emily was alive 2 days ago. It does not prove she is alive now. You say your friends hold all the cards. You are obviously unaware that in poker terms they hold nothing more than a pair of deuces. You see, I am divorcing my wife. She and her lover, the man your friends killed on my boat, tried to kill me. I would be financially better off if she never came back. So tell me why you think I should give you £10 million for her release. Abina's smile disappeared as Will continued. Now, Mr. Abina, I will tell you what is going to happen. When you leave here today, you will take with you a satellite phone that you will pass on to your friends. In 10 days' time, you will return here and I will talk to my wife on that satellite phone. Then we can negotiate. I warn you now, any money I spend on trying to secure my wife's release will be deducted from my offer. For a moment, Abina looked stunned. Then he pulled himself together. I can see I'm wasting my time here. He passed Will a card. Call me when you come to your senses, but be warned, my friend, these are very bad men. Whatever fate may befall your wife will be on your head. Be warned, Mr. Abina. If my wife comes to any harm, I will visit that harm on you. Now don't waste your time talking to Emily's family. They don't even own their own house. They have no money to offer you. Now I think this meeting is over. Jean will give you the phone on the way out. Abina stood up. He started to offer his hand, but soon realized Will had no intention of shaking it and pretended to smooth down his trousers. I followed him out and made sure he took the satellite phone. When I got back into the office, Will was leaning back in his chair with his hands behind his neck. So, the game begins. It's not a game, Will. This is Emmy's life you're playing with. You could have just paid them. You've got the money. We'll make more than that on the McMahon deal. Oh sure. Then he'd be back next week telling me they wanted 20 mil. I'll get her back, and I know it's going to cost me money, but they won't see a penny of it. I don't see how you can do that. You don't even know where she is. We do it the same way we make business people do what we want. We put pressure on them. I'd have said more, but he picked up his phone and started a call. Fox. What have you got for me? Good. I have a name for you. Abina? No, not Somali, probably Kenyan. My guess is that he'll be flying back to Nairobi tonight or tomorrow. 10 days' time. Fox, I want this to go just as we discussed. Just remember, I know where the bodies are buried. If Her Majesty's government find out who supplied the RUF in Sierra Leone, your chances of a knighthood will be pretty damn small. Yeah, well, a man like you will always turn it to his advantage. Just remember, she must not be harmed. Okay, I'll look forward to hearing from him. He put the phone down and smiled at me. That will put the cat among the pigeons. I got up, crossed the office and sat on his desk. For a while, I sat there trying to work out how to say what I wanted. I supported him, but I wasn't sure that his way was the best way of dealing with this situation. Will, are you sure this is the right way to go about things? That was Derek Fox on the phone, wasn't it? Do you really want to get involved with him? I need to destabilize them, and he's an expert in that field. He does it to whole countries, only so he can sell more arms. I know you will. If Emily gets killed or seriously injured in your rescue attempt, you'll never forgive yourself. He reached out and took my hands. Trust me, my love. I will launch no rescue attempt. I just intend to educate her captors a little. I really will do my best to get her back. Zayn Malik put the phone down. White women sickened him. He'd long believed they had no morals. Now he knew it was true. How could their men tolerate such behavior? Now he had to face the fact that this woman's behavior had significantly reduced her ransom value. He paced the room, kicking out at anything that got in his way. His intention had been to calm down before he went in to see her. He was unsuccessful. As he opened the door, he was still seething. Emily looked up as the door opened. At first, she was relieved to see Zayn, the only one of her captors who spoke English. Her sense of relief disappeared as soon as she saw the look on his face. He marched across the room and gave her a hard slap with the back of his hand. 304. Bitch. You Western women disgust me. You have no respect for yourselves and certainly no respect for your husbands. Emily raised her hand to her stinging cheek and eye. She could feel the hot, sticky blood starting to run down her face. I don't understand. What did I do? I've done everything you asked. I gave you all the information you wanted. What did I do? You screw around on your husband. That's what you do. He is divorcing you. Do you really think he is going to pay for you now? I think I should sell you. Al-Shabaab will pay good money for a beautiful Western 304. No. No, please, she sobbed. Will pay. I know he will. He won't leave me here. Please wait. Talk to him, please. Give him more time, please. My colleague says he would be better off if we killed you. No. Will would never think like that. But it's true, isn't it? Your Western divorces mean that if we release you, It will cost your husband much money. If we kill you, it costs him nothing. Yes, it's true, I suppose, but Will is not like that. He is a businessman. They're all like that. He will get me out of here. I know he will. You'd better hope that he does. For you, the alternative is not good. Emily's heart sank as he left the room. She'd been trying to put on a brave face, but she knew everything he'd said was true. If only she could talk to Will, tell him how sorry she was, tell him how hard she tried to get Ethan to turn back. I tried to have faith in Will. I knew that he wouldn't turn his back on Emily, but his insistence that he wouldn't pay a ransom had me worried. When his father Luke paid us a visit, I discussed it with him. He's really adamant, Luke, he won't pay any ransom money. He says he's got a plan, but he won't tell me what it is. We both know he can afford to pay and not even notice the loss. But that would be paying the Danegeld. Sorry, I don't understand. And that is called paying the Danegeld. But we've proved it again and again, that if once you have paid him the Danegeld, you'll never be rid of the Dane. Rudyard Kipling. I can see how that applies to blackmail, but not to kidnapping. Look, lass, what do you think would happen if word got out that Will had paid a ransom? You and any children the two of you might have would never be safe. You'd need bodyguards wherever you went. Hold on, Luke. You're getting a bit ahead of yourself there. Who said anything about children? We're not even married. He'll be a damn fool if he lets you get away. And one thing he is not is a damn fool. Now if he said he'll help her, he will. You just have to trust him. I do, Luke. I do trust him. I just wish he'd tell me a bit more. Why is he keeping me out of it? Maybe because it isn't strictly legal, and if you don't know, you can't be an accessory. The sound of Will's voice made me jump. I turned to see him standing just inside the door. He'd replaced the crutches with 2 wooden walking sticks. How long have you been standing there? Long enough to hear my father quoting Kipling, and both he and Kipling are right. Given now, and we ruin it for ourselves, and everyone else that comes into contact with those buggers. It's a business to them, and in business, when something costs more to keep than you hope to gain from having it, you dispose of it. But they could kill her. They could, but they won't. Bad for business. Look, there is no point in speculating now. We'll know more in a couple of days when Abina comes back. You definitely think he is coming back then? I know he's coming back. He's already booked his ticket. 2 days later, Mr. Abina walked into our office. It had been 10 days, almost to the minute, since his departure. His self-assured cockiness was gone. Now he seemed a little nervous. Jane showed him in, and Will offered him a seat. As he sat, he started talking immediately. Good news, my friend. I have spoken to the men holding your wife, and they have agreed to reduce their demands. For only $2 million, you can have your wife safe at home. All in good time, Abina. Now have you delivered the phone as I said? Abina nodded. Good, then I should be able to use my computer to call them. Abina squirmed uncomfortably as the ringtones burst forth from the computer. It seemed to take an age for them to answer, but eventually, someone did. Yes, said the voice at the other end. You are holding my wife. I want to see her. You have spoken to our intermediary? I'm not discussing anything with anybody until I've seen that my wife is alive and well. She is fine. You see her soon. Now our offer is acceptable to you, yes. I said I want to see my wife. Now let me see her, or this conversation is over. We heard a few yells of pain and protest before Emily was pushed down onto the seat in front of the satellite phone. It took her a second before she realized Will's face was looking at her. Oh, well, darling, I'm so sorry. Really, I am. I didn't know Ethan was going to do that. I was as surprised as you. I begged him to turn the boat around and go back, but he wouldn't. I know I've been stupid. So stupid. Do you ever? Be quiet, Emmy. Just listen. How are you? Are they treating you well? Well, if you call being locked in a room with only a single chair, a tiny window, and a bucket to wee in, being treated well, then yes, they are. What's all the noise I can hear? It sounds like explosions. Is something going on there? I don't know. There was a series of loud bangs in the night, and the whole place has been going mad ever since. Okay, Emmy, just hang in there. I'll do my best to get you released. Can't you just give them the money? It's not as simple as that. Suddenly the chair was pulled away, and Emmy with it. A man stood in front of the camera. Of course, it is as simple as that. You've seen your wife. You know the deal now. It is just a matter of how we make the trade. He yelled. $10,000. I shouldn't give you that, but you killed the man who tried to kill me, and you saved the taxpayer the cost of a trial. I suppose you deserve some compensation for that. $10,000? He turned his back on the camera and walked away a few steps before turning and pointing straight at Will's image. You expect me to hand her over for $10,000? No. I expect you to turn me down and then later give her to me for nothing. You are a crazy man. You know that? You are a crazy man. He reached out a hand, and suddenly the connection was cut. Abina got out of his seat and moved towards Will. He's right, you are crazy. You are a businessman, you know how it goes. I make my demand. You make an offer. I lower my demand, and you raise your offer. We settle for something in between. But you have reduced your offer. He is right, you are crazy. Will picked up a remote control and pointed it at a TV on the wall. Things change, Abina. I think you ought to see this. The screen showed a pall of thick black smoke, and beneath that were flames, and I could just make out the shape of a ship. These are live pictures from our helicopter off the coast of Mogadishu. What you see is a ship called the Spirit of Olympus, a 250,000-ton oil tanker. She was seized by Somali pirates last year, and they have been said to be negotiating a $200 million ransom for her release. Today, she is listing heavily. Oil is pouring from her tanks and burning on the surface of the ocean. The heat is so intense that we can't stay this close for very long, so I can't see any way that they can get close enough to save the ship. As the oil pours out, the water will flood in, and she will sink to the bottom. This is Andrew Pierce in the KTV helicopter off the coast of Mogadishu, handing you back to the studio. Back in the studio, they had a shipping expert explaining why he thought it was no accident. A correspondent speaking from Mombasa related stories from Mogadishu locals who told of a series of explosions. Back in the studio, they were assuming that it was no accident and asking who would do such a thing. The security spokesman could only offer one explanation: a turf war between pirate gangs. Well, what do you make of that? Well, asked Abina. Unbelievable. Who would do such a thing? You heard them. It looks like another pirate gang. No, I don't believe that. There is no fighting between them. Oh, come off it, Abina. We both know you're finding it more difficult to capture vessels. As the pickings get slimmer, the jealousies emerge. Either way, it looks like you've got too much on your plate to worry about my wife. Why don't you just let her go? I keep telling you, Mr. Easton. I don't know these people. I am just a trusted intermediary. That's strange. Both your wife in Mombasa and your mistress in Mogadishu say that you are friends with these people and are paid by them. Abina jumped up. You have spoken to my wife? That is outrageous. I hope they kill your wife. Oh, I don't think you do. Remember our conversation the last time you were here. Whatever they do to my wife, I will have done to you. Will reached out to his intercom. Jane, would you send in Mr. Maidment, please? The door opened and a mountain of a man stepped in. He was at least 6 feet 6 inches tall, broad-shouldered, and very muscular. He stood beside Abina. Mr. Maidment, Abina here is just leaving. Would you see him out? Certainly, sir. Have you spoken to your wife? Yes, I have. She is being held in a small room with one chair and a bucket. She has a black eye and a cut on her cheek about here. He pointed to his right cheek, just below his eye. Okay, sir. I'll deal with it from here. He took hold of Abina's left arm and took him out. I never saw him again. Over the next week, there were more reports of attacks on the Somali coast. The news media was full of it. 2 days after the tanker incident, our screens were full of pictures of a stricken container ship. It had been the subject of a mortar bomb attack. Much of the cargo had been blown overboard, and the shifting cargo had caused the ship to list heavily. The list seems to be getting worse, said the reporter. Experts expect her to lose much of her deck cargo if she doesn't turn turtle. The problem could be solved if they could offload the cargo, but the Somalis do not have the facilities for that. The helicopter changed position and the camera picked out a raft out at sea. We think the mortars were launched from the raft, which appears to have been towed into position by a powerful boat. Witnesses heard it leaving the scene shortly after the attack. They flew out over the oil tanker, which was still burning. Back in the studio, people were saying that the reciprocation attacks lent weight to the theory of a turf war. The station's economics correspondent tried to assess the winners and losers. To be honest, John, it's hard to find any winners in this. The insurance companies will suffer. They were hoping to get these ships back to offset the payments they have made to the owners. There are a number of pirate gangs operating out of Somalia, and so far, 2 of them have suffered huge losses. The only possible gains to be made would be by one of the less successful but heavily armed gangs. One item that had slipped completely off the news menu was Emily's kidnapping. For Will and me, life went on as normal. During the day we worked. After work, we enjoyed ourselves and each other. Will gave the impression that everything was under control, but I could tell by the way he studied the news reports that he was concerned. It was a week after Abina's visit that Will got an incoming call on his computer. What can I do for you, Mr. Malik? There was a pause before Zayn Malik replied. Who gave you that name? I don't think that matters, Mr. Malik. What matters is that I have it. Now I ask again, what can I do for you? Our intermediary, Mr. Abina. He did not return with your decision. That is a shame, especially since he has my money. I thought you said he was trustworthy. No, I don't believe you. You are a businessman. You would not give him $2 million without knowing your wife would be released. Who said anything about $2 million? I offered $10,000 and that is what I gave him. Now when are you going to release my wife? There was a long silence before Malik came back at him. You are playing games with me, Mr. Easton. I am not the sort of man you play games with. Now listen, Malik, I never play games, and I know that you chaps have your own internal war going on. Why don't you just let her go, so you can concentrate on fighting your fellow pirates? No. Is not true. We do not fight each other. We are brothers. And Abina, was he a brother? Of course. Yet he has disappeared with my money, and you have nothing. It occurs to me, Malik, that all these things started when you refused to release my wife. Perhaps God is trying to tell you something. The connection was lost, and Will picked up the phone. He seemed remarkably calm as he spoke to Derek Fox. Are they soft enough yet? How much will another week cost me? Well, that's very magnanimous of you. Oh yes, I'm sure you will more than recoup the cost. Yes, I have given him something to think about. Okay, I'll leave it with you then. Just make sure you are successful. He put the phone down, looked across and smiled at me. Not long now. Will, are you going to tell me what's going on? What has happened to Abina? I know you didn't give him any money. Abina is safe and well, don't worry. You're right, I didn't give him any money, but it does no harm to let Malik think I did. It's all about undermining his confidence while piling on the pressure. We have to make him nervous and a little frightened. Then we offer him a way out. Graham Goddard was very impressed with the British police. They'd flown him in from Gran Canaria and put him up in the Savoy Hotel. Also that he could make a statement about the rescue of Will Easton. He'd been to London before, but never stayed anywhere as luxurious as this. It was an experience he was determined to savor. When the barman offered to put the price of his beer on his room bill, he thought that maybe that was taking the piss. However, once he was told the price, his reluctance disappeared. He was just enjoying his beer when, much to his surprise, he was paged. Your dinner guest has arrived, sir. Now you've got wrong man, mate. I was just going to go out for a curry and a few beers. No mistake, sir. You are Mr. Graham Goddard from room 235? Well, yeah, but... Well, sir, your guest is waiting for you in the restaurant. Graham thanked the lad and made his way to the restaurant. The maitre d' was very polite and made no mention of his jeans, though it was obvious that everyone else was dressed for dinner. He summoned a waiter, who showed Graham to his table. There was a man already sitting at the table, and as Graham arrived, he stood up. I'm sorry, mate, said Graham. There seems to have been some mistake. I didn't invite anyone to dinner, and I certainly can't afford to eat here. The man offered his hand. Good evening, Mr. Goddard. I'm Will Easton, and I hope you'll forgive me, but I invited myself. Graham stepped back a little and looked at the man before taking the offered hand and shaking it. I've got to say, mate, you're looking a hell of a lot better than the last time I saw you. But look, we can't eat here, it'll cost a bomb, and I'm not really dressed for it. I can wait while you get changed if you like, but I assure you no one here is going to worry about the way you're dressed. As for the bill, we'll charge that to your room. Graham smiled. I've got you now. This was all you, wasn't it? Flying me in here, putting me up in this place. It was nothing to do with the cops. You set it up. Guilty as charged, Mr. Goddard. Graham. Just call me Graham. Okay, Graham. And you must call me Will now. Shall we sit down and eat? Or do you want to go somewhere else? The two men sat down. Through the course of their meal, Will delved into Graham's past. By the time they'd got to their brandies, he knew he would make the offer. Graham, I owe you a debt that I could never repay. Now tell me, are you just a motor jockey, or can you sail? Are you kidding me? I'm a Kiwi, of course. I can bloody sail. Will reached into his inside pocket and pulled out an envelope. Now just a minute. I don't want your bloody money. I did what I did because it was the right thing to do, and because that girl of yours gave me no choice. He smiled as he remembered the bikini-clad Olivia urging him to go faster. Will reached into the envelope, pulled out a ticket, and passed it across the table. That is a business-class ticket to Cape Town. My catch BJ2 is out there. I'd like you to check her out and bring her home. Will placed two other items in front of Graham, an envelope and a card. In the envelope, you will find £1,000. I'd like you to find another 3 men to crew for UBJ is capable of being sailed single-handed, but until I get all the systems checked out, I'd feel happier if you had a full crew. You will probably need to pay off their debts before you can sail. They'll be paid in full when they arrive in Ramsgate, as will you. Graham smiled. This man obviously knew sailors. The card is a prepaid card with enough money on it to pay for provisions, fuel, and a little extra for emergencies. Finally, We'll pass a single piece of paper across with a figure written on it. And that is what I'm prepared to pay you to do the job. Graham looked at the number on the paper and whistled. He looked across the table at Will. You make it bloody hard for a bloke to say no. Then don't. Will pulled another paper from the envelope. This is a job description and salary details for a job I will offer to you on your return. In short, it amounts to looking after BJ, making sure she's ready to sail when needed, hiring a crew and sailing her to wherever she's needed. Effectively, when I'm not on board, you will be her skipper. Think about it, and give me your decision when you get back. Now, do we have a deal? I guess so, yeah. I dunno, I'm still reeling from the shock. Good, your plane leaves in a week. Make the most of what the hotel has to offer. Anything you want, charge it to the room. If you want to see a show or something, talk to the concierge and he'll make the bookings. Will got up to leave and offered his hand. I hope this is the start of a long and fruitful relationship, he said. He took hold of his walking stick and started to walk away, then turned back to Graham. I don't know what happened between you and Olivia, and I don't want to know, but let's be clear on one thing. From here on she is off limits, okay? Yeah, no worries. I kinda got the idea that she's a one-man woman, you know? Will smiled and nodded. Graham knew what was in that smile. Say, have you two got something going? Well, good on you. She's a great girl. I know, said Will. It may have taken me a long time to realize it, but I do know. With that, the two men parted. In the week following Zane's call, Somalia was rarely out of the news. Both the tanker and the container ship were lost, and there had been a number of attacks along the coast, and most of the boats used by the pirates had been destroyed. Just what Will's involvement was, I wasn't really sure, but he seemed quite satisfied with the way things were going. It was on the 8th day that he got the call that relieved all the tension. It came from Derek Fox and lasted less than a minute. When he hung up the phone, Will smiled at me. I think it's almost over. 2, maybe 3 days. Can I know about it now? I think you already do. You know what Fox deals in. You always said he deals in death. Well, yes, he's an arms dealer, but yes, he's been involved in trying to overthrow governments. He has used mercenaries to destabilize countries so that he can sell arms to both sides. For the last 3 weeks, his men have been destabilizing the pirate gangs, setting them against each other. Now they all think that they need better armaments, radar equipment, and training in their use. So far, the Kalashnikov and the rocket-propelled grenade have been sufficient, but now they think they need more. Guess who is going to supply them? Where do you fit in? I helped finance the mercenaries on the condition that part of the price for the weapons would be Emily's release. In the end, he will not make a lot of money out of it, but he'll get a lot of kudos out of getting Emmy released. But he's not the type to worry about kudos. He is when he's hankering after a knighthood. He can't wait to be Sir Derek Fox, and if he secures Emmy's release, the press will love him and his knighthood will be in the bag. So how much has it cost you? About $1 million, maybe less. I walked over, plunked myself down in his lap, and kissed him. How would you like to take me home early? You know we can't do that. We've got people to see this afternoon. I got up off his lap, ran my hand over his cheek and chin before kissing him again. That night in bed, as we lay together, I ran my fingers through his chest hair. I kissed his cheek, then rested my head on his chest. You took a big risk to get Emmy back. If any of what you did gets out, you could go to prison. That's why I used Fox. Despicable as he is friends in high places. Nothing ever sticks to him. I know something about what he's done, but proving it is something else. I started to run my fingers down his side. I could feel the sheets starting to rise. You still feel something for Emmy, don't you? Of course I do. I feel a bit responsible for her. If I'm honest, I married her because of what it did for my image. That's not the right reason to get married. As you reminded me, I've been acting like a single man. I don't think for a minute that she knew what Ethan had planned. I moved my hand lower so that my fingers caressed him. Would you have done the same thing for me if I was taken hostage? For you, my love, I'd have had a battalion of tanks rolling over that country, with me in the lead vehicle. I'd be one of the death or boys. I giggled. He grabbed my shoulder and pulled me back up and kissed me, first on the lips, then down my neck, working his way down. I wanted to tell him that I needed him to screw me. I really love you. Make love to me, will please make love to me. Then we made wild and passionate love. Good then, was it? You're not tempted to go elsewhere in a hurry? I'm not going elsewhere, ever. I think Emmy was mad, but you still think I should get her back? Yes, I do, and so do you. No one deserves what she is going through. Don't worry, I have confidence in Fox. I can't stand the man and I don't trust him, but I am confident in his ability to get what he wants. So it's just a matter of time then? Probably a couple of days. He was right. 2 days later, it was all over the news media. Derek Fox's face was on the morning television as we were told the news. There were surprise developments in the Emily Harris kidnap case. Miss Harris, an actor and married to millionaire businessman Will Easton, turned up here at the British High Commission in Nairobi. Miss Harris arrived in the company of another businessman, Derek Fox, who was understood to have negotiated her release. They then flashed to an impromptu press conference on the steps of the High Commission. How did you get involved? My good friend Mr. Easton knew I had contacts in Somalia and asked if I would negotiate on his behalf, something I was more than happy to do. How much was the ransom, Mr. Fox? I can categorically state that no ransom was paid. Mr. Easton and I were in complete agreement that should be the case. Miss Harris was released as a gesture of goodwill. Do you know Miss Harris' captors, sir? Not personally, no, but I do have contacts in Somalia, and thankfully I was able to bring pressure to bear. I think that's all, gentlemen. It's been a hard day, and I need to relax. Thank you for your attention. Will had a big smile on his face as he watched. He knows how to work a crowd, doesn't he? He said. I had to agree with him. For a man who deals in death, Derek Fox came across as an upstanding, concerned individual. Shortly after the news bulletin ended, we got a call from Inspector Davies. He told us that Emmy would be staying at the High Commission for a few days to get her in a better condition before they send her home. We'll meet her on the tarmac and take her into custody, he said. I'll keep you posted. When we left for work, we had to run the gauntlet of reporters, ourselves. They stood outside Will's apartment block yelling similar questions to the ones others had asked Fox. I was worried when one asked his question. Mr. Easton, did you want your wife back? Wouldn't you be better off if they'd kept her? Will walked gradually over to the reporter. Did you have to be taught to ask questions like that? Or were you just born stupid? Several of the reporters tittered, but the reporter came back with, our readers have a right to know. Your readers have a right to know how much they are paying you to ask such stupid questions, but you won't tell them that. They have no right to know what goes on between my wife and I. I'll give you all this, and I'll give you no more. No ransom has been paid, and if everyone adopted my attitude, there would be no damned pirates. He turned his back on the reporter and shuffled back to the car. Thomas stood between Will and the reporters. Strangely enough, no one yelled questions at Thomas. They just stepped aside as he walked around the car and got in the driver's seat. For 3 days, we ran the gauntlet of reporters as we left for work. They changed their question on a daily basis. When would Emmy be home? Where would she be living? True to his word, Will never answered any of them. It was on the 4th day that Emmy flew into Heathrow. Inspector Davies and Sergeant Robson were there to meet and arrest her. She wasn't surprised to see the police officers. She'd expected it. She had not expected the man in the dark suit who introduced himself as the solicitor hired to represent her. She was taken straight to New Scotland Yard, and the solicitor went with her. She spent only 1 night in custody. Her lawyer got the initial charge down to being an accessory after the fact, so by noon the following day, she was on her way home to her parents. Within hours, her agent was on the phone with deals to sell her story, offers of chat show interviews, and even personal appearances. She heeded the advice of her lawyer and carefully considered all offers. When one particularly aggressive newspaper offered her £250,000 for her story if she would give them an immediate yes or no, she said no. She was not talking to anyone until she had spoken to Will. She gathered up her courage and called him. It surprised her just how friendly Will had seemed. He'd even suggested meeting for lunch, and she jumped at the idea. She knew about the divorce and expected him to be hostile. Instead, he seemed calm, concerned even. She decided to look her best and spent the morning before her lunch date at the beauty parlor. She was shocked to see Will struggling with his stick. Oh my God, what happened to you? Somebody hit me with an oar. I thought you knew. Of course, I know about that, but what happened to your leg? It's not my leg that's the problem. The head injury left me unable to control it properly, but it will get better, won't it? Yeah, eventually it will, but for now, I struggle. Oh, Will, I'm so sorry, really I am. I had no idea Ethan was going to do that. I know that, Emmy, if I didn't, you wouldn't be walking around free right now. Still, the fact of the matter is, you created the situation that brought it about. I can't believe you did that, Emmy. My own deckhand, for God's sake. What were you thinking? That's it, Will, I wasn't thinking. You weren't here, and it just sort of happened. You're not trying to say it was my fault, are you? No, nothing like that. I was just trying to explain what happened, and I don't think I can. It just happened. I had no idea what Ethan was capable of. I tried to make him turn back, but he wouldn't. I understand that you probably hate me right now, but is there really no way back? Let's see, Emmy. You go on a boat trip with your husband knowing full well that the only other man on the boat was your lover. Did you seriously expect Ethan to do nothing, when only a few meters away someone else was screwing his woman? I was never his woman, he was just a distraction while you were away. I can see now how stupid it was, but I never dreamed he would try to kill you. Then when he did and you thought I was dead, what did you do? A loving wife would want the killer brought to justice, but you tried to help him get away with it. He frightened me. He said that people wouldn't believe that I wasn't in on it, or worse still, that I put him up to it. I couldn't face that. I know I should have, but I couldn't. I suppose I can understand that, so let's change the subject. You've spoken to the solicitor? Yes, thank you for that. I really don't deserve what you've done for me, so I paid for your legal advice. So what? I can afford it. You did a lot more than that. Mr. Fox told me what you did. He said if you'd gone into negotiations on a ransom, I could have been there for months. Okay, here is the deal. I want our divorce to go quickly and smoothly. I'll provide you with a house and help you get back on your feet. You won't need maintenance, because you are going to be a celebrity. I'll put you in touch with someone who can advise you on that. Your agent is just interested in getting the most money. This guy will help you protect your image, so that you might still have a career when the fuss dies down. I will pay for your legal counsel, and do my best to keep you out of jail. In return, you do not fight the divorce or the terms, and most importantly, Fox told you nothing. He negotiated your release. No one else was involved. But why people think you did nothing? They think you are a heartless scumsucker. I could change that if I tell them the truth. 2 reasons. You only have a weakness if people know about it, and what Fox told you happened couldn't have. Because that would be interfering in the affairs of a sovereign nation. That is illegal. So, do we have a deal? Is there really no way back? None at all. Then I suppose we do. I owe you that much. They finished their lunch, and Emily got up to leave. She gave Will a kiss on each cheek. Just as she was about to go, he stopped her. Write it all down, Emmy, while you can remember it all. There's a story there for the right writer. My man will help you. She just smiled a thank you and left. 1 year later, I watched him walk across the floor, only a slight limp, still using his stick, but now, it was more like an accessory. I watched him and couldn't have been prouder. He climbed the steps and stood on the table, and there he was, my Will, about to address the whole staff of Navicade Limited. This was way out of his comfort zone, but he wanted to do it. He tapped a spoon on the side of a wine glass, and the gathering went quiet. Will was nervously rubbing his hands together when a voice came from the back of the room. Quiet, everyone. Here comes the greed is good speech. Will looked directly at the man. I'm sorry, my friend, you have me at a disadvantage. Your name is? RM Duncan McKay, and you should know me, 'cause I'm your friend. RM works convener for the engineering union. Well, Duncan, I had thought you'd allow me to speak before judging me. I can see I was mistaken. No, Duncan, this is not the greed is good speech, but make no mistake, greed is good. It's very good for the greedy people, but for everyone else it sucks. Greedy people can't wait for a return, and that means low investment and fewer jobs. No, Duncan, this is not the greed is good speech. This is the thank you speech. From that moment, he had everyone's undivided attention. A little over a year ago, someone tried to kill me. If it hadn't been for the products of this company and the action of my lovely wife, he would have succeeded. I can never repay the debt I owe my wife, but I can go some way to thanking all of you for the work you did that helped to save my life. In the next few days, each of you will receive a check in the post. I can tell you now that everyone's check will be the same. It makes no difference if you are the factory manager or the person who cleans the toilets, you all get the same. The crowd started to mutter, and then McKay started again. I now we've had the bribe. Are you going to tell us how you've sold us down the river? He waved a copy of the Financial Times. What he's no telling you, brothers and sisters, is that he's sold us all out. It's all here in today's FT. Your man has sold the rights to make our product to an American firm. This time next year, we'll all be out of work. I saw Will's eyes roll before he calmly addressed the works convener. Well, Duncan, it's good to know that these good people have a man who keeps his finger on the pulse to look after them. However, you really must learn to read beyond the headlines. I've seen the Pink Un this morning, and that article is quite accurate. It tells you that I have sold licenses to a U.S. company to produce Navicade products. However, those licenses are very restrictive. The company concerned can only produce for their home market, leaving us to supply the rest of the world. The U.S. company gets a pretty big market, but ours is much bigger. Now, before Duncan asks, why sell any of it, I will tell you. The U.S. market is particularly difficult to penetrate. Many a British company has gone to the wall trying. Their defense market is huge, but they don't like dealing with foreign companies. I cut a deal, which pays us 3% on every one of our products they sell. The choice is between 3% of hundreds of millions of dollars or 100% of nothing. Which would you go for, Duncan? McKay fell silent as everyone looked at him. Now, Duncan, I know that from the day that company gets our designs, they will be looking for ways to get around our patents. Now I propose that we put every penny of those 3% into research and development so that before they manage to get around our patents, we will already have superior products to offer. Will waited for his audience to recover. McKay had one last try. Well, I know you and I'll be watching you. I'll no let you take advantage, oh, my members. No, Duncan, you don't know me. You know my reputation. It's a dangerous thing to judge a man by his reputation. If I did that, I would think you were a rabble-rouser and troublemaker, but I can see there is more to you than that. Now, I'm going away for a while, but when I come back, I intend to be more involved with this company. I look forward to working with you all. Now, if there are no further questions, I have somewhere I need to be. Thank you all for your attention. And remember, your checks are a gift, so the tax man has no claim on it. The staff all went about their business and Will climbed down and came over to me. I stood up to greet him, and he put his hand on my stomach and smiled at me. That went well, I thought. I thought that McKay was going to cause trouble. He was just doing his job. Now, I believe you have something to tell me. What? How do you know? While I was standing up there, you were down here looking like the cat that got the cream. I also noticed that you've started stroking your stomach. I think I'm pregnant. I'm 2 weeks late, so I got a few home test kits. You know those things are not 100%. I emptied 15 test kits out of my handbag onto the table. I know that. That's why I did more than one. They are all positive. We are going to have a baby. You are pleased, aren't you? What is it Graham says? Is the Pope a Catholic? Of course, I'm pleased. He gave me a big hug that lifted me off my feet. He looked at me again. This changes things a bit. We can't leave today now. Yes, we can. It's not due for ages yet. Today you see the doctor. If he says it's all right, we leave tomorrow. He pulled out his phone to make a call. Of course, I only caught one side of the conversation. Hello, Graham. Are we ready? Good. Look, there's been a change of plan. We won't be leaving until tomorrow. No, I'd like you to put a couple of bottles of Bollinger on ice. Yes, we are. I want the whole crew there. Now, Graham, as I said, there is a change of plan. How do you fancy the Fastnet yacht race? I thought you would. I'll find us a boat. BJ is no racer. Yes, we're on our way. We'll be with you in about half an hour. You really are happy about this, aren't you? Damn right I am, and I'll tell you now, I'll be a lot better father than mine was. Speaking of him, I'd better call him and tell him he's got a second chance. We started to walk out, each of us with our arm around the other. Can we leave telling Luke until after I've seen the doctor? I want a little time with just us knowing. Well, the crew are going to know something. The champagne is already on ice. I don't mind them. They are like strangers. Really, they won't want to get involved. Luke and my parents will want to be involved. I'd just like to put that off for a while. Thomas opened the door for us as we got to the car. The harbor, is it, sir? Yes, thank you, Thomas's. He sat beside me with a broad smile on his face. I thought the advertisement hoarding might change that expression, but it didn't. This year's bestseller, it read. The Ultimate Holiday read Emily Harris' life in her own words. Hostage to Fortune. A must-read book. Emmy's face beamed out at us. Doesn't seem to have done her much harm, does it? I said, pulling him close to me. Apparently, she's not as naive as she once was, but good luck to her. It couldn't have been pleasant. I turned his face towards me and looked into his eyes. You really mean that, don't you? You really are happy for her. Of course, why shouldn't I be? I'm better off and happier now than I've ever been. Okay, it may not have been the best of years, but just look what's come out of it. He grabbed me and kissed me. I felt his tongue twisting with mine, his hand on my body, and as I pulled myself closer to him, I knew this was where I was destined to be. As we pulled up alongside BJ2, we parted, and I straightened my clothes. I got out of the car and looked skywards. Thank you, I whispered. Dear listeners, please share your thoughts in the comments section below, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe.